Good morning, good morning, good morning. Welcome to Defense Diaries. I am your host, Bob Mata, and this is Verdict Watch for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts versus Karen Reed. And I am joined once again by my beautiful and brilliant co-host, Allie. What's up, girl?
Hey, babe. Hey, y'all.
So listen, y'all, I'm excited about this. We have a sponsor, and our sponsor for today's show is Shopify. Now, I want to talk to a little bit about Shopify with y'all just for a minute. So when I decided to start a podcast, the content creation was one thing, but the building of a brand was an entirely different thing. And I had no idea how to go about doing that. So I started doing some research online, and there was one common denominator that I kept seeing typically with these brands that are seemingly able to build from the ground up overnight. And that thing was that they had somebody working behind the scenes, a company working behind the scenes with them. And that's where Shopify comes in. I mean, if you look at brands like Magic Spoon or Death Wish Coffee, which have really become household names and really just started from the ground up, they weren't huge companies. They were individuals who had an idea and they decided to start a business. They teamed up with Shopify. Those brands have in common one thing aside from great products, and you guessed it, that's Shopify. And for us, Allie and I are going to be selling our t-shirts in our own store, and we're going to be using Shopify to do that because to us, there's no better product on the planet. There's no better place to do that because no one does selling better than Shopify. It's the home of the number one checkout on the planet. And they have the not so secret with Shop Pay that boosts conversions up to 50%, meaning when somebody goes into your cart, instead of them just leaving it there, they boost conversions to where people are 50% more likely to hit that buy button. And that's a pretty amazing statistic. Yeah, that's pretty amazing. So that means that there's going to be way less carts that are going abandoned and way more sales going on. So I know a ton of you out there are super creative. You've got skills. I know that there's candle makers out there. I know that there's people with t-shirt ideas, sticker ideas. If you crochet, anything that you do, anything that you're really good at, anything that you hear people say, you know what?
You
To
should
actually
sell
sell this, right? If that's you, don't be afraid.
Don't be afraid.
Start your own little store. And Shopify is incredibly easy, an incredibly easy way to do that. So if you're into growing your business, your commerce platform better be ready to sell whenever your customers are scrolling on the web, in your store, in their feed, and everywhere in between. Businesses that sell more, quite simply, sell on Shopify. So upgrade your business and get the same checkout as, say, for instance, Death Wish Coffee, Magic Spoon, Rare Beauty, which is Selena Gomez's company, or Skims. It's a great product. Skims, which is Kim Kardashian's company. I mean, the stars use it when they want to get their product out there. Huge companies like Heinz and Mattel. have gone over to Shopify. So it's really an amazing way to get your business up and running, and an amazing way to create sales for yourself. So upgrade your business and get into the same checkout as all those amazing businesses. Sign up for your $1 per month trial period at shopify.com/DD. And I've got it running on the banner there. And that's all lowercase. So go to shopify.com/DD to upgrade your selling today. That's shopify.com/DD.
All right. Sweet.
There we
All right,
go.
I got
That was
you,
a
OnlyFan.
live ad read, y'all.
I got you, OnlyFan.
Good. All right. So we've missed nothing.
Babe, the people want to know if there's any talk on the.
Wait, we had English Kate is saying it's a bit long on the ad.
I was gonna tell you, I thought it was a bit long on the ad.
They say it's like it's supposed to be like 60 to 90 seconds.
Yeah, just stick with 60.
It's easier said than if you guys listen to the podcast, you know.
He runs long on the ads.
I run long on the ads.
All right.
We do appreciate our sponsors quite a bit. So
we do. All right. So I'm going to keep OnlyFan down there. I'm going to be listening, but I am pulling up some of your chats, your super stickers from yesterday that I did not get to.
Naughty.
Yes.
Allie dipped without fitting. In Allie's defense, there were a ton of supers because we were seeing Andrea's supers as well on our live.
We had to do them all because we were
right. Like you were trying to read them all, and we were on for 10 hours yesterday. So
I think I might have done Pace Geek. I think I did actually. I know that, but he said in New Jersey.
Blow them up, babe. I can't see those.
Oh, blow them up.
Yeah, like blow this. There you go.
Okay. Said in New Jersey, it's always juror number 1. As the foreperson. And Stephanie says, what do you think Lally is doing? Updating his resume? Zing.
No, I think Lally's fine.
Yeah.
Lally's like,
see?
Lally's like sitting there like having to listen to Brennan all day, every day, and he's just fine. Whatever happens in this trial is going to have zero impact on Adam Lally.
Right.
But
hey,
I don't know.
Mandy or Tracy. I don't know if either of them are with us this early. Tracy probably is out there. I got to send Cammie Brown the link for today.
Oh, Cammie. Yeah. Y'all are going to love Cammie.
Yes. And it's fun because she's my girl. Melissa Hamilton says, didn't the judge say they just leave the jury slip blank and sign if their vote is not guilty on count 2, or did I hear wrong? If she said anything like that, it would have been you sign the first line and you leave the rest of the spots empty, because there is a slot for not guilty on everything. So they definitely have to sign something. Lily Koi. Do you think that's right? Koi. Lily Koi.
I think that's right. That looks right.
Oh, and I think I did say this one yesterday. What do you guys think of Hank asking Dr. Wolf if he thought the taillight shards were planted? Yes, we did go over that yesterday. Thanks.
I loved it. I thought it was hilarious and delicious.
Well, you know what Runkle was saying was he was setting him up to say it was planted so that he could be like, see, you're a defense lackey. You've been talking about the defense. You're putting out this conspiracy theory. But I think it would have if he would have pushed, it would have backfired anyway, because he would have had receipts.
The question in and of itself implies that, because the way he said it, oh, you think that they were planted? He had said it with incredulity. So it was like, he almost knew where he was coming from it.
Further shit with that. He was really being oh, wait a minute here. Why is only one open? And I did all these, I think. So I think I'm not sure if I said, oh yeah, I did do that one. All right, let me open up the next one. Why is it doing this?
And don't worry, y'all. We're gonna play we've missed nothing. I promise we will play it. The jury came in, she sent them back. I'm assuming, I haven't even looked, but I promise we haven't missed anything of substance.
Well, I could rewind if people want. You just pop back up the.
Yeah, pop that on, get people calm. We know how people get upset. They get nervous. They're already on it. They're on edge.
They're on edge.
Anxiety is at all-time highs. You know what I have anxiety about? That we have set up Scarlett's friend birthday for tomorrow at Great America.
All right. So here they came in 28 minutes ago, by the by.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, the Justice of the Superior Court, holding in Dedham within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your presence, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed.
Good morning, jurors. I have to ask you those same 3 questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anybody since we met yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Was everyone able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? Everyone said no. So, Mr. Foreman, with that, we're going to send you back out to deliberate.
All rise for the court, please.
Jimmy?
Jurors, follow me.
What's she saying to Jimmy?
I don't know. I don't know.
Okay.
Y'all stay 10 minutes away from the courthouse.
Excuse me?
Oh, Karen itched her nose. What does that mean? What does that mean?
Court is in session.
So, I've been sending a note in at 4 o'clock, so I would like counsel here at 4 o'clock. All right. So if you just plan on being here at 4 o'clock, it would make it easier in case the jurors want to go home. So, all right. Ms. Giannetti, it wasn't until I was here that I noticed you were not in the courtroom.
They held me downstairs, Your Honor. I think the jury was being brought in, so.
Okay. No one told us otherwise either. So,
Understood.
all right. Thank
All
you.
right. Put these in recess to exit court.
There you go.
All
You guys
right.
feel better? Feel better now?
And I'll just double check that it's been OnlyFan ever since and go live.
OnlyFan.
And it has.
Oh, OnlyFan.
Make sure I'm live.
So are we going to keep OnlyFan small up in the corner just to give people that calming presence?
Yeah, but I want to go through these supers first, so hopefully
Okay.
they can
We'll
survive.
do that later. We'll do that later. Right there, that guy.
All right.
But we'll keep an eye on OnlyFan. Look, there's no way a verdict's coming back and we're not all hearing. We've got so many people in chat that are
We got eyes.
monitoring X.
We got
So,
eyes everywhere. Did anybody
no.
mention how the jury was dressed? I don't know that that's like even a real thing. Why people think that?
What?
That the jurors will dress nicer on the verdict day.
I think typically,
That's assuming
Jurors
they can know ahead of time.
like I've never seen anybody come in a tank top as a juror. They typically try to wear a decent shirt.
They're usually dressed
Yeah.
nicely.
Yeah. If you're 3 weeks, a month into a trial, sometimes women who were done up with their hair and makeup early on are like, you know what?
I don't need to do all this.
I'm good.
Right. I mean, after a month, I'd be just rolling in.
Yeah. Hair a mess.
I don't know about all that.
I don't know about all that either.
I mean, he just went crazy now.
Well, I'm prone to do that. You know that. That's my thing.
All right. So, yeah, I got to share it. All right. Ba-ba-ba.
Hey, you're doing a great job not saying what you're doing behind the scenes right now.
Mm.
Process. It's way harder to do
Yeah. All right. Buddha Girl said, did you guys discuss that a man was arrested for filming the jury this afternoon? We had not discussed that. Did you hear that?
I saw that on X yesterday that, yes, somebody, you cannot film jurors.
No.
It's a problem. In
Yeah.
this case, in every case, you don't film jurors.
And you got to know that Judge Cannoni's not messing around with that in this case.
She will ban you to outer
You will
space
be
on Welcher's
jailed.
like spaceship Lexus. That's what'll happen. She'll get Welcher back in, say, I need that Lexus that you sent out to space because I got this person that I need to send out there.
Thanks,
Tried to
Buddha
film the
Girl.
jury.
Jossa said, Sir Bailey. That would have been Runkle. Keeps me laughing and eye rolling.
He's
Is
great.
amazing.
He's great.
Red's
love him.
daughter said, maybe no warrant because John O'Keefe. Wait, yeah, that's John O'Keefe. Wait,
No, JC was a judge on duty.
who's JC?
Maybe no warrant because JC was a judge on duty. Jennifer Coffendaffer? I don't know who JC is. John Cusack? I don't know. That's right below
I know
in the
Red's talking
comment.
about we were
Y'all
talking
are
about-
getting a little over your skis with like assuming that every single initials is going to be recognized by Allie.
I was like, who's
happening.
HB? Who's HB?
Now that one's pathetic.
I know, but I did the equivalent. I can't remember what it was, but it was something. But
Oh, Judge Cannoni. I did it.
oh,
Yeah. Like, back that whole over the skis thing. That
you did good, Reds. You did
That was
good.
low hanging fruit. That was low hanging fruit.
See, there it is. That was the equivalent.
I talked shit and it
JC.
backfired.
Ooh. I mean, you never know. You never know, but we know they didn't try. So, and not that Dina says Ian reminds me of a young John Cusack with beautiful white hair. I don't know. I don't like John Cusack, but I adore Ian. Oh no.
Whoa.
Love John Cusack.
Whoa. I
Dina.
mean, I love early cues.
Yeah.
Say Anything's one of my favorite movies of all time. All time. I love that movie. Kickboxing, sport of the future.
And I'm not seeing John Cusack for Ian.
I don't want to sell anything that's bought and sold. I don't want to buy anything that's sold and bought. Whatever that.
He
that
usually is
amazing.
very good at this, people.
Yeah.
He's fucking it though. Sammy Martin says, hey babe, can
What?
you text me the link and I'll send it to Cammie?
Do you just go into invite?
All right, I'll do it later. Love all. Tammy Martin says, love all you guys. Loved how Jackson unfurled those X-rays like the Constitution. Free Karen Reed. That was courtroom drama at its best. Thanks, Tammy. David James says, response to that nasty grift comment. The grift comes from the government bringing a case on taxpayers' dime and paying experts $500K with no case.
I loved how both Ian and Andrea start like trying to apologize, whatever it was, like saying, well, yeah, you know, like, and they had very eloquent responses.
No, but I didn't see, it didn't seem apologetic at all. I mean, Ian was like, how about this? F you. For basically, he said the same thing that David James said, you know.
Here's the way I look at it. We each spent a lot of money to go to law school, have 20 years experience. If people don't think there's value in us explaining what's going on in courts, I don't see where the grift, like a grift is when you're scamming somebody.
Yeah.
It's
People
just, it's never made
people need
sense.
to learn their words. They need
Yeah,
to
I
learn their words.
lean into the grift, the whole concept of the grift.
So Rinmeister is from Sweden. So this came up. I can't remember if you were, I think you were.
Gotta blow it up. I
at the
can't
time.
read it. It's too small.
Oh, I forgot. Sorry.
There you go. Well, that's too big. There.
All right.
That's just
We were
right.
talking about DUI. So yes, Swede here. This is correct. 0.02 above 0.1 is aggravated annually. 2.5 milliliters random tests are performed for alcohol. 10 milliliters people free. Richard Allen.
NJ Kathy says this is an unbelievable amount of gibberish going on, eating up time. I mean, what do you expect us to do, NJ Kathy, for 10 hours potentially? There's going to be some gibberish. Sorry, not sorry.
Well, we're reading your guys' supers from yesterday.
I think somebody may have like woke up on the wrong side of the bed. Maybe. I don't know.
Oh,
Maybe.
that's all right. So I, you know, there's a lot of DUI laws in different countries that we were sort of hoping that, as harsh as it was in Canada, that Ian was going to say it really curbs like the number of deaths from DUIs, like it's having a strong impact. He says he doesn't think it's having as strong as an impact as, you know, it could, because the real violators just keep violating. You know, but it definitely has some help. It sounds like in Sweden it's very very effective. Obviously DUIs are, you know, dangerous to adults, children, animals, everybody. So you know, it's good to have harsh penalties, but 10 years, even though it's in Canada, even though he says no one ever gets it, is a lot for a first DUI.
It is. And it's that thing where I was talking about how it's disproportionately punished, and it is. I mean, you can get more time for a DUI, and there's a harsher punishment than if you go and punch somebody in the face.
Right, but you're not just putting random everybody at risk when you get on the road. So
yeah, I get the concept behind it, but in terms of just it's disproportionately punished. Because my thing has always been, if you're like a 0.08, you're not hammered, you're not drunk to the point where you can't operate a motor vehicle. They've made the BAC level so low that at a 0.08 you'll feel slightly buzzed, but you're still able to operate, because you can drink a beer. Right. It's not that you can not drink anything and drive. You can't be so intoxicated that you can't operate a motor vehicle. So it's just safely. Obviously, I mean, to me,
a lot of drunk people can operate in a motor vehicle.
To me, if you live in an area that has Uber and Lyft and you're choosing to get behind the wheel of a car, you deserve it. That's the way I look at it in terms of if you're arrested for, Uber, Lyft. Right. Now, if you don't live in an area that has that type of service available, well, then you're going to have to figure something else out. You need to have you need a Bob Mata.
Yeah.
Like, you need a DD. Somebody like, I don't drink. I drive my friends around always if they've been drinking. Wait, are you saying?
No, I was going to say, I was starting to say champion of the world, but then I didn't want to.
I don't know about that, but I have my friends back.
Yeah. No, it was a poorly timed stop of a sentence. I was not scoffing your designated driving, because it's very good. Monica Vecchione is how I'm going. Just for Allie to attempt my name. How many actual issues for appeal do you think we have so far? And I'm sorry we didn't get to this yesterday, Monica, when we had Andrea with us. She is.
How did you say it? How did you say it?
Vecchione.
Yeah, it's either Vecchione or Vecchione. Monica Vecchione.
Wow.
Yeah.
But I think there's a lot of issues. We've pointed out some of them. They're the keeping out Easter, the FBI for ARCA. I mean, there's so many more that I can't think of right now that were
Andrea didn't think the kerfuffle with the hoodie was quite to the level that would potentially end up as a retrial issue.
I thought her issue was actually with Easter, because she didn't think that they put enough of a record in as to what he would have.
I had brought up Easter, and she thought that they didn't make enough of a record in terms of this is what they could have done, this is what they should have been able to do, this is what they would have put forth. She basically said that they should have had an affidavit from Easter as to what he would have been able to testify to, so as to demonstrate to Canoni and the appellate
You
court.
tell it. Go on, finish the sentence.
Oh, that was it. And then
What he would have,
ultimately she felt like that her as an appellate attorney, that they didn't come hard enough with that in terms of what they provided.
right, to develop
order
the
for-
record so
Right,
that the court would say, all right, this is what he would have said. And now I see why all that's helpful.
right.
Sorry, Vincent, that Runkle's not here to ask, but Vincent asked if he has seen physical evidence admitted with this horrible chain of custody in Canada. So we'll have to ask it next time he's on. I think that might actually be all of the ones we didn't get to yesterday.
Really?
I think so. I just
Well, that's not nearly as egregious as I thought it was. You were making it sound like it was like dozens and dozens.
wait, here's one. Okay. Here's more.
Okay.
Shay B said someone might hold out just to be a pain in the ass. And now this holdout might be where we're talking about the standalone OUI, or it could be someone saying guilty holding out just to be a pain in the ass. That's probably what Shay is saying. It's definitely possible, but I think after all the come back, the judge sending them back and telling them that they've got to do it. Hopefully, if it's just one, they won't hold out for too long. Hey Trace, I see you back there. I'm hoping we can email Cammie Brown the link for today. And if you text it to me, I'll text it to her as well. All right, Jenny Thomas said the phone stayed where it, quote, fell 12:45-ish when Jennifer McCabe was calling it. Moved in 2 places just before 6 a.m., just before Karen Reed found him.
Phone stayed where it fell 12:45-ish when Jen McCabe was calling it. Moved in 2 places just before 6 a.m., just before Karen Reed found him.
I mean, it's an issue. It's weird, because we did talk about how a Faraday bag would only block, you won't get GPS like you were talking about, but you're going to get orientation moving of the phone. You're going to get those other little things. It's definitely a riddle wrapped in a puzzle. What's the saying?
A riddle wrapped inside of a conundrum. Like it's the whole conundrum
with a riddle and a puzzle.
Inside, yeah.
It's reasonable fucking doubt. We don't know what happened. And to me, none of the possible stories make any sense. The only possible stories that make any sense is I still think it almost has to be that somebody was coming or going right after Karen Reed and did knock him over, not hit him with a car, somehow knock him over.
Maybe that's why Higgins ran back to the cop shop to pick up a Faraday bag.
Doesn't solve all the problems. And then they place him in the middle of the yard and then they do the thing with the thing. But how does all that time go by? How's he not there in the beginning? They stick him in the car and hide him in the garage. There's still got to be some kind of movement. None of it makes any sense. Sorry, I can't make it make sense. Queen Lizzie says Lansbury and Pee Wee are deceased because we were talking about who would play who at a lot of Andrea's audience was throwing out who would play who in the movie.
I mean, we're dealing with cops. Like if you're going to get knee deep into the whole conspiracy theory, and if they discover John or something happens to John in the house, and that wakes him up, you know how something extreme happens sometimes when you're intoxicated, you tend to sober up a bit, like very quickly. Cops would be saying, all right, well, don't move the phone. Don't move the phone. We've got to do something with the phone. And then they do what they need to do.
I mean, that's very possible.
They send Higgins back to the cop shop. He grabs a Faraday bag, just swings by the house, drops. I mean, who knows? The point being,
I mean, your point to if they're like someone's like, all right, toss the phone outside now while we figure this out, type of thing. Like they're like, get rid of the phone. That
What
something
happens
happened
if they
quick.
just wing it from the front stoop? It lands near the flagpole, and like
And then that's where they eventually put the body. I mean, that could be something.
There's ways around it, and we're dealing with cops who all know what Faraday bags are, and they all know that people's movement and GPS is what they're using to solve crimes these days. Who knows?
All right, I
Mm.
got to get through these because we're getting new supers and we got to get our people on. Oh, Tracy already did. Thanks, Trace.
What?
I forgot to send my family photos to my dad's Father's Day present, and we've sent it to him already.
Oopsies. So the Matas are not going to be represented.
Matas are not going to be.
Wow. That is so on brand for us, though, really, if you think about it. That's the beauty of Photoshop as well, though. They could just plug us in.
Right. I don't know. This was a special thing. But it's like some kind of collage thing. All right. Well, let me keep going here. So anyway, we were talking about who would play who. So they had Lansbury for Judge Russell and Pee Wee Herman for
Angela Lansbury for
Russell.
Dr. Russell, yeah. Okay.
Right. Pee Wee Herman for
yes, Paul Rubens is deceased.
Yeah. And Lansbury.
Which, by the way, the Paul Rubens, the Pee Wee documentary that just came out recently is really good.
Yeah, Andrea didn't like it because she didn't want Pee Wee to be, I mean, obviously, like we're saying he's deceased, but that Hank Brennan wasn't worthy of even Pee Wee.
I agree. Paul Rubens, great.
Joy Daly says the whole thing should have been tossed. Yes, literal power hungry white folks not being yanked out of these positions, losing vacation days. Yeah, crazy.
Old white men, they're the worst.
Legally Blonde says, what if he dropped his phone outside on his way in and they found it when Jen McCabe was calling him over and over again and they just laid him on top of it?
Plausible.
Holy shit. That was just lining directly into what we were just saying. That the phone gets there and then they're like, we're going to put the body on top of it. So Legally Blonde, well done. Nailed it. Meredith says, is anyone surprised there has been no jury question?
Allie is.
I'm really not, but I am. It's like, it is kind of early, but I really wanted one. And I will be shocked if there's no jury question before there's a verdict. That I'll definitely be shocked. And I feel like if there's not one today, I'm going to be surprised. I'm going to be disappointed. I'll tell you that much. I'm already disappointed.
Allie loves her jury questions.
I want me my jury questions.
She was saying that when I was in Delphi. She's like, where's the jury questions? Don't they have any questions? What's going on? Is that all of them?
I'm going to put up the little guy and then let's start going through today's. You start going through today's.
OnlyFan. Oh, sorry. I was going to get into my OnlyFan song. Okay. There is no R in lore. If you could pick any three people from the Reed trial to have on your show, who would it be and why? I love this. This is a great question. I'm going to go first. And I want to think about it for a second. So obviously, I'd like to have. Oh, that's so hard. Only three. I've got to think about this. Yeah, I would definitely want to have Karen on first and foremost.
I'm sorry, you're supposed to go first.
And then I would want David Yannetti and or Alan Jackson and or Bob Alessi. I'd have to pick one of the lawyers and I'd want Hank Brennan on.
Right. That's the problem.
Yeah.
So I'd want Brennan. I'd actually let's skip
firing on Hank.
Skip Reed. Let's skip Karen because what's she going to tell us?
What?
All right, fine. Karen. Well, I was trying to make it three lawyers. So Karen.
Hey, this is not a joint collaboration. You get your three, I get my three.
Then I say Karen, Yannetti, and Brennan.
Yeah. And why? Because I'd want to hear
grill his ass.
Karen's. Well, yeah, I'd want no. I mean, as far as Karen goes, I'd want to hear about the experience. What it like, just how hellish it's been because there's going to be no more compelling person to talk about what I was talking about yesterday with respect to the process in and of itself
Oh,
is
see,
punishment. It just is.
so
It's
we're thinking too narrowly. See, like Spitfire's like Dr. La Posada, a
nah.
lawsuit.
I could just get her on. I could call. I
This
mean, I
is a
could.
this is a question for your mind. What 3 people from the entire
Yeah, experts for me. What we could just have them on. Like we've had various experts from the Allen trial on, and I love that. But in terms of like who I'd really want to have on, but that maybe that's me being selfish just because I'm a lawyer and I want to hear from other lawyers. I don't know. Ultimately, we'd probably leave it up to y'all. We'd do like a poll.
Yeah, poll time.
Polling.
Actually, if you guys have some poll ideas, let's get a poll going. We love polls. Jen X Girl Lawyer says it would be hilarious if the jury sends out a note saying they have a not guilty verdict across the board, but the verdict slip doesn't make sense.
That would just a little slap in the face to Bev.
Bev's bias, beratements, and rulings. Thanks for the amazing panel yesterday. So good. Thank you.
What did you do with Bev's mouth there? She's got some kind of like face going. It's funny.
Julie, daughter, wife, mama. I keep hearing FBI was never said. Officer Kelly Dever said FBI. No, it was said, I think. And
Well,
AJ said, "Oh, really? The FBI have not heard one YouTuber say it. Just for you two, you are great." I was
should we
pretty.
go back to the Dever test? I mean, the nice thing about the tubes is we can go back and see
Well,
exactly.
you know what else we have? We have. Someone just needs to tell me what day, but we have transcripts.
We do.
Well, yeah, of trial days. Anyone know what day? Where's Sleuthy when you need her on like, give me the day this person testified.
Okay. Alabama, Gigi, Christy, love watching y'all. Thanks for all you do. Free Karen Reed. Not guilty, not guilty, not guilty. Thanks, Alabama. And Tammy Martin, your panel was bomb. So the kids have gotten rid of the in terms of using bomb. They just say, oh, that's bomb. They don't say the bomb. All us old heads say the bomb. Oh, that was the bomb. So your panel was the bomb yesterday. Thank you.
And the chat just says your panel was bomb.
The kids would say, not. I think we have a lot of old heads in here.
Oh, I'm not looking because I'm trying to find
Like
the
if Cameron were to come on or Scarlett, Scout would say, oh, that was bomb. They wouldn't say the bomb. Just a little, linguistic fun early in the morning.
What trial day?
Okay, so Colleen says, Allie, what yoga ball do you use when you stream? Love you too. We bought.
You guys, several of you gave me a birthday gift, and this is what I got with it.
Now, I expect this company to now be our new sponsor in tomorrow's show. It's Gaiam, G-A-I-A-M. What?
I think I can put it on my, I can share a link. Oh, this is wonderful because I did this.
Well, we could do it through YouTube.
No, but I did it on Amazon, and now I have look, I'm going to
No, but what I'm saying is things that we buy, we can put through YouTube on Amazon, and then we actually get some kind of credit for it. Like Jay does all that stuff. Like Jay was always way ahead of the game in terms
I
of.
probably bought this thing on your account, though.
Allie's not even listening.
No, I am listening, but I set it up on my Amazon. I set up one of those whatever accounts.
Allie's ability to ignore me is like
no.
Yes.
No.
So hey, we smashed 52,000 by the way yesterday. Thank you.
Hey,
beautiful humans. Yay. So exciting. So exciting. I'm going to look into that though, because even though Allie's ignoring me, I'm going.
Well, babe, I set it up. All right, I have it. I'm going to share it right now.
What up? Did you have to set it up through YouTube? You're not
well,
hearing.
But I set it up through Amazon.
But then if you do it through Amazon, did you link it to the YouTube channel?
No, but I can send them a link, and when they order it, Amazon does something.
So,
for
like, when I was talking about the mustard that I love, and like
us. Oh, yeah, I
50 people
remember.
are like, "Oh yeah, I went and bought that mustard." Like, if they would have bought it through like our Amazon thing, like our shopping pal or whatever the hell it's called, we
Mine's
would have gotten some kind of credit for it.
Look, see, store ID, copy associates link. Or I'm going to send this to you. Somebody figure out. I'll send it to Tracy, and someone figure out how to get it.
There you go. More work, Trace. Squinty
No.
Bubbles. Squinty Bubbles. Speaking of John Cusack and you griftas is another one of his excellent movies. That is a great movie. I really enjoyed that. There's a lot of great Cusack movies. He got kind of cheesy later in the career. Like, so, but I kind of thought Nick Cage did too, but he rebounded like late. Like Nick Cage he started making more independent movies that are more creative and better scripts, but smaller. I wouldn't necessarily call them like art house films, but because Nick Cage was making like some pretty shitty movies there for a period, and then rebounded. Like whatever it was, I think it was called Pig. I loved
Didn't
that.
work well. I don't know.
There you go. There she is, selling it without us getting any kind of credit for it.
I'm supposed to get it's like, I don't know.
Nas, who do you think put on a better case? I think Lally did more with less by calling people inside the house. It made John O'Keefe going inside less plausible. It's an interesting point. It's an interesting point, Nas, and that's like
say Brennan though.
It was a different case. It was a different case. And Lally, I think, kind of the whole purpose of his pre-Buttle case where he called all those folks is to do exactly what you said, but to take the wind out of the sails of the defense. You know, he's like, you can't fire me because I quit type move is what it was that Lally did. But it's an interesting concept.
It might have been less plausible last time.
Yeah, Brennan's was more streamlined. That's for sure. But Brennan put on
more effective and
no evidence really.
Oh,
Though.
Thanks, Glitter Beauties. Sorry, I jumped around. You have to get back to where you were. I'm gonna go look for that day, June 2nd. See, but what day of trial was June 2nd? All right, what day of trial was June 2nd? Because nobody
put. Appreciate you, by the way. Lana, whichever one is correct. Allie and Bob are the only law tubers who take the time to answer our questions in detail. I asked everyone about Rule 27B yesterday. They were the only ones to give insight, not gloss over it. Thank you. Well, thank you. We try.
We do. And then sometimes I just leave you guys all hanging, but at least I came back to it.
End the live and like with a bunch of supers hanging in the balance. But we come back and make up. Yesterday was a really long day. Like it was 10 hours. I challenge you out there. If you want to start a YouTube channel, just fire it up and then try to talk for 10 hours without gibberish, as NJ said. It's early morning. Like, were you talking about the ad? If we have sponsors and we're doing a live read, you guys are just going to have to suffer through. But if you're starting a business, use Shopify. There you go.
All right. So
extra bonus Shopify.
So day 25 was June 2nd. So thank you very much. The first time she said FBI was personally, it had nothing. This was on a different vein. Personally, no right fact of the matter is nobody ever threatened you with perjury, did they? Oh, they did. Yes, I contacted the FBI. So let's see where else the FBI comes in. Then it's about the FBI report. The crime lab. I spent some time at the FBI. There was a classroom. Let's see. Maybe.
All right, you find it. I'm going to keep going through. GA Hello Kitty gifted 5 DD podcast memberships.
She said federal agent. Sorry. He was a sworn police officer, not for us. He was. Oh, no, sorry. All right. Forget it. Keep going. I'll stop interrupting.
Thank you, GA. We appreciate you so much. And I'm sure all the lucky folks that were beneficiaries of your generosity are very, very happy as well. And then, just for good measure, GA Hello Kitty comes back and gives 10 more DD podcast memberships. Thank you so much.
All right, now I'm ready. So not the words FBI, but very clearly 2 separate law enforcement agents. And then I just saw
I mean, agents
Fed
typically
agents
means
somewhere.
feds.
Yeah. 2 separate law enforcement agents, and everyone knows that means feds. And then you were advised it was a crime to lie to those law enforcement agents.
All right,
So
just find out if we don't need to hear it all. Just see if she says FBI ever.
not only in relation to she contacted the FBI about, but I'll keep looking. Cammie's coming in 30 minutes, everyone. It's gonna be girl time. This is exciting. Again, Cameron Brown is a Boston native. She's been following this case. She also knows a lot about the Birchmore case. She's fun. She's sexy. She's amazing. You'll all love her.
Fun and sexy. All right. It's Carrie Cherry's birthday. We're going to try it. Ready? Wait, Allie's busy vaping.
Oh, boy.
Do you read through the chat? Like, some people are so intolerant of vaping. I just don't
I'm
understand
stunned
it.
caring about them.
I don't
Bob,
understand it,
day,
though. I'm
yeah.
like, wait, you're not in their house sitting next to them. Some
And
people,
it's not marijuana.
it's kind of like Uncle Buck's hat. Just the mere sight of it angers people. Okay, so you ready to sing happy birthday to Carrie Cherry? It's her birthday, and she can cry if she wants to, babe. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3, go.
Happy birthday to ya. Happy birthday to ya. Happy
birthday. I was right on with you. Why did you? Oh my God. You guys, the second time, the second verse, I was spot on, right? I waited for Allie to start. And because you have a very long gap in between the first and the second, like an inordinately long gap. Happy birthday, Carrie Cherry. You got a wonderful rendition of Happy Birthday. And she says, it's my birthday, and the best gift would be a not guilty and getting to spend it with you guys, of course. Well, we hope that you have a wonderful day. We hope that you are celebrated because the earth is a better place because you're on it. So happy birthday. And thank you for your generosity.
Happy birthday.
Just Mimi Sue. Aw, family hug. Welcome to the fam. Just Mimi Sue. We love having you here. Sonia Woods or Sonia Woods. Free Karen Reed. Free Turtle Boy. I think that's A. What do you think A is? AU is Australian. Maybe Austrian? Tell me where that is. Oh, wait. Maybe that is Australia. That looks like the Australian flag right there. Sonia, tell me where that is. I always thought AU was Australia. Maybe that is Austria. I don't know. Because they're like, when we see it, it'll show if it's in a different country. Like I can see if it's pounds or euros. And for whatever that is, it's just an A. So it's either Australia or Austria. So she says, remember when Bev was supposed to rotate out to civil court but stayed on this trial? Well, I'm worried she could rotate in and take over the O'Keefe civil trial against Karen. Could she?
That, I mean, technically, yeah, but I think that would be
weird.
Yeah, I think that would be a little.
Like if she did that, that would be my grounds for him. I'd be like, she's like literally judge stalking Karen. And I'd file a motion to have her bounce from the case. It would be tough. I don't know how it works there.
She might have won as a matter of right.
Yeah, like that weekend in Illinois in a criminal case for certain. I don't know if that's the case in civil court as well, but we can just bounce a judge. Boop,
I don't remember ever even trying, so I'm assuming no.
Yeah, but in criminal cases, like if we get a judge, a judge that we don't want to be in front of for that particular case, as long as they haven't made any kind of substantive ruling and it's before, 10 days, babe?
Yep.
We file a motion to have them for change of judge and we get a new judge. That's nice, isn't it?
Yep.
Illinois.
Just so I guess we've been saying like that they said FBI, but no, I've looked at it. It's separate law enforcement agents, but it was so many times in Dever's testimony.
Ooh, I'm
It just
telling.
was very clear that they were,
Hold on, I'm
federal
calling
agents.
Kelly Denver right now and saying that you're telling her you mispronounced her name again.
And the words FBI only came in when they were talking about not who interviewed her, who was involved, but who she talked to after she was threatened with perjury. Try not.
Ooh, David James, Bingo Bob. I used to play music professionally. A venue is paying for it. Not just the music, but years of training it takes to perform competently live.
Yes,
Yeah.
thank you, David James.
Yes, we have a ton of musician friends, and we're very, very, I don't know what the word is that I'd use, but sympathetic to their plight in terms of like these days, musicians, if you're not like a massive star, but you're out there super talented, have great music, you just don't make any money off album sales anymore. Like
It's hard.
you can't buy so they all have to go. It's all live touring. Touring bands is how you make your living if you're a musician today. So yeah,
But
we feel you.
he was saying that in response to us with the grift. Like, yeah, I mean, you're getting paid for what you were like, I went to law school. Da, 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 da.
Yeah,
So-
I mean, it's like we have a certain amount of expertise about certain things, and
We know
we're
some stuff.
choosing to share it. We're choosing to share it, and we think we're mildly entertaining. So there's that too. And it's not easy. Like having a
cheesy.
YouTube channel. It ain't easy. It's cheesy. Thanks.
Sorry, that
Thank you
was
so much,
super
David
cheesy.
James. Show your teeth. Member for 9 months. Aw.
Thank you.
Family hugs. Scoot McNary for Hank Brennan. I got to look it up. Somebody left that Hugh McWhatever, and it was the dude from. It was like a animated movie character, but it did look exactly like Hank Brennan. It was like Hank McPew or something like that. I can't remember who said it. I'm like, who is that? Is that an actor? I've never heard any.
All right, we got another one to look up at the same time because Leslie Tonkins says Sandlot squints for young Brennan.
All right, I'm looking up Scoot McNary right now. Let's see. Scoot McNary.
John Miller says, Bob, you know you want the Alessi versus Hyde for a rematch of the Nerd War. Have them on.
Nerd War!
Thanks, John. B. May, what we need is McCabe and Brian Albert with truth serum to know how close the defense theory is to what went down that night. All right. People are adjusting our who do we want on.
Shit. Number one, I love Scoot McNary. Like I never knew that was his name, but I've really liked him in some stuff. It's a pretty good call. It's a pretty good call. I'm gonna share Scoot McNary real quick, just so you all, in case you don't know who, if you're like me, you got to imagine him with his haircut like that, like like with Hank's Butta, throw some glasses on there, do this thing,
Small as hell. I can't see it.
Do the rat thing. Yeah, I see that. First time I saw this guy, I think he was in. What was the show with the computer? Like where they developed the computer. It was really good. It was a TV show. It wasn't
You mean like the internet with the people with the
No, they came up with like the game, like a game.
I don't know, babe.
Oh, it was so
but yeah,
good.
B May, if we get to add like truth serum to our potential guests from the trial, we'll have to switch up who it is for sure. Opens all kind of doors. Not that Mickey says poll idea.
Oh, Halt and Catch Fire. That's it.
That's what I was talking about.
That's what I was talking about, but you
Right,
didn't
but
say it.
It was the internet, not a game. It was like the whole.
It was basically a computer that they created.
Oh.
It was the personal computer revolution. It wasn't the internet.
Oh, but there was
in the early days. Yes.
Then they had to figure out how to.
Right.
So poll idea, guilty or not guilty on the OUI. That's a good one.
Okay. I mean, out of anything that they may have proven, That's
That
the
one's
closest.
that one's yeah, definitely the closest. I mean, there's some grounds for reasonable doubt if you want to find them with the testimony of, the people and the
Well,
ways
and
and this
beyond
and that.
that, they have no idea. She may have gone
I
back and
mean,
had like poured herself a stiff
that's
drink,
true, but
calmed
when
herself
she
down.
doesn't remember in the morning that she even went to the um not the McCabe home, the Albert home, you know, I don't know. I don't know. Laura, welcome. What does she get, babe?
Aw, family hug.
And thanks
Welcome, 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 Laura. We
Twitter
love having
beauties.
you. Laura's
Lift it up.
been over here for a hot minute.
Rami, member for 2 months. Thanks for your generosity.
Rami or
Congrats.
Romy?
And I think
Romy and Michelle's. What was that? Romy and Michelle's.
yeah, maybe it is Romy.
Maybe.
Yeah.
All right, now you guys have to answer this one honestly. Don't just like not go there, not go there.
Hey,
if
do we
you're
really
in-
like Shopify? I have t-shirt ideas. Yeah. I mean, Shopify is great.
Shopify is phenomenal. Yeah, like we're using Bonfire now, but that's only because I'm not having our t-shirts printed. I'd much prefer to be selling them on ourselves because I'm beholden to Bonfire. Like whenever they send stuff out, because it's on demand with them, and they take a huge cut. I think they take like 70%. It's crazy.
Mostly
So yeah, Shopify is the way to go.
Mostly Peaceful Redhead says, who would play Karen Reed in the movie? My pick would be Renee Zellweger. Bob's distracted, but he's the one to answer these questions because I can't even remember. I can't even pull a name out of my ass.
Reed in the movie, my pick would be Renee Zellweger. Yeah, I could see that. It's kind of like a dirty blonde. Yeah, let's keep thinking on Karen. Let's keep thinking on Karen. I think what we should do, we should turn this into a game for the casting. Like where we'll take like the 3 or 4 best entries for who we think would play certain characters, and it's got to be real people. It can't be animated things because and Karen's tough because she's unique looking.
Well, plus you got to get that personality in there, right? Not just what she looks like.
Yeah.
She's a straight shooter.
I'm looking at it, yeah. So let's wait. Oh, wait, I did want to look at the Sandlot.
So Matthew Self if I had looked, he followed up right away. Day 25 of trial, right before Russell. Yep. That's when Dever testified.
Oh, Squints. Yeah. That's funny. I wonder what he looks like as an adult, because as a child, he could play young Hank in the story of Hank. See,
Is that it?
Yeah,
it's
that's
too
it.
small. You got to blow it up. I can't see anything.
Okay, hold on. Take it easy. Take it easy. All right. Look. Can you see him?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's
it's young Hank.
He actually looks
there you go.
That's better. That's better.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. It's good.
Carla Mass says, I'm at the buffer zones, but so are you guys as people are streaming your live. Say hi to us. Boots on the ground, all. We love you all.
What's up?
Hi, boots on the ground.
Everybody,
Carla Mass.
Fight the good fight. Fight the good fight. Free Karen Reed. Let's go. Bring us a verdict today, y'all. Bring us a verdict.
Do it.
Everybody get the chant, the quiet chant, so you don't get in trouble. Free Karen Reed. Free Karen Reed. You whisper, a whisper chant.
Wait, so if they're in the buffer zone, they're allowed to chant, right?
Yeah, I mean, they're in the yes, they're supposed to. Wait, is the buffer zone the area that you can't go into? You have to be outside. Like, so there's a buffer. So I'm assuming you cannot be in the buffer zone because that's the area in between where you can be in the courthouse. So that's the buffer, right? That's if you're using the word buffer, you got to be it's a buffer. It's an area in between.
Buffer.
I need a buffer. I need a buffer. There's like, we need a buffer in between Allie and I when she's really mad at me. I need a buffer. I need somebody to buff for me.
What?
Buff it. No, she's so
What?
sweet. She's so sweet.
I'll buff you.
Let's see. Where are you at?
So keep fighting the good fight, boots on the ground. I wanted Bob to come and interview everybody who are there and to be the man on the street.
I know. I saw
the
Vinny
ground.
was out there. Vinny was out there. And
See, you and Vinny could have been palling it up, talking about your outfits, the way you
I would
guys
have
like to do.
I'd still have to be convincing Vinny of what's what, because he's asleep at the wheel sometimes on this case.
Nah, he's. I
I
mean,
love
I don't know.
Vinny.
I
I'll
haven't
tell
been
that.
to
I'll
him,
tell
but-
that straight to his face. You know that.
Sky is a neighborhood. Could they appeal if she is convicted on the OUI if they asked for that charge to be included? I think not. Also, how did softball go? Don't ask. It's been painful.
It's been a tough season.
But no, I mean, they asked for the OUI to be added. So if they come back guilty on the OUI, I have to think about it a little more. I wish Andrea was here because she'd know like that. But my initial legal perspective was if you ask for that charge and then they come back guilty on it, how in the hell do you argue that there was insufficient evidence? Because by asking for it, you're saying that there's enough there for them to consider it. So
Right.
I don't think that they could appeal it.
Yeah, that's a real uphill battle. If you're, it's that thing where be careful what you wish for because you just might get it type situation.
Right. But there might be, you know what? I'm gonna see
I
what
threw
Andrew
the poll up. All right. So you guys are being reasonable. So we've got 822 votes on the standalone OUI, 38% guilty, 62% not guilty. You've done better than I thought that you guys would. I thought it would be like your typical 92 to 8 or 96 to 4.
I'm voting
That
guilty.
one, there's some more evidence, but if they were trying the case, here's the thing about it. If they were trying it, had she only been charged with an OUI, we'd beat that. Because of the gap in time, they have no way to prove. They could go back and say everything that they want to say about the hours leading up to whenever. But in terms of being able to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that she didn't go home and consume alcohol, because when they take the blood draw, they just wouldn't be able to prove that beyond a reasonable doubt. Like, that's the reality of it.
Yeah,
That's the reality.
and they didn't prove that. I mean, there's enough. There's
reasonable doubt there.
There's reasonable doubt, but it's not like, oh, that's insufficient. I'm just saying, if somebody wanted to find reasonable doubt, they could, but I think it's pretty clearly
I mean, I had a lawyer friend that picked up a Dewey, and I represented him on it, and we decided with those, I always did bench trial with one exception, and that's because it was an unusual defense. But I went in, and he had gotten out of the bar. He was hammered, went to his car, and fell asleep for like 3 hours in his car. He ends up starting to drive home after a few hours. He gets pulled over because he blew a stop sign. And ultimately, like, when the cop approaches him, he will not roll his window down more than a crack. He rolls down the window, and he won't look at the cop in the eyes. He just looks straight ahead. So the cop's not going to be able to smell his breath. He couldn't see his eyes, and he hands him his license and his insurance, and he refuses, obviously, to blow, but he also refuses to do the field sobrieties, which is your right. A lot of people don't know that. I think a lot of people are under the impression that when they tell you to get out of the car and you have to do the fields, that you have to do it, and you don't. So he gives the cop nothing. So we go through the entire trial, the bench trial, and ultimately the state didn't have any evidence against him. So and the judge is like, he's like, sir, you got extremely lucky here, but I have to find you not guilty because there's reasonable doubt. because the state just didn't have any evidence, even though circumstantially everything appeared to be that he was pretty intoxicated still, even after sleeping for 3 hours. So the OUI, I think if it were to be tried alone, if that was the only thing she had been arrested for, I think they would have beat it.
It's possible. Hey,
Kelly
you didn't,
Moreland.
you didn't
Aw.
read the one that was just there though.
It's like when Lance Briggs, the old Bears quarterback, like crashed his Lamborghini on 290 and just left it there. Like when people get in an accident and just leave their shit there, you know that they were hammered. It's like they're not waiting around. They couldn't do anything with them. They couldn't prove it. It's like you have to be able to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt.
Right. All right. Nan says Brennan morphed from a
Wait, I
weasel.
didn't give Kelly a family
You
hug.
did.
Welcome. Oh, I did. All right.
Brennan morphed from a weasel to a badger to a full-blown ferret. Free Karen Reed. Justice for Officer John O'Keefe. Yes. Thank
Old
you.
Hank Brennan.
Occipient boner. Yeah. How much money to see Arca?
That's the is it the occiput bone? It's the
Oh,
bone,
the
the skull
occiput.
bone that
Right. What he called,
think it was
Brennan called it a
pronounced.
boner.
Hey, don't quote me on medical terminology. Not my thing.
How much money to see Arca see the blue paint test the first time?
Oh, you mean fly on the wall style?
Yeah.
Not as much as I would have paid to be on the phone call, fly on the wall style between Wolf and Rentschler after they were not sequestered anymore to talk shit about Hank. I would have paid more to hear that convo.
I don't know. I feel like that first looking at that would have been like, I feel like there would have been laughing, scoffing, like, wait, what? Is this a fucking joke? I don't know.
It would have been a lot.
It would have been good. It would have been
Yeah,
good.
it would have been pretty good. Now
Thank
that you
you.
say that, that's true. That might have been better. The hilarity that ensued.
Right. Mickey says, I hope everyone has a great day. Granddaughter induction day and praying not guilty to go with it. She's going to be a grandmother today. Wow. Congratulations.
Granddaughter induction day.
Yes.
Wow. So that's amazing. That's exciting.
Yeah.
Welcome to grandparenthood.
And
It's
good
wonderful.
luck. Julie, daughter, wife, mama. Yes, she does say FBI, and so does AJ. I have to run. Please, all the people that liked my comment, help find it. Thank you. I'll be listening and quiet.
Thanks, Julie. We'll
I
find
guess
it.
if someone sees it, yes, stick it up there.
I mean, Julie seems adamant about it. So
and Kraken, if you want to come join us after Cameron Brown, send the email with your email so we can send you the link, because she donated $50. Thank you, LMC Cali Girl. Stephanie says, I'm vaping along with you, right along with you, Allie. Thank you.
Yeah, Allie just doesn't care.
No, I did at first. I used to do like, and then I would hide it with the microphone. If I lined it up right, watch. I had it so good. Wait. I mean, it was like things were lined up differently when I was doing it, and I wasn't on the yoga chair. So, but I definitely had a really good way to be like, nobody noticed a damn thing. Look at that.
Tammy
Wait, I didn't read
Martin.
her comment. I didn't read her comment.
Wait, you said I'm vaping along right with
No,
you.
Tammy's. You unclicked it.
Oh, yeah, we need a turtle boy for Richard Allen. That was
Yeah.
basically me, except I didn't call people names all the time.
Yeah, you didn't get out there on the
Like if that case would have been streamed, I would have been the turtle boy of that case because I was the only one really covering it.
just
Like
differently.
heavily.
At first, yeah.
Right, I
Yeah.
just like I'm not calling people vile names, but I like Aiden. I don't like the way that he talks to people, but and I think that he did an amazing job shining light on this case, 100%.
Yeah.
And
Contrary to what Harry says.
I think his case is utter bullshit. So all those things.
Yes.
You get more bees with honey than you do with vinegar. That's kind of
Country Mary says, Bob, let Allie do the singing. Bob actually is a
what?
better
How dare
singer.
you? How dare you,
He's
Contrary
got
Mary?
the voice. He's got the voice.
Wow. All right.
Oh, look
Afternoon
at
show
that.
too.
L. McCallie girl says, I think Bob's timing is throwing off the birthday song.
Allie's too damn slow on it, y'all. I'm telling you.
Happy birthday to ya. Happy birthday to
See,
ya.
you don't do it that fast when we're
Happy
singing together.
birthday. I was picking it up.
That's how fast you're supposed to do it. Like when
We'll
we do
see.
it together, there's like this 3-second gap before you start singing the second chorus.
We
It's
should have
crazy.
waited for Cammie and seen if like the two of us could have done it. Or
Oh
the two of
yeah.
you could have
It's
done
not
it.
too late. It's not
We
too
could have
late.
tested it out.
No, I'm gonna have Cammie sing her Defense Diaries jingle that she made up.
Yinser says, do any states stand out for having a messed up court system or process? Just curious. Well, I mean, it sounds like, Massachusetts has its fair share of, of different things with the objections. That's bizarre. But I can't think of any specific state. I mean, there's like Louisiana has its own thing going on, like with the law. New York, it uses a completely different criminal justice system than most, but I'm not saying it's like bad or messed up. But I don't know. I don't know. Mike, what is that? Couche?
I would say Couchy.
Couchy says
I mean,
more info on
It could
FBI.
be Couche though.
Couche.
Bobby Boucher.
Couchy. All right. More info on FBI investigation after the verdict. I doubt it. The FBI keeps their shit on lock, and I really think they have everything. What else are they investigating? Unless they're investigating inverted videos. I mean, I'd investigate it. Andrew Robinson said, my wife didn't watch any of the trial, but I had her watch the closings. Afterwards, she said Karen Reed is guilty. She said the videos were the difference because she admits to hitting John. Really scary. Oy, oy, oy. It is scary. And we all know we're all jaded, We might not be seeing this shit straight. Thanks for scaring the shit out of everybody this morning, Andrew, and for your generosity.
Yeah.
I keep watching the time thinking.
I mean, Andrew's wife is a juror, potentially.
I mean, she's
Yeah.
I mean, it was just off the closings. So, but still, I mean.
Wait, why are you guys saying Judge Canoni?
Where? Who said Judge Canoni?
I don't know. Like a bunch of people. I'm way behind in the chat. I'm almost an hour behind. Oh, I think they were saying she was coming out.
Or the JC when we were trying to figure out JC.
Oh, that was it. That was it.
Everyone's like, "What is wrong with you two?"
Yeah, Matt's
Bob's
like,
got perimenopause brain
seems like
too.
low hanging fruit. Yeah,
Right.
Yeah. There you go.
It's contagious.
Hey, I took the beating on it.
Brain fog is contagious.
Yeah.
Duncan, Idaho says, were I a juror, I'd nullify on the OWI regardless of evidence. Commonwealth has to be shown that operating like this will profit them nothing. That is the biggest fear right now, Duncan. No, take it back. Don't put it out there in the universe. Because if they do not come back with a verdict on count 2, and I can't imagine they're going to be able to convince everyone to go not guilty on the OUI. But if it comes down to that, and that's what they're struggling, we need all those jurors who were begging, don't compromise, stay strong, fight the good fight, to give in and cave and say, fine, take the OUI, because otherwise we could have a round 3 with the manslaughter charge still fully in effect. And I kind of went back and forth on that yesterday when I did like a not even a read, but I'd like grabbed a line out of the Roth case and said, but don't hold me to it because I haven't read the whole thing. But then when we got on with Andrea, she clarified that the rule part of the case I was looking at was what they said the judge did wrong. So it's back to my official first answer, which was Massachusetts law counts the OWI. Wait, it's OUI, right? or is it OWI? OUI. The very same as the manslaughter. So if they don't reach a unanimous verdict on that OUI, then she can be retried for manslaughter. So don't do that, Duncan. Don't put it out there. Don't put it out there. I keep watching the time, thinking any moment, any moment.
What a verdict.
No, the fabulous Cammie
Oh,
Brown.
Cammie. I saw
All right, so
Cody in here for a
I
while.
asked Andrea if she thought them suggesting the OUI would waive insufficient evidence, and she said she wasn't sure either. So it's definitely a potential ramification of them putting it out there. But because she's getting ready. She's getting ready. But because that's why I decided to text Andrea, because I'm like, well, like just because you're agreeing that you want a lesser included shouldn't mean you're agreeing that they have evidence for it. So it would take some more looking into. David James says any data on quantify DUIs before Uber, after Uber. Yeah, the quantity. I'm certain they've probably gone down. I haven't looked, but it would be shocking if they haven't. It's got to have had a huge impact, because even though taxis were always available in big cities, you walk outside everywhere else, you're like,
Well, plus you can order the Uber ahead of time and stay in the bar. Like, yes, I'm sure that's a great question, but I'm sure somebody's done a study on that. It has to have been significant. Has to have been. I mean, to me, like, it's a no-brainer.
yeah.
It's a no-brainer. Just get an Uber.
RJB says, Allie, you inspired me to go back to school to get my degree. Can't
Oh.
decide if I want to go for paralegal or criminal justice. Any advice? So I don't know if your question is like paralegal and you'll stay a paralegal route, or criminal justice and you'll head the law school route. I also don't know how old you are.
Just doesn't matter.
Right, I guess. It's just like timing your life to fight and to I always tell people, like, my initial thing is like, look, if you're going in to give voice to the voiceless and power to the powerless, just you're gonna be depressed and saddened. And that's kind of what I went in for. And I do feel like I was able to do that in in little ways in certain people's lives. But it can be it can really kind of grind you down when you have high aspirations of like making a difference. But I'm hoping that all of this, that the streaming of trials, the constant like cameras on law enforcement, on government, on police officers, that people are really seeing how truly important defense attorneys are. When we get those hard questions as defense attorneys, like, how can you defend this person? I almost like, I like want to scoff at people. Like, don't you realize we're the heroes? We are the heroes. And it's not because of the people we're representing, but it's because we're doing our part to keep the system in check, the checks and balances. And with a system as flawed as ours is, you lose the checks and balances of the defense bar, and you've all seen what you end up with. So paralegal is it a great way to get involved in the law. I mean, paralegals, if you are really good at it, you're basically doing everything for the lawyer, other than standing in the courtroom and arguing. And you're going through the discovery and, setting up interviews with witnesses. So, I think I would say going the paralegal route just to get that background, because, criminal justice as like a major, police do that as a major a lot, right, babe? And you can take criminal justice type classes without going like a straight criminal justice.
I think a lot of cops get a criminal justice degree. So
That's
I
what I
mean,
just said, and then I said, right, babe?
yeah, it's flexible. I was a sociology major. I think that's a great, an excellent. Oh,
I
Cam,
know. I heard
Cammy's
it.
here.
I heard
Allie's
it.
gonna be so
I
excited.
heard it. I heard it. I'm trying to take a breath. All right. We have a very special and amazing guest, the talented, the Boston native, my friend and Bob's,
Wow.
the
Talk about
queen
some,
of the skies, Cammie Brown.
Yay! What's up, girl?
Hey.
Hi,
Oh,
my
this is so
lawyers.
exciting. Yes.
Indeed.
Yes.
Indeed.
How are
So
you?
we're
We are
excellent.
good. How have you been holding up? So I've told people you've been following this case since the jump. You're the one that told me, hey, do you know about this Birchmore thing? And she was giving me all the dirt. And she
I
was
was
like,
trying to
Turtle
let
Boy,
you into the
you know
Boston
this Turtle
world.
Boy guy? He exposed everything. Cammie was on point as usual.
Oh my gosh, I missed you guys.
We
We
miss
missed you
you. We
too.
didn't see you at
I thought
Jazz
we were gonna have
Fest.
2 weeks huddled in a corner talking about this case.
I know. I know.
Cammie is our ride or die for Jazz Fest, and those of you that are
Mhm.
with us a lot know Bob and I did not go this year, the first year
So
in
sad.
13 years, but I had heard you were almost not going to go. Like everybody was like, "Oh, we're not
Yeah.
like someone's only going second or first weekend, and so no one's going." And then everybody ended up going.
It was
And you
a
stayed the whole
strange year.
time? You
Yeah, I
went back
ended up
and
being there
forth.
the whole time.
Did you leave and go back? Is that what happened?
For one day, I had my nephew's first communion, I
Oh, what a
think.
good aunt.
So I
What a
left
good
for
aunt.
one day and went back.
What a good aunt.
How was
right.
it? Fun? Was it lame? You got to tell us. It was the worst year. It was the
It
worst.
Oh,
was.
I thought she meant your nephew's thing. I was like, what?
Not the communion.
No. Jazz
No,
Fest.
it was different.
Oh, good. See, we
Yeah.
weren't
It
there.
wasn't, listen, the music was great. There wasn't that much hangs happening like we were used to. Not a lot of people were down there. It was
Told you
different
somebody
this year.
broke Jazz Fest. I've said
Somebody
this.
broke jazz.
Yeah. Chris
He
Lawson
knows
was
who he
all
is.
that, too.
So,
Yeah.
Cammie, how have you been holding up during verdict watch? What did you think of the closings? Tell us anything you want to say on this case. We want to hear
I
from
am
you.
stressed. I'm very stressed. I don't think maybe today we'll get the verdict, but probably tomorrow. I think it's going to be a long one. Closings, as an internet lawyer, only on big cases, I thought Jackson's closing was close to perfect.
It was
Um,
phenomenal.
I thought it was really, really strong. He really hammered reasonable doubt. Brennan was really confusing to me. He kept bouncing around at the beginning. He had that one moment in the middle that I was like, damn, he got the jury. He got them back because he was talking about the temperature of the phone,
Yeah.
no movement. Like when he honed in onto that, I was like, damn, like he just got the jury back in his corner with that moment, but he still didn't prove that he was hit by the car.
Right.
So I don't know where this is
Do you
gonna
think
go.
then he turned around and lost them when he pulled that shit with Barrios? Like
Barrows.
he's a clout Barrios?
Yeah.
Is that it? Is it Barrios or
It was-
Barrios? Which is it?
Just Barrows.
Barrows.
B-A-R-O.
He's a clout grabber from Boston. Like I'm like,
clout grabber.
Yeah, he might have lost them again. I don't know. I think this trial, compared to last trial, like was very boring compared to last year. Last year was so flashy. There was so much like conspiracy right in your eye. And like Brennan spent the middle of all of his people talking about a small percentage of seconds. And it was just so confusing that like I just don't think the jury was checked in at all during that time because I wasn't.
right.
And then it just, I don't know. They have a lot of stuff that they have to go through.
All right. So, in terms of being a Boston girl, what is the vibe there in terms of kind of the split in terms of guilty, not guilty? Like what do you hear like when you're out there, because it's hard for us to know
Yeah,
if you're
I'm
not there.
Yeah.
And
It's
obviously
tough.
our community is super NG, so but I'm curious as to what the vibe is out in the streets in Boston.
We just have a history of, cops not doing the right thing. And so I think everybody I've talked to, everyone thinks she's not guilty for the most part. My brother's the only one that thinks she's guilty that I know, but he's never watched a single part of the trial. He does it to piss me off. Like, he just randomly will text me like, "Oh, she's gonna fry," and then I go into tangents. Like, he literally does it to bother me, but he's the only one that I've heard be like, "No, she's definitely guilty." So, for the most part, I think people see it, and
And
we on
is
the outside know so much more of, like, what's going on, what happened during the first trial, or all the stuff coming out from the communities, that it's, like, really tough to, like, have all this information and then only the jurors know what happened in trial.
Yeah,
right, right.
yeah.
So does the history of corruption play a part in that local, perspective?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah, I
like,
think it has to.
even if you just know somebody who's a cop, and, like, regardless, that whole brotherhood of, like, okay, like, I got your back kind of thing, I mean, that's everywhere. So it's not shocking that a couple of cops would have each other's back to protect each other.
So what do you really think happened? If you had to come up with the theory, what the fuck happened?
Oh my God. I've changed my theory so much because last year, nobody could tell me that it wasn't Colin. Like, not a single person couldn't tell me he was involved with his falling on his knuckles, like his whole testimony with his cuts on his hands and stuff. This year, like, with
Babe, is
everything
that
else.
real?
What?
Better
Huh?
look this up. True jury question, exclamation point.
Oh
Oh.
shit.
Nope.
You guys keep chatting, I'll look it up.
Right. She's like, wait. So you
So
keep going while
yeah.
he looks because I'm excited too.
Yeah, this
I'm on
year
hold.
it's a really hard thing. I think he probably entered the garage. I thought the basement for a very long time because they redid the entire basement before they moved out. They ripped up the floors, and somebody said that they, like, had just redone it. So I always thought something took place down in the basement, but I think he probably walked into the house, was confronted pretty quickly, maybe attacked by the dog and fell. I just don't think it didn't happen on the front yard. There's no blood pooling under his body, but he had that huge like, those questions aren't asked, and I'm confused.
Right.
Like, how
That's
much
true
blood
though,
did he
'cause like
lose?
Hank can't have it both ways. You can't have frozen hard ground, but then where's the 3 liters of blood?
That part.
No, that part is like the thing that we kind of get stuck on a little bit is, I mean, the phone's an issue in terms of trying to explain it, but the defense doesn't have to explain anything.
That
To
part,
me,
yeah.
the case lives and dies in the fact that John O'Keefe's body in no way, shape, or form indicates that he was struck by a motor vehicle, and the damage on Karen's vehicle, and especially in terms of the diffuser and the fact that that tail light would not have illuminated, which I was so glad that Jackson brought up in closing.
Mm.
'Cause I don't know if you've seen like Be in Trouble 31's like testing of the tail light. He bought a bunch
Oh.
of Lexus tail lights and he
You
was
know that little
smashing 'em.
plastic piece that has the holes?
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
like the bumps on it. The
that's
bump
the
on it.
diffuser. And when that is out, this guy showed, and it was touched on. I missed that testimony, touched on during trial, but not highlighted enough based on what everyone's saying. But the tail light doesn't illuminate. So it's like, and the other
At
question is,
all.
how did that thing get out anyway? It's
It
not like an
was
exploding piece.
it was just so shattered. Even like the, was it Wolf? Dr. Wolf that came up, and he was like, "That piece underneath the initial, like, the covering, there's no way that that could have shattered in that way."
That's the diffuser.
Right.
Yeah,
There's an
it's like
inch
it's
gap.
thick.
Right.
How the
Yeah.
fuck did it get out? How the fuck did it
Yeah.
get out? And I feel like that is the kind of thing, like the little thing that could have been highlighted more in closings.
Yeah.
Just but it was a great closing. There was like a couple things like I still can't get over like there's like just a couple little things that I wish could have gotten in, like Higgins destroying his phone. It
I
doesn't need
know.
to be third party. It could just be him and Kenny Berkowitz. Why were they in the freaking, Sallyport for a wildly long time? And it's weird. And then he's destroying his phone,
Right.
and where was his Jeep parked? So how did she go back 80 feet? There's, hey, did you look to see, is there a jury question? You're supposed to be,
I've got Boston 10 on.
I mean, I have that on too. We're all looking at that right there with OnlyFans.
Well, I mean, until like if there's a question, they'll go back to open court.
I know, but are you seeing anything on X? Are
Oh.
people talking about it? Come
All
on,
right.
babe. Keep us in the loop here.
Right. So yeah, Jess Machado says there is a jury has a question.
Woo! Cammy's here for the first jury question. Yay! Bob wanted to put you on the spot and make you sing a song.
Yeah, I was gonna make you sing our defense diary.
The theme song.
Yeah. That was a late night jingle you came up with.
I haven't had my honey water. My throat's not good yet. My tea.
Fair. That's fair. Fair.
All right.
Yeah,
If Court
you
TV is
wanna
playing
pull-
live,
we got it up.
they've got the dad on.
Wait,
I just
Court
can't tell.
TV? I'll
I
check.
couldn't
Court
tell if it was
TV.
new or old. Let's see what they say.
That's got to be old. It's got to be old. Let me see what they got.
All right. They're just talking about people.
Oh, everybody's like ears will start bleeding if I put Julie Grant on.
No.
Everybody will start raging. Yeah, Julie used to have me on the show a lot before Karen Reed. And then I think she quit following me on Twitter and everything. I was like, all right.
He's Vinny only now. Tell the X world that we're to come join us for the jury question.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
All right. So Cammie, who did you miss the most? Not from like you love the drama of the witness, but like that you thought could have added something this time, even with the focus being more on reasonable doubt, but like a little tidbit that you really thought could have been helpful this trial that wasn't there.
I mean, I understood like the strategy, but like not having the Albert family on, not having Higgins, like so he can explain his whole I was asleep and I butt dialed, but we have you on film at the station.
Right.
At a time that last year he was saying he was home sleeping and him and Brian Albert were butt dialing each other in bed. Like,
yeah, the butt dials, some of that shady shit would have just been really, really helpful. But especially his denial of that phone call, because they got in the phone call, but the jury doesn't know he denied the phone call.
It just having all the words of butt dial again, I think it's just allegedly the jurors are pretty young. Like I've heard a couple people that were in trial saying that they're younger, like 30s, average, I think I heard. But you have them talking about this and not a single voicemail has ever been left if these are all butt dials, like, and people would understand that. I just feel like it would really hint at how much they all talk to each other before telling their side.
Right.
Because how many people butt dial like that?
No.
It just felt like a very
and I don't know,
did
Alan Jackson in closing even discuss those calls, the calls that she claims were butt dials that were, why didn't it go to voicemail again at closing? I can't remember.
I feel like did he talk about calling her sister? I'm trying to remember now.
He did talk about calling the sister. He talked about like the 507 call.
Yeah.
But I just don't remember if he talked about Jen McCabe making
oh my gosh, I'm blanking.
How many ever calls she made where we're like, okay, how do you hang up, call again, and why isn't there a 20-minute voicemail or however long?
Well, I think that was like heavily brought in during Cross with Jen.
It was.
with her as far as her phone calls to John O'Keefe.
Right, but I don't
Like-
remember it being highlighted in closings. Do
I
you?
can't remember either. I
We're
don't think
gonna.
it might
What
not
about you
have.
guys, chat? Do you remember if that was something highlighted in closing? Bella's mom still thinks Colin was involved. So
Ugh,
Yeah,
see?
and Cammy, so even during the first trial, I was not a huge fan of the conspiracy side of it from the defense side, only because I just thought it was going to be very difficult to get 12 people to buy into that concept, and you're creating kind of a de facto burden
Mm.
on the defense in terms of you tell people this is what we're going to show you, and if you can't show them in a way that they're like, okay, yeah, that happened, then you've created this burden that they don't have. As you know, the defense has zero burden to prove anything. So I really wanted them to try this case exactly how they tried this one.
This
But from
time.
your perspective,
well, before we
I mean, what
before we
did you
do that, I think Millennium Mama has a great point. Let's talk about what the jury question could be. All right, you're our nominated juror right now. What do you think about what could the jury question be?
It's probably about the confusion of the slip. She like
Wow. If it's that already,
it's gonna be like it,
that's a
or they
good
might be
sign.
asking to look at some kind of evidence. But
Right.
I don't know how. Like I understand she, based off of the law, did nothing wrong with her jury instruction last year or the slip, and she's standing 10 toes down because Auntie Bev is like that. But like, wouldn't you want it to be as easy for the jurors as you can? Like last year, that was the biggest confusion. That's why there was a hung jury. Like she's unwilling to change things.
Yeah,
So
which
I
is
wouldn't
so
be
weird.
surprised.
I
So
just
if
don't
they
understand
if
it.
it is about the jury, the verdict slip, that's a really good sign because that means they're already filling out the verdict slip.
Yeah.
They're in verdict world. I wonder if it could be something like, like that gosh, like a burden of proof type question, like do we have to accept? 'Cause I keep going back to when we had um Andy Baldwin on most recently, Bob, and the jurors were like, um do we have to accept ei- either one of their theories, or does it have to be, do we have to believe one of their theories, like something like that? That would kind of be um
Well, that
interesting.
question would scare the hell out of me because that would mean they still don't understand what reasonable doubt is if they
Right.
ask that type of question. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I think it's probably going to be them asking to see something is what my guess is.
Like evidence.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Or yeah.
they want to view something. And I don't know
Hopefully they're
offhand
not asking for a playback, a readback.
what is her, because they don't allow those. She has no readbacks, right? So
Right.
what was her position on the jury viewing evidence? Like
I
in
thought
Richard Allen's cases, like they got to see it one time and that's it.
I
Oh,
thought
Oh
she
shit,
said it
it's
was going to be
on.
back there.
It's on.
I
Let's
think we'll
go.
be right back there. Yeah.
Make it bigger, make us small.
Please be seated, court is in session.
Excuse me, I was just informed that somebody accused. Just informed.
Don't mute it. We want to hear what you're saying.
So counsel, why don't you come on up?
Ah,
Oh God.
gosh, she's going to keep it secret.
Come on, dude.
Oh, Lord. So we're not even going to hear it. Or maybe she's going to read it to them first and then we'll hear it.
Yeah, she has to read it. She read them out loud last year. I mean, she read all the notes. Oh God. Just when you thought you were out of sidebars, she drags you back in.
Not the
Oh,
sidebar.
oh my God.
So, how long did you have our girl Sheesh?
Oh, she did the festival. What festival was it? In Swansea, up here
Oh,
on Friday
Halloween?
with Nikki
Halloween
with
was that Halloween?
Supersonic homies. So she went to that and then she slept over from Friday night. I dropped her off at the airport yesterday.
Oh, you guys got some good girl time.
Yeah. So it was
Yeah.
nice for her to like be here without us
Does
hopping around.
Does
for
she know
gigs.
anything about the case? Because I know you had to be wanting to talk about it.
She knows as much as I probably talked about it. Like we were down in New Orleans and like she woke up and I was like watching the trial. I'm like, hey, like just 7 more hours to go for the day. Like,
I'll see y'all later. We'll hook
yeah, I'm
up
probably
later.
not gonna make it to Toulouse tonight because I am behind on my trial. But no, she knows a little bit, but she always asks, like, how's the Karen Reed trial? Like, is she
Yeah,
gonna
last
win?
year we were streaming it during Jazz Fest. It was painful, as you
I
can
Wait,
know
was-
imagine.
it's tough.
Was that Jazz Fest last year too?
Yes, yes.
It
Don't you
started.
remember the day where neither of us had slept? It was
I wore
like,
my sunglasses.
yeah. Allie took the bullet. She's like, "Oh yeah, I'll do the first shift."
That's when you
Yeah.
guys were in that big house, right?
Yeah,
That
yeah,
that week, yeah.
yeah. That
Oh
was
my God.
brutal. That
Wow,
was
this is a
rough.
lot of talking about this. Now, this is, I mean, could that mean it's about the verdict slip? Because
I don't know. The
if they're asking
anticipation's
for
killing me.
if they're asking for evidence, that's a kind of quick sidebar, you know.
Right, right.
If they've got like an actual question that does involve something like the law, you know, the burden or how to interpret something, they could be throwing possible responses around. But the longer it goes, you know, the more you know that the question is has a very like legal significance as far as either the law or possibly the verdict slip.
Oh well, we're about to find out.
Okay.
Oh,
What are their faces doing?
Is Lally moping? I can't do this again.
Wait, you gotta listen to the hot mic.
I can't do this. I can't.
He said, I can't do this again.
who said it?
Wow.
I think it
Alan
was
Jackson.
Hank.
No, Alan Jackson. I'm going to rewind it. Oh, wait. Darn it. What am I doing? I'm in stream.
No, don't rewind shit. We'll rewind
All
it
right.
after the fact.
Okay. Let's look at their faces. I think you guys are right. It's the verdict slip.
I know Karen had like a slight smile when she walked back, but
They look angst.
yeah, probably.
It was definitely Alan Jackson who said, I can't do this again.
We always look angsty when there's a question, though, because you're sitting there, you know, like dying to know what it
All
is.
right, so here's what I think's happening right now. They're writing out their proposed response to the juror's question, I think is what's going on right now.
Yeah.
But they're not doing it together. So it could be he's writing the question so that he has it. That could be what he's doing, is taking down the question word for word, or a note for someone to go research something.
We don't know if it's a note, or when he's saying I can't do this again, it makes me think that they're sent back a note, like we're hung again.
Right. Something that makes it seem like. So that was him, I think, copying down the question.
Or the note.
The note,
Word
right.
for word.
Word for word.
Yeah.
Oh no.
People
Like,
just
what
think that
other
it was
thing
fake.
would Alan Jackson be saying? I can't do this again. I can't do this again. If they're, if it's not them saying we're hung,
Or something about the verdict sheet, some kind of confusion.
but the verdict slip wouldn't be making him say I can't do this again.
Well,
if they had
if their answer's like, we don't know how to answer this or something.
Like
I don't
confusion
know.
on charge 2 again.
Yeah. That they're confused on charge 2 again. All right. What's he doing? Hank's writing it. See, if they were writing right now their proposed response to an actual question, I think that they would have been all like circling and coming up with language together. All right,
Wow.
let's see what their faces say right now.
They're powwowing.
Where's our lip reader?
Yeah, who's our lip reader? Wow. See, because we love jury questions because you can glean so much about what their mindset is. from a jury question.
I mean, she looks calm.
She's been looking calm though internally.
She's got a verdict sheet in her hand. That's what they're pointing at.
Yeah.
That's what they're looking at. Can I bloop back a sec, babe?
No, just stay with it. We'll go
All
back.
right. It
It's
looked
all
like
noted. It's
looked
noted
like a
that
verdict sheet right in
you've
her hand.
identified that as a verdict slip. So,
Well, I think it seemed like it.
well, I'm going to give you full faith and credit if it is in fact a jury slip.
Yeah. It could be what Miss Little is holding.
That's what I thought.
Mm.
Dang.
What do you guys think about Karen's demeanor right now?
Her what?
Her demeanor. What's it saying? What's the body language
See,
saying?
I thought it was Hank too. Like people, I'm
Other
like,
people said, yeah, people were saying they thought it was the prosecution table.
yeah, I
Really?
thought it was Hank. It
All
sounded
right,
like,
I'm gonna open it on another screen and rewind it and listen. So that's what's happening.
Counsel, what I'd like to do is I'm just going to read the questions to
Okay.
you now. So please take your seats. So I'm going to read the questions. I'm going to have them marked.
Questions.
Then I will take a short recess, let you all talk about it, and then come back.
Thank you.
So, all right. So I received 3 questions from the jury.
wow.
The first one is, they appeared on note cards, so that I don't know what order they came in, but this is the order I got them. This is the order I'm going to read them. What is the time frame for the OUI charge? Offense 002, Section 5, OUI at 12:45 or OUI at 5 a.m.? The second, are video clips of Karen's interviews evidence? How can we consider them? And the third, does convicting guilty on a subcharge, example offense 2 number 5, convict the overall charge?
Wow.
So I will give you some time to consult. I think
bet
the
so.
first one, I'll hear from you as to what the time frame is, and I don't need to hear from you now. That's pretty clear cut what they're looking for. The second one are video clips of Karen's interviews evidence. How can we consider them? Well, we know they are evidence and they can give them whatever weight they want. I would also be inclined to give a humane practice instruction, and tell me if you want the digital evidence instruction. It's a little awkward because it would be something like, before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who appeared in the communication was in fact Karen Reed. So think about that
That one's not
when
necessary.
when I come back out. But I think it's appropriate to give a humane practice instruction, and also tell me what you think about what to say about the weight. The third question is a little bit more, I think, unclear as to exactly what they're looking for. Does convicting guilty on a subcharge, example offense 2 number 5, convict the overall charge? What I'm proposing, I gave you both a verdict slip where I included the language. I know yesterday I said they have to be read hand in hand, the jury instructions with the verdict slip. I've incorporated the language from the jury instruction into the verdict slip. I've given each side a copy. When I come out, I'd like your input on whether you think this is appropriate. I would instruct them, as I did before, that they start at the top and work their way down. That's the only thing I did not specifically put in here, but I think it takes it step by step, an analysis to do it. So how much time does the defense want to be able to respond to me?
Perhaps 15 minutes.
Okay. And the Commonwealth?
That will suffice.
Okay. So it's 7 past. Why don't I come out at 25 after, give you 20 minutes?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Wow.
Wow.
Is number 5
The OUI.
OUI
Standalone OUI.
They don't think she's guilty of anything else
Nope.
but that.
Nope.
I
And
got in a huge conversation with my mother about this. She was like, she's gonna get found not guilty for the OUI. I said, That's the only thing she'll get charged with, because the jurors are going to feel like they have to find her guilty for something.
But it sounds like they're even back there arguing, are you talking about the morning or are you talking about the
Right.
night before? So there's
Right.
people who don't even want to do it for the night before. Now, if you're the defense, now I technically, it could be either one, I think. The issue would be, if you're the defense, the issue would be notice, that you have no notice that they are claiming that she was driving drunk at 5 a.m. possibly. But now this is a defense request. So, Bob, would you want, because you're afraid of being hung on OUI if the answer is 12:45, might you say, go ahead, make it 5 a.m.? We don't care. Just so that there can be, because again, if they remain hung on count 2, their second question, okay? I mean, their last question.
I don't know, because that plays both ways, because of what I was saying to you. They don't know what she did when she went back home. She's pissed off. She easily could have poured a big ass bottle or a big ass glass of vodka and drank after. Like, you know what I mean? It's hard to know which way to play that, because of, you don't know what happened between 12:36 and 5:07 in the morning at John's place. You know what I'm saying? So I think if you keep it at 12, the 12:30 time frame, they're more inclined to find her guilty, not the opposite way around, even though
Someone else just said.
5:07, because they extrapolated. They went back and extrapolated what they thought that her BAC, and they gave that huge range. So I don't know. I don't know how I would play that. Like,
Right.
I think I would be inclined to say that I want it at 5 in the morning.
Right. But I think, because View Galaxy's right, and I've got to get that comment off so it's not on Cammie's face. The prosecution has to prove when it happened, and they didn't put in evidence, I don't believe, of what her BAC was at 5 a.m. They didn't try to even prove 5
Right, they
a.m.
couldn't. All they could do, they did the extrapolation where they tried to
Right.
work their way back based on what her BAC was at the time that they did the blood draw, and tried to figure out what her BAC would have been at the time of the alleged incident. So I
Right.
don't.
So, assuming they're
From the
even,
defense side of it, I'm wanting 5 in the morning
Right.
why? Because it's for
for
an
the
easier.
reasons I just said.
But are you saying that's easier to convict on that count, or easier to find not guilty on that count?
What? So you're saying that, like, so you're of the mindset that give them something to convict on just so they don't get. I'm of the mindset from these questions that they've already dismissed the concept that
Yes.
she's guilty of
Agreed.
murder or manslaughter. So no, why am I giving them the
Because if
opportunity?
they don't convict on the OUI, if they stay hung on the OUI, manslaughter remains available.
I'm not
for-
getting the impression that they're hung at all. I think they're asking a valid question. What's the time frame that you're saying that she was drunk and driving her car?
Right, but the answer could make them hung, because some people could be dug in and say they didn't prove shit at midnight. And the
Maybe.
others are saying she was fucking drunk. We want to, we can use the videos. We can use the videos. I mean, all those questions. So that makes me horrified that they could end up hung on the OUI. And then technically, if they don't reach a verdict on that OUI, count 2 is hung and available, the manslaughter charge, even if they send out a thing that says, we don't think she hit him with the car, but we can't decide on this OUI issue. If those words came out, it sounds like under Massachusetts law, the manslaughter charge is still available. I mean, would there be an argument, on that whole insufficient evidence thing that we talked about before, but on straight verdict, and whether there's manifest necessity, it sounds like that would be hung, and they could come back and retry her for manslaughter if they don't reach a verdict on OUI. So I guess
She gone. She gone. She hit a button.
Booted.
she'll figure it back out. So here's my take on it. So I do feel like they've reached a conclusion as to the count one and manslaughter overall. I think they've rejected it. I think they're
Yeah.
focusing on the OUI. They want to know, number one, can they use Karen's clips because she talked pretty heavily about how much she was drinking. Everything that they asked about is pointing directly towards that OUI charge and that OUI charge alone.
Right.
So that's huge. That's huge,
Yeah.
man. Yeah, I hear what you're saying, Bay. I don't know. I don't know how. I mean, how would you like to see it worded? If you're concerned about the concept of the hung and that they're going to be able to come back with the full manslaughter charge because they're hung on a lesser included. I mean, how do you walk around that minefield?
So
That's why every single one of the lesser included should have been on its own verdict slip,
But it-
or the standalone should have been indicted.
but it can't be. The
I
defense
know.
can't indict something.
I know. I understand that.
Right. So
Saying initially, because if they're going like they had a version of the OUI, but it included leaving the scene. So like that
Right.
existed. That should have been charged separately, not under the manslaughter. And then the OUI could have been a
Yeah.
lesser included of that.
they
That's
might have been able to, you're right. They might have been able to ask for, the defense might have been able to ask for them to separate out that charge.
carve
Right,
that charge out.
because it does have an element that's not in the what needs to be proven for manslaughter in the leaving the scene, because
Right.
that's not an element that they have to prove in manslaughter. Yeah, I mean, she left the scene, but that's not an element of the crime itself. It's just you hit somebody with your vehicle and they died. Um, you know, I wonder if they could have done that, and then we wouldn't be looking at this. I mean, we're all agreed, Brad, and all of you out there, that the jurors have decided there is no collision. They're done. That's over. Gone.
Yeah, man. I think they beat the murder and the manslaughter. So
Yeah.
this is an important moment in time for exactly what you're pointing out, because I think that could be an issue if it did turn out, if this is not worded in a way in which they can all come to a meeting of the minds and find her guilty or not guilty and are ending up being hung on that OUI. The way that this thing is set up, if they were hung on that, I think that they could come back around the manslaughter.
Yeah.
Crazy. That's a crazy concept.
I was sitting there wondering, can the defense say we want to pull back our lesser included? Pull it.
Just kidding.
We changed your mind. Take it off.
I was like confused why they wanted the lesser included. Is that just so that the jurors had something that they could add?
Just
Like,
so that
I
if you had jurors who were dead set on convicting on something,
right,
they had something and they wouldn't get another mistrial.
right.
But yes, it is clear right now, if the jury did not add it, and somebody just said this, I can't find everybody's chats right now. That if they hadn't asked for it, we'd be done right now. They'd be not guilty, but they didn't know. I mean, you don't have a
After
crystal
last
ball.
trial.
Right. And after you got people like juror Ronnie, all right, let's rewind and hear. Let's do that. I've got the, let me go live with this screen. So I'm going to have wait, what's going on here? Trying to get all right, close this one out. Duplicate this screen. All right. We're going to go back and we're going to look. I'm going to keep it live in my ear. But let's go back and see who said, I can't do this again.
Christina Rex is also saying that she heard, hold on, let me pull it up. Somebody tagged me in it. Christina Rex is reporting David Yannetti says something to the Reed family. Someone says God, and they all exhale, act physically relieved.
I mean, Karen's face when they walk back to their table, you could see her face. Like,
Yeah.
There it is. Can you guys see that?
yeah.
I mean, that's pretty smiley. I mean, I'd be smiling too with those being the things. All right, let's
I
hear
mean,
what
also, I could have, like, if it's me, because I'm petty, I would have been smiling knowing that the jurors were going to have a problem with count 2. Like, that's why you know what I mean? Like, as like,
right.
fuck you, Bev. Like, I told you. Like, we knew
Right.
this was going to happen. But I think with like what the questions were, like, that's a good look.
Yes, it's a good look. All right, let's hear.
Kind of covered.
Bob, I can't do this. I can't.
Bob, I can't do this again. That was Alan Jackson. Clear as day. Bob, I can't do this again.
Kind of covered.
Here it comes.
Bob, I can't do this. I can't.
Wow. Wow.
Could it be something that he was trying to pass him, though, that he's talking about? Ugh.
Hold on, I got to deal with the dog. Should I rewind? Should I?
Yeah, get us current in case they come back.
Okay. I had the other screen up too.
Or I could pull it up.
Everybody heard it. Bob, I can't do this again.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I agree. There's only one Bob in that courtroom, so
Yeah. All right, hold on. I got to deal with the dog. So, Cammie, if you
Here, I'll go get the dog.
No, he's right here. I got to look at something. But ask Cammie what she'd be thinking on this OUI and the times and stuff.
What? Like, I'm fully capable of coming up with my own questions. So, if you're the jurors back there, and if you're of the mindset that she potentially went home and kept drinking, and they come back with the 507, because that's what I'm worried about. If they think that maybe she went back, but like maybe he's not beyond a reasonable doubt. You know what I
Right.
mean?
Right. I mean, if just as a normal person, for me anyway, I understand that it's on the slip because it's the easiest thing for her to get convicted for and get not guilty on everything else. But like, to me, I'm like, how can you even charge somebody for an OUI, like, not
After
being
the
pulled
fact.
over after the fact? So to
Right.
me, I'd be like, this is like not guilty because they shouldn't be able to do that anyway. But I think hopefully it comes back as the morning, because I feel like that's the only time she had interaction with cops. That's the only time. Didn't they take her blood in the
Yeah. At the
hospital?
hospital, yeah.
So that to me would be the only time frame that they could really like.
Because that's what they
logically.
did to try to prove what her BAC was. They extrapolated back and gave a range of what
Yeah.
they thought her BAC could be based on what it was at the time of the blood draw in the morning.
Right.
So, but that range was crazy. And
But
I think the low end of the range was close, if I remember correctly, was closer to, I can't remember. What was the range, y'all, in the chat? Like, do you guys remember what the range was that they came up with?
For what?
Or when they extrapolated what they thought her BAC would be back at 12:30.
Triple the thing. It was something like that.
But so regardless though, she admitted that she was drinking at night. And if she did go back to John's house and drink more, then she drove again right after drinking. So like, she's guilty of driving drunk. Whether you could charge somebody this far out, I don't know.
And so, like to one of the comments someone put up earlier, the Commonwealth has to prove when it happened. And I just don't think they even, but I can't remember because that testimony wasn't all that important. So it wasn't like I was paying
Yeah.
attention to it,
Yeah.
but I don't think they put on evidence of her alcohol level at 5 a.m. So, but if you look at it in a box and just assume they can pick whichever time, I don't know. I mean,
That's probably why they're asking about the video clips though, as
right,
evidence, because she talked about how she drank at night. So if they're calling for the 12:40, 12 whatever time, then they're looking at the videos to find her guilty for the OUI at that time because she admitted it.
right.
Like I was at the waterfall, I drank this many, I poured my shots into my glass. Like, so I wonder if that's why they're asking about the videos as evidence.
Aaron says AJ was asking Bob to do the argument. That's it. I don't blame him. Think that could have been it. Sounded
Maybe.
it sounded like a lot to be like, I can't do this again. I don't want to do the argument. Nah.
Yeah, but like I can't do this again seems like an extreme response to like
Right.
they got some pretty good news. I mean, like, tell me if I'm reading that wrong. I mean, the way that those questions read with all three of the questions
But if they're
relating
worried, sorry, go. Sorry, go.
with all three of the questions relating to OUI directly, because the clip definitely relates to it. Obviously, 1 and 3, like the clip portion. If they didn't use clips of her talking exactly about how much she drank, then I'd be like, oh, well, we've got an issue. But there's the lengthiest clip was with her talking ad nauseum about how much she drank that night and pouring the shots in. And it was the weakest drink she'd ever had and blah, 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 blah. So like, I don't know why Alan would be feeling like, oh, because like to me, my
The
initial
fear of
instinct
being
was like,
hung.
oh, huh?
The fear that they could hang on that.
Right, which means that they could try her on the manslaughter again.
Which it's just the fact that in Massachusetts you can keep retrying a case. I'm like, our tax dollars have been used on blue paint. Like, can we just like
This is
like
going to
if
be the
she
most expensive OUI
right?
potential conviction
It's
in the history
insane.
of
Like
conviction.
if they get hung on this one thing, the like I'm like the Commonwealth is gonna go after her again. They're just so into being right about this.
Right. And
'Cause
John Miller, we're all saying the same thing. You know, if the defense didn't put OUI on the slip, we'd be done here.
Yeah.
That's absolutely positively, no doubt about it. And some of them are still worried, you know, like you can tell from the questions that they're actually struggling, that they're hung on the OUI because you've got the last one. Somebody wants to be sure.
And they want to be like hyper careful that if they're finding her guilty on OUI, that doesn't mean that they're finding her guilty of manslaughter.
Everything else. Yeah.
Exactly. Right. So
Do we know the wording for the question 5?
yeah,
For the part 5? Because I can't remember what the wording of it was.
it says does convicting
Wait, of the
guilty.
question or the slip, Cammy?
On the slip.
Oh.
Sorry.
It says slip 5 is definitely the OUI, the standalone OUI, and the only option is guilty. The very first line on count 2 says not guilty of the offense charged, manslaughter, or any lessers. And then the only options after that are guilty, and involuntary manslaughter, guilty, down to the OUI.
Yeah.
I feel very confident right now that we're getting a verdict today.
Yeah.
Now I do.
Yeah.
Because
I mean,
yeah.
this is that's it. She's not guilty of any sort of homicide. Period.
I mean that's what the tea leaves are reading. That's what I tweeted.
They've been read.
Yeah. Like I think they've been read.
Yeah. I mean, it's just they never proved it.
They didn't.
They never
It
proved
was
it.
not
Like,
long for them to decide this.
No.
They may have been done, picked no collision and have been struggling over the OUI since this morning.
Because it's exactly what Jackson hammered, which I was begging them to hammer on every single live, and they did it, which was reasonable doubt. And it's like, maybe she did hit him. Probably she hit him. That ain't it. That's not what you need to get a conviction in Massachusetts or in any court. It's not beyond a reasonable doubt.
Oh, the amount of times Brennan used
Babe, did you hook the
wording-
dog? Sorry, Cammy.
No, sorry. I'm just thinking back, like the amount of times Brennan used words that made like you're not sure. You're trying to get us to be sure that the car hit John, but you're using like it's probable, like you aren't even
Right.
using definitive wording.
No,
And
we're
on
not
top of
trying
it,
to tell you how it happened. We don't know how it
we
happened.
don't know. We don't know. How can you do these measurements? We don't even know what they are. Like it's the way he discredited his own experts the entire trial. There was times he went back on cross and was like, or on redirect and was just like hammering his own witnesses, and it's like
Yeah, he did it with the ME. Like he
the
basically.
ME, yeah. It's it's
Wow.
honestly mind-blowing. Like I think Brennan can't stand him in this trial, obviously. But I think he actually is a good lawyer, just not a prosecutor. Like he needed to stay in the defense world
Right.
as a defense lawyer. He's combative, and that
Yes.
doesn't look good from a prosecution coming up there like trying to be
Right.
slick and make comments and bring somebody's wife up, her Facebook or whatever. It's just like it leaves
Yeah.
a terrible taste in your mouth coming
Yeah.
from
With
somebody
your
working
ham
for the state.
sandwich. Did you laugh, sir? All right, let's see
We
what
get
they
it. He had a
decide.
ham sandwich. Like, was there
And
mayo
laughed.
or mustard on it? I need to know. Like, tell me. Like, yeah, I don't know. I feel like he did his
Oh,
best.
can you guys not hear this? Do you hear it
What?
playing? I don't know why you guys. I can't hear it. What's happening? I can hear it.
Oh, they're coming
All
back.
right, so I will hear you on the first question, the time of the OUI. Any suggestions?
I had
Your
to
Honor, do you want to hear from the defense first?
I'll hear from you're standing up, so I'll hear from you first.
Okay. On question number 1, what is the time frame for the OUI charge, offense 002, section 5, OUI at 12:45 or OUI at 5 a.m.? Our suggestion would be
Either.
something along the lines of, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have the evidence. It's your decision.
You are the fact finder.
You're the fact finder.
So he's leaving it open. Either
Yeah.
one.
Yeah. I don't hate it.
I don't hate it.
But it's
Mr. Brennan or whomever from the Commonwealth?
My suggestion would be 12:45.
And why is that?
The case has always been focused at that time. I don't think there's anything specific.
He wants
in
a
the
hung
indictment
jury.
regarding the time.
He wants a hung.
Do we have the indictments?
Yes, that's what I thought they're gonna have to look at, because 12:45 is the next day. So I think he might be fucked.
Did Hank Brennan say no when she
If it's
asked?
not in the indictment, I'm uncomfortable telling them a time.
I'm sorry?
If it's not in the indictment, I'm uncomfortable telling
Thank
them
you.
a time.
Understood.
All right.
I agree with the court on principle. I just don't have the indictment memorized, so I don't remember if we can pull that up.
There's no time? I
Yep.
don't expect that there's any time. to be
All right.
found.
So I'll say you have the evidence, and remember, you are the fact finders, or something to that effect.
You
All
don't
right.
even have to agree which time it is. That's actually
the-
an issue, a legal issue.
Are the video clips of Karen's interviews evidence? How can we consider them? So I'll tell you what I was planning on saying, then you can add to it.
Sure.
Yes, the videos are evidence. Give them whatever weight you think is appropriate to give them. And then I would give the digital evidence instruction and the humane practice instruction.
The only thing I would respectfully ask the court to include in that sentence is give them whatever weight, if any, you deem appropriate.
All right.
If any.
Okay.
Thank you. Otherwise, it's fine.
What did he say?
Okay. What's the Commonwealth's position?
We have a different perspective on that.
Okay.
The first part of the question, are the video clips of Karen's interviews evidence? The answer should be yes.
Okay.
How can we consider them? I think it's fair to say you should weigh the defendant's statements as you would evidence. Since they've been introduced substantively, they are like any other piece of evidence. There's no difference, and there shouldn't be any reflection of a difference in the answer. We didn't introduce any evidence in this case and say you should give it any weight, if any at all. We didn't provide a limiting instruction in any way, and these shouldn't be so limited. This is just like a photograph. It's no different
You're
than a physical
done,
piece of
Hank. Just
evidence.
give the fuck up.
And so I think the answer should simply be yes. You should weigh the defendant's statements as you would any other
Desperate.
piece of evidence. I do not think the court should give humane practice or digital evidence. It suggests that there's some deterioration or further analysis that is different. Those instructions were already given during the charge. In addition, those instructions are in their hand in the written jury instructions. And so, to put it most simply, as I think that we should, is this is a piece of evidence and you weigh it like you would any other piece of evidence, whatever they decide, rather than give them guidance to curtail it or to limit it in any fashion.
I heard the defense say,
My only suggestion, Your Honor, is that every single piece of evidence that's provided to them, it's in keeping with Massachusetts laws and keeping with the responsibility that they have. Every single evidence is given the weight, if any, they deem appropriate. That is not a misapplication of the law. I think the Commonwealth suggestion suggests in the answer that they should or they have to give those statements weight, and the law is they don't have to give them any weight. So I think the appropriate comment by the court is exactly as the court suggested initially, which is you give it whatever weight, if any, you deem appropriate.
Hank begging for a mistrial. Son of a bitch. It's over, Hank. Just tuck your tail and go. Give them back their money. Cammie wants her tax money back.
Yeah. You're gonna have to write a strongly worded letter.
I have so many potholes on my street. Like, can we fix that instead of this?
Give them all, just like you said. Do exactly what you said, and add if any. I mean, come on, it's over.
I think Bev is over it too. I'm surprised that
You'd have to be at this point.
I'm surprised that she was like, I'm going with the defense on this one. To
Right.
be honest, she's over it. This case has put her entire career, discredited it.
Yeah.
The rest of her career.
And I don't know how much longer she's planning on staying on the bench. How long has she been on the bench? A hot minute?
I'm not sure.
I don't know either. I think she's been on for a while though.
I'm going to go with the defense on this.
I think so.
I mean, once the jury tells you we didn't buy that there was a collision, just fucking stop. Just stop.
I mean, I also think it was very telling if you're a juror that Brennan didn't have rebuttal witnesses.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, he spent the entire time with Wolf and Rentschler discrediting Welcher. So it was like, who are you going to call now? But I think that was like, if I was a juror, that would be telling for me.
If they would be expecting it. I don't know that they would even know that that's a thing or not, though.
I have to say that there's one thing that should be convicted here, and it's Rentschler's ham sandwich. that thing needs to go down. Thing was having too much fun sitting in the conference room with them,
laughing with them.
So I'll tell you though, technically under the law, by leaving both times open.
All right. So what I'm going to
come back
say is,
to it.
yes, the videos are evidence. You should weigh the defendant's statements as you would any other piece of evidence and give them whatever weight you deem appropriate. But first,
Not if
then I'll go and I'll read the electronic communications and the humane practice. That covers it.
If the I don't have a principled objection to it if the court adds the word if any,
I understand.
because every single I don't want them to think, for instance, the way that it's worded as the Commonwealth suggested it, they have to weigh it the same way they weigh other pieces of evidence. Every single piece of evidence is weighed in and of itself. It's individual to the piece of evidence that's presented. For instance, they could weigh the statements by Ms. Reed. They could give it no weight. Each individual juror could decide, I'm going to dispatch it altogether and give it no weight, while giving another piece of evidence, like whatever that might be, the testimony of one of the ARCA witnesses, complete weight. I think that we need to stress that the clips bear no additional weight, no additional gravity than anything else that they've considered. And the only way to do that is very simply, you give this the weight, if any, that you decide is appropriate. It doesn't, I think, comparing it and contrasting to other pieces of evidence in the case, it's unnecessary, and it tends to suggest they have to give it weight.
Okay. So your objection's noted. Now let's get to the third one.
Your objection's noted.
Does convicting guilty on a subcharge, example offense 2, number 5, convict the overall charge? What do you want to say, Mr. Jackson?
No.
But I appreciate the effort that the court went to amend the
But we told
verdict
you
slip
so.
as it relates to count 2. And I think there are some excellent suggestions by the court in the verdict slip. By and large, I think question number 3 is answered by the amendments in the verdict slip. So we certainly could say something like, does convicting guilty, the question was, quote, does convicting guilty on a subcharge, example offense 2, number 5, convict the overall charge? The answer is no, obviously. Right. And perhaps we could formulate an answer that says something along the lines of, no, new verdict slips have been provided that will make it more clear, or something of that nature. As well as a decision of guilty on the OUI charge 002, number 5, is an explicit acquittal on the higher charges in offense 002, which is a proper statement of the law.
Yep.
And then there are suggestions that we have regarding the edits that the court has made to the verdict slip. And I'm happy to go over those with you and put those
Okay,
on
go
the record.
ahead.
She's irritated.
With
as
regard
shit.
to going from the top to the bottom, just under number 1 reads, not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense. We would propose that the court add the consistent language that it's added throughout the verdict slip. If you, quote, if you find the defendant not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense, stop and sign the verdict slip, period.
Yep.
That's the only place that that language doesn't appear, and I think it should appear.
Okay.
She's got to agree.
The second is a relatively minor issue. However, under number 2, sub 2, the parenthetical check one or both of the following, I think it should say, just to clarify it further, if guilty, comma, check one or both of the following.
All right. I think I'm going to leave it because it appears only under the guilty.
It appears only on
Under the guilty. So go ahead. I'll hear you further.
Going further, going under number 3, toward the bottom of the page, in the parenthetical that the court suggested, which we find is excellent. If you find the defendant guilty of the lesser offense of involuntary manslaughter, we would simply add that clause.
So we'd have to add it in all of them.
Correct.
Which makes sense. I think
Correct.
we had it in the first one.
Right.
Okay.
And then moving to page 2, at the top of the page under sub 4, again.
Hold on 1 second.
Of course.
No, she's listening. She's taking notes.
She's agreeing to that one. I hope she agrees the first one. Second, not that big of a deal. I see his point, but.
Okay.
We had the same suggestion. It appears that the court is not inclined to give it. If guilty, check one or both of the following. And there's a typo. It says the parenthetical
We fixed
says,
it.
check one of. Okay.
Yes. So we changed of to or.
So my only suggestion to that would be to, again, add the if guilty, comma, check one or both of the following.
Okay.
On that page, going down to the bolded parenthetical, same thing. If you find the defendant guilty of the lesser offense of motor vehicle homicide.
Okay.
Moving down under sub 5, the
We still
OUI.
need to say stop and sign the verdict slip.
Yep. Good. So she
Right.
better add
After the word stop and sign the verdict slip.
Yeah.
And then under sub 5, again, the same thing. We just suggested that for consistency that it say, if guilty, check one of the following of the both. And the final edit would be in the final parenthetical, the last sentence. If you find, I think her should be
Yeah.
changed to the defendant. If you find the defendant not guilty on this offense and all other offenses, check the first box on page 1.
Okay.
And those are the edits that we have suggested.
All right.
verdict
So
slip.
we made some good
Mr.
changes.
Brennan?
I don't have any disagreement with the edits.
Okay.
The idea of instructing them on the nuance of selecting one guilty or not guilty, I don't think needs to be explained. I think that the edits, this proposed instruction explains it.
All right. Would
I
I,
don't have any issue with if you state, if you decide on a lesser included offense, it does not include the earlier offense. And I'm not sure of the exact language that you use. I don't think that's necessary.
Sigh,
but
she doesn't
that
wanna
is,
do it. Just let them know. Do you want them to? Do you want them to come to a verdict, assholes?
No, he doesn't.
what do you think about the defendant's position that,
The first one. Stop here and sign. You're done.
if you were to find her guilty of operating under the influence, Mr. Jackson said explicit acquittal. I don't like that language. I think if you find it, it means you have found her not guilty of each of the others.
That would be fine with us.
I think it's better if you find her guilty of any lesser included offense, it would not include the higher offense.
No, that's
All right.
confusing.
I think that's just confusing.
So what I planned on doing was bringing them out and giving them each a copy of the amended verdict slip, explaining that it really is consistent with the jury instructions I gave them, but walking them through it. So we start from the top and then explain, if you find the defendant guilty, you're done. Stop, sign the verdict slip, and let the court officer know you
Not guilty.
have a verdict or
You're
something.
done. Not
Yeah,
guilty.
I think I'll walk them through it like we do in civil cases.
I don't have any objection to that. The only other thing is the digital instruction.
Yes.
We don't believe that it's necessary. I don't think that we should reemphasize that, and we're not asking for it. That
All
would
right,
be-
so you're waiving it?
We're waiving it.
Okay.
Yes,
All
thank
right,
you.
I will do humane instruction, humane practice instruction. So I need 5 minutes, and Tori, your computer, to amend this if we can, and we'll make copies. So we'll bring the jurors in. Let them know that we'll be bringing them in shortly, Tony.
All
All
right.
right, thank you.
All rise.
All right. So the defense is asking that it sounds like what they added to each of the lesser included after it says guilty. If you find, if you find her guilty of this lesser included, sign, stop here and sign the verdict sheet. And what they want is after guilty, not guilty, number one, not guilty, for it to say, if you find her not guilty, stop here, sign the verdict slip, you're done. I can't imagine how she can't add that to it. I mean, I see her point. She's like, I don't need to add the words for the ones that say sign this, check 1 or 2, that it says, if you're finding guilty, check 1 or 2. And I do think she's going to use not guilty. Hank Brennan's suggestion was ridiculous. And it's so fucking clear right now with all his suggestions that he really is trying to hang the jury.
Yeah. Well, he knows he's a beaten man. Like,
Yeah.
he knows he didn't get convictions on anything that counts or really matters.
I think
the
he knew
big, the
he
big
was a
dogs.
beaten man.
Yeah.
I think he knew when he came onto this case.
I mean, it was a tough case. It's a tough case for the state because they have
Yeah.
shit evidence, you know?
Yeah.
Like the only thing that can be proven in my
No.
estimation was the fact that John wasn't hit by the vehicle. The rest of it is all bullshit to me.
Mhm.
You know, that thing, the defense actually to me proved that beyond a reasonable doubt that John was not struck by Karen's Lexus. I mean, that's the only thing that was proven to me, and the defense had no burden.
Right.
You know, like the Commonwealth didn't have any evidence to prove anything.
It
So
was
I
They
don't
didn't-
know that
Sorry,
anyone
go ahead,
gives a
Dave.
shit about this, but technically, okay, with the OUI, leaving it that it could be either, that's two separate offenses. It's two completely different time frames. And in a regular scenario, if you're the defense, you're going to say, wait a minute, there's no way to have a unanimous verdict if they're not given which one of the events they're going with, because some can find or say, okay, well, I think she was drunk at 12:45, and some could say I think she was drunk at 5 a.m. I mean, for what we're doing right now, it doesn't matter. We just want them to come to a verdict however they can. But legally speaking, if this wasn't like a defense suggestion, you would have a unanimous verdict issue here, because there's no way to tell if all 12 agreed at 12:45 or all 12 agreed at 5 a.m. And this isn't like an SA case where it doesn't matter what time it was. It's two completely different events. She was either driving drunk at night or driving drunk like basically the next day. But yeah, for what we're doing here, it doesn't matter. But
Yeah.
typically that would be a legal issue.
Yeah. I guess if she's found guilty for the morning versus like the crime didn't happen in the morning. So
Right.
like if she's found guilty of OUI for the morning charge, that's better for her down the look. Like, because if they want to appeal
Yeah,
it or
for
something,
sentencing.
if she gets charged for the 12:45, then if prosecutors want to come back and appeal that and be like, well, she was drunk, she could have
Right.
drunkly
Well,
like,
prosecutors thankfully can't appeal.
well, whatever the thing is. But I'm just saying it's obviously better for her to get charged for the morning versus
Yeah, for sentencing purposes, one's just
Yeah.
regular old, she was driving drunk and found somebody, and the
Yeah.
other was she drove drunk and somehow someone still ended up dead. I don't know. I might want to give you 2.5 years.
Yeah.
You know. Wow. Wow. I mean, she's breathing for the first time. I think that like Darlene threw out there, devil's advocate. What are the chances they're guilty on all, including the OUI? And I say, not a chance in hell. No, I don't think so. Karen, not defendant, not Miss Reed, Pow. I don't think they're hell-bent on guilty. I mean, we just want them to come to a verdict, whatever it is on this, so that they can't come back. And really, Hank's suggestion of like confusing shit, and first of all, I would have asked for the Massachusetts jury instruction for the witnesses. They have the general jury instructions for credibility, instruct people that they can believe or disbelieve any witness they want. I think the instruction probably says something like, you may believe all, part, or none of what a witness has said. She's a witness. That's the same thing. And I would have been asking for that to be read again. If you're reading stuff again, read the one that tells them you can believe, disbelieve, all of it, none of it, whatever you want. So, that's the fact that she doesn't want to add that, knowing the writings on the wall. That's bullshit.
Did Bev do this last trial? I'm trying to remember when the jurors were confused. Did she bring them back and go through it with them?
She did. They reread the instruction. They brought. I
just
think
the
it was even
instruction?
before. I think it was even before they were confused, and I think it was like the defense kept pushing the issue like they had been, and they. And I don't know if it was because she skipped something or she decided. I switched to these headphones because you can really hear. I'm gonna go back and see what the hell they said.
'Cause I just like, I get like from the legal side, you guys have to say things a certain way, but like, can they just dumb it down and give like a normal like response to the question?
Yeah.
Like, that's why his implicit acquittal language was no good either. Her
Right.
It's finding them not guilty. That's what it
Yeah.
needs to be. I was trying to hear what else they were saying, but I mean, it wasn't all that interesting anyway. It's like all of our questions, I feel like, are answered, except I think that all these jurors know they need to come to a verdict. I think there's no chance that you're on this jury and you don't know what a mistrial does and that it can come back again. And this is what happened the first time, that they have to reach a verdict on this OUI. And I think the defense's suggestion that they're the arbiters of, fact, and they get to decide, gives them the opportunity that typically we lawyers would never want, but for the jurors to actually not agree, but come to a unanimous verdict, because some can say, fine, I say she's drunk at 5 a.m. and some can say, fine, I say she was drunk at 12:45. I think with that, they'll probably come back pretty quickly.
Oof,
Man, oh man.
that's wild.
I mean, I hope so anyway.
Yeah.
Bob's busy on the Twitter machine.
No, I
Twitter machine.
sent Andrea a invite too. I think somebody said she was watching with us.
Oh, can Karen Reed be found for OUI on circumstantial evidence? I mean, yeah, you can do anything on circumstantial evidence. But they not. I guess technically yes, but it's not. I mean, I guess kind of not typically, because you need to prove actual the consumption. So in a sense, yes, here, because she admitted to drinking. So then if they had like some circumstantial evidence that she was impaired enough that they think she wouldn't have been able to drive, but typically it's a lot more concrete. But I mean, circumstantial evidence is slurring somebody's words. It's direct evidence that you're slurring your words, but it's not direct evidence that you're too impaired to drive. I don't know. Mickey says, I think they're not guilty for 12:30 time frame and would have been guilty for 5 a.m. And that's what I'm thinking, that some people don't want to touch. Fuck you, 12:30, you can't prove shit, because why would you even jump to even think 5 a.m.? That's not even like a real thought in your mind, the way this case was presented, unless they're back there literally struggling with the OUI, that someone's like, well, what about in the morning? If you guys think it's possible she drank at
Yeah.
night, if they're like, well, but she could have gotten back, I would have been drinking back at that house, all angry he's not home.
I mean,
Pop
think about
open
the
a bo-
phone calls, the voicemails.
Exactly. And she didn't remember in the morning. She was acting, erratically. She couldn't remember where she dropped him off.
Right.
Was that because she was still drunk in the morning? So
Yeah.
I don't think they get to that discussion, that 5 a.m. even comes into their thinking, unless they're struggling and almost hung on the
12:30.
OUI.
Yeah.
And I think that this answer will solve it for them, because we're saying, all right, those of you that want to say 12:30, go for 12:30. And those of you that want to say 5 a.m., say 5 a.m. and just come to a damn verdict. I mean, maybe if they were told it has to be 12:30, maybe they would come back with a not guilty on it. But that's not a risk I think I'd be willing to take at this point.
Yeah, I mean, because that looming nightmare that if they get hung on the OUI, that count two's alive and well.
Yeah.
That's the nightmare scenario. That's the nightmare scenario.
And as John Miller points out, the only reason they got Karen's blood was because Bill Reed wanted a wellness check, not because the police thought she was drunk. Irony.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the other thing. If you're like, at 5 a.m., no one said they smelled alcohol. No one said this. I feel confident that they're going to struggle through it, and that there's a way they're going to come up with a verdict on this OUI so that this thing's done, never has to come back. Becca Weiser says AJ sounds exhausted. 2 years of away, travel from family, high profile case, publicity, difficult case. He has to be worn out.
Oh, he's exhausted. They're all exhausted. Every lawyer, Karen, they're all exhausted.
Can you guys share how cases similar to this affect counsel overall? I mean, exactly what you're saying. And that's even in a week. You're talking a month. And how long has it been? 34 days or something?
35 days is day 35. I mean, when I got off of Garcia, when that trial was pending for 2.5 years, it was a absolute
three-week
death
trial?
battle.
How long was the
Yeah,
trial itself?
Garcia,
Yeah.
like 4 weeks,
Okay.
including jury, it was 5. Selecting
Right.
the jury took a week. And that 3 years, well, that's all you're doing. And they were kicking Allison off the case. It was like just a nightmare case that we were fighting. And it was a death penalty case. Like, I had to take months off. I was exhausted mentally, just exhausted
Yeah.
in every single way. It's like you try a case like because you're expending so much mental energy because you have to be. No, we ended up, we didn't bow out early. We decided because Garcia wasn't speaking to us. Ultimately, we were hoping that if the defenders came in, the appellate defender or the public defender came in for the sentencing, that he would start speaking to them.
Right.
Because it was for sentencing.
Right.
And for sentencing, you have to get information from the person if you can. And so we just thought it was in his best interest for us to dip out after the trial, because it was a period of time, a long period of time between the end of trial and sentencing. So
all right, well, let's switch back to Cherry's question, because I know people want to talk Karen Reed. Will you explain, like we're 5 years old, why you think the question that they're not guilty on, why you think from the question that they're not guilty on manslaughter? Talk us through it to ease our minds. So, the questions started with, what is the time frame for the OUI charge offense? 12 or 5 a.m. So that right there tells you what they're talking about, what they're still thinking about. If they had already found guilty of the charges above that, they wouldn't even be looking at the OUI anymore because it's a lesser included. So that right there is the first insight that they're not thinking about the collision charges. Secondly, not one of these questions have anything to do with anything remotely about a collision, an accident. I mean, nothing. Like, there's not a hint of a question. The second question is, are the video clips from Karen's interviews evidence, and how can we use them? And given the question was about the OUI and what they focused on with most of that, even though it was like, I hit him stuff, it was the drinking. It was, I had this to drink, everything that you guys, were saying. And then most telling is that last question. That last question says, does convicting guilty on the subcharge convict on the overall charge? That right there tells you they are trying to make sure they are not convicting on manslaughter. They're wanting to know for sure. If I say guilty of this lesser, I want to know right now, I have not said she's guilty of manslaughter. And again, if they thought she was guilty of the manslaughter, they would have just signed that, and they wouldn't necessarily need to be hemming and hawing over the OUI. They'd be done. They wouldn't be thinking about it. So I think it's pretty damn safe bet to say from these questions, they're not guilty on manslaughter.
Cammie, have you made your way down to the courthouse at all?
No, it's I'm north of the city. It's far from me. So
Yeah.
no. I've thought about it just to be out there, but
To be boots on the
watching
ground.
the trial from the comfort of my house is
Yeah. It's
a
way
lot better.
easier. It's way easier.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but
Allie was trying to send me out there. She's like, go do man on the street interviews. I'm like,
you
what?
should have. I would have went with you.
I know.
Yeah, right. You could
I
have had a
would've
partner in
driven you.
crime.
You
That would
would've
have
I would
been,
have went.
damn it. Maybe we need a mistrial here so that they can do this. I'm just kidding.
Well, we'll see
Trial.
how it goes down with the Sandra Birchmore case.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jane H says, why don't they clarify now about the hung on OUI means the count 2 included? I mean, the jury didn't ask what happens if we're hung on just the OUI, and we'll see if the judge's instructions kind of illuminate them to that effect. But I mean, I see what
I
you're
mean,
saying.
if they're back there doing battle on the OUI, I would hope that one of the jurors would think of that. Like if we end up not being able to come to a decision on this, I don't know how she'd answer it, but would that mean that the entire second count would survive?
Right. And that
Yeah.
could be a question that they ask. If we are hung on the OUI, it's the reverse of their question. Does convicting guilty on the subcharge convict on the overall charge? If we're hung on a subcharge, does that mean we're hung on the overall charge, on manslaughter? They're thinking about it. So I think that if it were to happen, it would come out. And I think by these answers, like such as by finding guilty on the lesser, that's a not guilty on the one before, that they might know if they don't come to anything, then we haven't said not guilty on the overall. So I think they're going to put it, together. I really do. I really do. DJA or Degas 33. We believe in you, jury. A pink crowd of fabulous people are waiting to give you the biggest cheer. Set Karen Reed free forever. I'm sure all you boots on the grounds people, everybody out there by that courthouse, you are just so elated right now. I'm hoping you guys know that the writing is on the walls and you're feeling, you're feeling it, because it seems very evident at this point that the jury very quickly decided there was no collision. There was no collision. The Reeds can breathe. Karen Reed is breathing again.
Yeah.
So
I just obviously no collision, but then Brennan I can't. I still can't get over him. Was he a better lawyer than Lally? Absolutely. But there was no injury to the body. And then when he was going after Wolf, being like, the body was suspended by a string. How are you going to test things? A real body wouldn't do that. And then like 5 minutes later, he's like, do you see that? Zoom in. And then he's like, the car running over the foot. Like his saying that's like using the dummy the way that was, like he discredited Wolf for using the dummy on a string, then turned around. You see how his body twisted and like his foot got caught on, like
trying to act like that's how the shoe could have gotten to the side when you just done said
that this isn't
accurate. Real.
And then you brought it up in your closing. It's just you're picking and choosing what works for you.
Right.
Like you can't discredit an expert
and then try to use it.
So if I was on the jury, I would just be like, listen, you just said that this is impossible because it's not real. And his little 1.8 pound arm is different in weight. So I don't know. So they're hung up on the OUI. We'll see.
Yep.
We'll see what happens with that. But
Tony says, what do you think Hank will do after this? Do you think he'll be able to retain, or get defense clients? He was so unethical. I don't know. A lot of lawyers who've done like super high profile cases that are aired on TV say it never really pans out to like the shit ton more clients that they thought or hoped it might. And I don't think anybody was so impressed with Hank from this that this would get him many cases anyway, but some people might be like, oh, that unethical piece of shit will do anything to get me off. Maybe I want him. Who knows?
But he works for the state though, right?
Well, right now he does, but
oh.
Generally he's in his own practice.
Oh, okay.
So
I mean, did Amber Heard's lawyer get work after that? What was her name?
I don't know. You watched that from start to finish.
I did.
I didn't know shit about it until that Jazz Fest, and you and Sheer were all ready, and you're like, I was like, I haven't been following this thing. I don't know what it is you guys speak of. And then I was like, Bob, we got to start following this.
Yeah, I was like, I really need your opinion on this because.
And then I started paying attention to it after that. And I mean,
yeah, because but I'm curious. I didn't even look at it. She was not good. She got So I was always curious if her career took a hit.
Took a hit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Crystal's going back to what it sounded like he said, I can't do this right now. I definitely heard, Bob, I cannot do this again. He's like, no. I mean, will Bev do a trial tax on the OUI and sentencing? We're all suspecting that she might. But that let's get your opinion, Cammie, and then your last words. Do you think, oh wait, before we do that, before we get Cammie's last words, positive, Amy's positive pathway says, Cammie, I am North too. Merrimack Valley, Essex County. Let's just say I'm in MA, but Hampton Beach adjacent.
I'm in Medford, so I'm like right above. And it's Merrimack. How did you say it, Allie?
I don't know.
She butchered it. That's guaranteed.
Do
In her
you?
defense, though, y'all say shit crazy up there, though. Get
We
some
say
whack
things
pronunciations.
Perfect.
Nah.
It's perfect.
Do you think that? Do you think Judge Canoni will give her the typical OUI sentence she'd give any first-time offender, or do you think they're going to slam it to her?
I don't know. I think it's probably going to be probably worse than like if I got an OUI, because I've never gotten in trouble before, because it's 2 years of everyone's life.
So you do think there'll be some
I
sort
think
of
it will be
what
a
we call
little bit
trial
stacked,
tax.
but if the jurors already found everything else not guilty except for the OUI, Bev might just be over it and go by the book. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know
It'll
if
be
she'll
telling.
I still don't know if she'll still try to put her little 2 cents in shape where this goes at that point, because the trial's done.
All
So
right.
we'll see.
All
right,
right, so we
Cammie.
can bring the jurors over.
I love you guys.
Tori, do you have those?
Bye.
So Tony will take those. All right, so I'll take. Thank you.
I gotta leave in an hour for court. I'm not even
Are we
dressed.
behind?
I hope not. Let me
Tori,
check.
how many did you make?
A little bit. Not anymore.
Yeah. Jury had to come in anyway.
Yeah. Let's hear how she says it to them. She better be even-handed. Tell them to stop once they find not guilty of everything, too. Oh, we'll switch it to the big screen. There we go. There you go. You can watch Hank. Is he reading the verdict sheet again? Yeah. Looking over that verdict sheet. Hank's really hoping for a hung jury. He's just begging for it, just like Runkle said. And that was very clear in his suggestions to the court here in his little fight. He still wants this thing hung so that he's not the one that got her not guilty. Because guilty on an OUI is not guilty. I mean, we all know that. Oh, Brennan, you lost. Lally's like, at least it wasn't me. I got a hung. Everybody talking shit.
A lot of shit talking.
Lally's like, oh, so I did it wrong, huh? My shit was hung.
Imagine Hank getting on Twitter. How brutal that would be.
Oh, God. Oh, man. Oof. Just get under the table. Just keep going. Just get under the table. Hank's like, do I still have to sit here? My job's over.
All right, the court, please. Jurors entering.
Round of applause for the jurors. Round of applause for the jurors. Thanks, Shannon L. She can't watch live.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
All right, jurors, we're in receipt of your question. We've been working on making sure that the answers we give you are the right ones, so it's taken us a while. So the first question, what is the time frame for the OUI charge? Offense 002, Section 5, OUI at 12:45 or OUI at 5 a.m.? The answer to that question is that you folks have all the evidence. And remember, it's only you who decide the facts in this case. All right, that's the answer to that question. You are the fact finders. The second question.
Pick what you want.
Are video clips of Karen's interviews evidence? How can we consider them? Yes, the videos are evidence. You should weigh the defendant's statements in the videos as you would any other piece of evidence and give them whatever weight you deem appropriate. But first, before you may consider any such statement, you're going to have to make a preliminary determination whether it can be considered as evidence. You may not consider any such statement in your deliberations for the truth of any such statement unless, from all the evidence in the case, the Commonwealth has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant made the statement that she's alleged to have made and that she made it voluntarily, freely, and rationally. So that's the answer to that question. So for the third question, does convicting guilty on a subcharge, example offense 2 number 5, convict the overall charge? So with that, what I'm going to do is I have amended the verdict slip. It's the exact same verdict slip.
No, say no.
And it's still consistent with the jury instructions I gave you, but it's a little bit easier for you to follow. And for purposes of going through this, we'll go through it together. And I've got a copy for each one of you, okay?
She should have said no.
She still might. She still might.
Maybe this explanation or the reading of the slip is going to resolve this, but she should have said no. You want a hung jury too? You do not. At least you shouldn't. At least you shouldn't.
All right, so you'll see it really is the same verdict slip, but we've added a little bit of language to help you follow it through. So the first charge, manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. So first, in the above entitled case, we say the defendant is 1, not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense. If you find the defendant not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense, stop and sign the verdict slip. Now, then you go on to guilty of the offense of as charged, manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. Check one or both of the following: manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor and or manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. If you find the defendant guilty of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, stop and sign the verdict slip. That means on each one, when you stop and sign the verdict slip, that means you have a verdict on this indictment. So stop and sign the verdict slip. If you find her not guilty of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, then continue below to the lesser included offense. And first, under 3 is involuntary manslaughter. If you find the defendant guilty of the lesser included offense of involuntary manslaughter, stop and sign the verdict slip. If you find her not guilty of involuntary manslaughter, then continue to the next page. Guilty of the lesser included offense of motor vehicle homicide, felony OUI liquor, and negligence. And you have to check one or both of the following: motor vehicle homicide under the influence of liquor and or motor vehicle homicide by operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. If you find the defendant guilty of the lesser included offense of motor vehicle homicide, felony OUI liquor, and negligence, stop and sign the verdict slip. If you find her not guilty of motor vehicle homicide under the influence of liquor, then continue below to the guilty of the lesser included offense operating under the influence. And you check one or both of the following: operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor and or operating a
that.
motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. If you find the defendant guilty of operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, then stop. If you find the defendant guilty, you stop and you sign the verdict slip. If you find the defendant not guilty on this offense and all other offenses, check the first box on page 1. And remember, your decision must be unanimous. All right, does that make it any clearer, hopefully?
Must be unanimous.
All right, so with
She couldn't
that,
answer
I
the
am going to send you back out.
Before the jurors are set up, maybe see-
Sure, why don't you come on over?
Yeah, he wants her to tell them
Yeah.
no.
No.
Convicting on the
simple, no.
lesser is not the same as the convicting on the original.
Right.
Does
Why
she
does it
want a
have to
hung
be-
jury?
Why does it have to be so fucking confusing? Like that's the kind of shit when she pulls that kind of stuff that just blows my mind. Just make it simple. It's such a simple answer. No, it doesn't. If you find her guilty on the OUI, that's all she's guilty of. Plain and simple.
God. Not clear at all, people are saying.
Yeah,
It's
clear as
better.
mud.
It's better, but
I heard
she's
myself say this, and I'm glad counsel told me I did. So if you go back and look at the form after 4, if you find the defendant guilty of the lesser included offense of motor vehicle homicide, felony, OUI, liquor, and negligence, stop and sign the verdict slip. If you find her not guilty of motor vehicle homicide under the influence of liquor, then continue below. I think I said, then find, I don't know what I said. I heard myself read the guilty of the lesser included offense. So if you find her not guilty of motor vehicle homicide under the influence of liquor, then you continue to decide whether the Commonwealth has proven to you beyond a reasonable doubt that she's guilty of operating under the influence of liquor. And if they have not, and if you find the defendant not guilty on this offense and all other offenses, then you go back and check the first box. So you follow it from the top to the bottom in this manner.
to the border.
Okay? Thank you very much. We're going to release you.
You didn't answer their fucking question, Judge. You didn't answer their question. I mean, it's literally.
I mean,
what was it?
I obviously agree. I'm taking some solace in the fact that at least they added the not guilty language, move on. But yeah, I mean, she clearly should just said no. If you find her guilty of the standalone OUI, she's not guilty.
Are you satisfied, Mr. Yannetti?
No.
Okay. I'm going to ask everybody to stay a few minutes. I'll be back out in about 5 minutes.
It's like they forgot
questions
that.
and thoughts and
What?
why was this objected
What the
to?
hell
And
did that just
so
happen?
we've been able to do it while we
know.
both tried.
Boston 10, go away.
What'd you do?
They did it. I didn't do it.
What'd you do?
They just decided to start talking. I'll find an OnlyFan somewhere.
They went back to OnlyFan.
They did?
Yeah.
Oh, they did. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. It was a technical glitch.
Oof.
It was a technical glitch on their part. I mean, Yannetti was satisfied with it. I wish he would have said,
I think they just forgot about the whole she never said no thing. That's what I think.
Andrea says she's doing a recap later, so she'll just see how the day unfolds. Sean Martin of Potentially Criminal is going to come hang with us. And I hit up Peter, lawyer, and see if he's hanging around doing nothing.
You were supposed to get it during Verdict Watch. Now it's like over. It's like
nothing is over until I
it's
say it is.
basically done.
Nothing
Sean
is
Bloor
over.
says, what charge will she get on OUI only? The sentence for that is up to 2.5 years in jail. But typically it's probation, no jail time. You lose your license for a while. So that's what we're talking about. Is the judge going to give a trial tax? Is she going to sentence her harsher than she would anyone else with no criminal history who walked into her courtroom on their first OUI? So yes. Jay-Z says, oh my God, yeah, she just confused me more. I'm not Mensa, but I'm pretty smart. And I don't know what she just said. You're both fabulous. Love your coverage. Thank you. So Michelle also answers to Sean's question. Basically, Massachusetts usually goes with a lesser sentence for OUI. My friend got first offense being an accident with a cop and only lost her license for 45 days and is taking classes. So, I mean, and that's going to be very telling on what this judge does. And what she should do is treat Karen Reed like anyone else who just came in and got their first OUI. And if she doesn't, I think she should take shit for that. I do. So, Sonia says, I said I can't do this again with the same exacerbation as AJ when I found out I was pregnant again when my son was 3 months old and I was still healing from a cesarean. Wow, Sonia, you jumped back into it pretty quickly after, if you're still healing from a cesarean, doing the thing that gets you pregnant should have been harder. But yeah, I feel your pain with that. She spoke. She's mute on, mute off. Up. Sidebar. Sidebar. Hannah says, thanks for the great coverage. I didn't watch the first trial. Evidence definitely shows not guilty, but I don't know about the OUI. But she's been tortured enough already with this. Yeah.
I agree.
Not that Nikki
so here,
says.
somebody asked to read Aiden's. He's in there. He said juror 4 just picked up, this is 4 minutes ago, just picked up a piece of paper and used it to shield his mouth as he whispered something to juror 3 as he was looking at the media. Many jurors are looking at the media, which they usually don't do. It's as if they know they're about to do something. So there's Aiden speculating.
Yeah.
He also said 7 minutes ago, he said, under no circumstances should Karen Reed be convicted of drinking and driving after Higgins. Albert and McCabe all testified that they were also, that's not how that works, but I understand the sentiment.
Finish his sentence, though.
After Higgins, Albert, and McCabe all testified that they were also drinking and driving that night.
Right.
2 wrongs don't make it right. Aiden then said 12 minutes ago, the foreman looked in the direction of Karen Reed's parents and smiled. Ooh, that was 12 minutes ago.
Nice.
17 minutes ago, he reported if Karen Reed is acquitted, there will be a lot of losers in this whole thing, but none bigger than Hank Brennan. Adam Lally convinced 9 jurors to convict Karen Reed of manslaughter. If Hank gets 0, he will be the ultimate loser.
That's why he's still trying to fuck things up so that he's just begging, hoping somehow, some way they come back hung on the OUI. Give it up, Hank. You're fucked. You're fucked here. You fucked it. You suck in every way. And, I think he damn well knew his case sucked. And I'm just so glad that, we weren't all crazy. You guys, we are not all crazy. This was fast. The jury said no collision, period. And I know we're saying it before they say it, but that's how confident we are. It's there.
19 minutes ago, he said in the hallway, I saw Alan Jackson. I said, those are good questions. He responded, yeah, you think?
Yeah. Not that Mickey says, cannot wait for Hank's comments after the verdict, if any. Ha, 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 ha. Any other tidbits from Maiden?
Let me see. And Peter gave me a thumbs up. It sounds like he's going to go live. Everybody's going to be going live if there's a verdict.
I know, Bob. You were supposed to set this up for Jury Watch. So I think we still have a couple people that need to come on if somebody, well, but now we've got Sean. You know, we owe some of our audience ons as well here, but let's bring on our esteemed guest, Sean with Potentially Criminal.
Hey guys, can you
What's
hear me
up?
okay?
Oh, you in the car?
Yeah, I'm actually out and about today, so
We have mobile Sean,
yeah,
the man on the move, the man on the move.
Yeah.
So
not moving too fast.
have you you've been keeping up with what's going on?
Yeah, I just missed Bev reading the directions, although from what I'm reading on Twitter, the amount of dooming from the anti-Karen Reed people, it sounds like Bev finally did the right thing. So
I mean,
Yeah.
sort of. She sort of did as far as changing the verdict sheet, but the
Yeah.
jurors specifically asked, "Is convicting on a lesser included a conviction on
Yeah.
the overall charge?" And she didn't just answer them no.
and
She
I don't
said,
understand why.
It makes
I
no
don't get
sense.
it.
Does she
It's a
want
clear
a
question of
hung
law.
jury?
Right.
Right. When they ask a question of law, that is exactly right. Potentially criminal. The law says the judge has to answer it.
Mhm.
And she
And I
didn't.
don't. Once again, and this is where once again I think it becomes when you're dealing with Bev. I don't think she's in the bag for the state, but she strikes me as somebody who she starts messing up and she won't back down off of it.
Right.
And she's refusing. She's refusing the correct course because she knows she screwed up the first time around last year, and now she raked herself. Oh,
You righty?
do we have a verdict?
No, I don't.
No, she wanted him to come back for
All right, so we'll see everybody at 1:30.
1:30. Oh, it's 12:30 there.
And
Oh
Yeah.
gosh, I'm gonna be in the car driving to court.
during the verdict.
They won't take a verdict between 12:30 and 1:30, right? They won't take the verdict during lunch. They're gonna
So they do have a
stop them.
verdict, though.
They're gonna stop them in the middle of their deliberating to eat lunch when they're like just getting the verdict sheets back and they're ready to sign them.
Yeah, can't they fucking eat and deliberate at the same time?
Yeah,
I
Like,
don't-
what's-
There's nothing stopping them.
Right.
I thought people were saying that the judge won't accept a verdict during that time is what I've
Well,
been hearing. And
yeah, that's the
Some
thing.
people
Yeah,
were
she's going to
saying they
make them
don't
wait.
even deliberate during lunch. I thought
That's not
Andrea.
true. They talk.
Each charge, because as you can see,
Oh,
these are
boy.
all sub charges of this broader charge at the top. So she's going to add that instruction line to the.
What's wrong with these guys today? We know she did it already. Guess what? Done.
Thanks, reporter who knows nothing about the law, explaining things to us. Those are always my favorite things. So we were talking about this concept. So it's interesting in the right decision by Canoni as well as everybody else in terms of they shouldn't, aside from Hank, obviously, in terms of assigning a time as to when that OUI might have occurred because it wasn't in the indictment. If it's not in the indictment, sorry, it's not part of the case. So, but it still leaves a bit of wiggle room for the possibility that they can't come to a decision on that. And the problem is if they hang on that lesser included, manslaughter count 2 survives, and theoretically they could charge her again.
Well, the biggest concern is Bev pulls the crap she did last time. I'm not pulling the jury. I don't care. And now they're all back on the menu again. Like, I understand what you're saying, but the last time she didn't care. She didn't want to read it. And the courts in the Court of Appeals or the Supreme Court or whoever they are, whatever goofy crap they call themselves, they're like, yeah, whatever, that's fine. Bev's a good girl. Good enough.
Right. The Supreme Judicial
So
Court.
that's the bigger concern. She's
Well,
gonna.
this time she has made clear that if you find on count 1, you can just give us count 1. And with the way it's rewritten, I think the only risk would be, do you if they're hung, then manslaughter stays on the table for a third time around. But I think these jurors know they've got to be unanimous. And she did add that at the end. It's got to be unanimous. So I think with the you can pick it 12:45 or 5 a.m. that they're going to be
Mhm.
able to agree on an OUI.
Yeah, and I know people are upset about it that they asked for this, but given how this trial is going, eh, you know, if Karen wanted it, you got to go for it. I mean, this is there's no reason why you, no matter how well you think you've got it in the bag, it's never over till it's over. So
Right.
Right. In,
I
in
don't blame them.
retrospect, it might have worked. I mean,
Yeah.
that might have been the thing that got them over the hump
I
because
doubt it.
Sure.
They seem to very quick. I'm reading that they very quickly decided no damn collision. I think in retrospect,
Yeah,
they're thinking,
it seems like they thought this was a bunch of bullshit to start with, but you can't make that like that's a very risky gamble to make.
yeah.
Because you're either oh they're 100% on our side, or they're not, and now you're screwed. So I think they did the right thing.
Yeah, it's I mean, we'll find out. We'll find out it, but you're right. I mean, it's hard it's a risky gambit. Like you can't because you know, you're sitting there and you have no idea what the jury's thinking at the close of evidence after summations. You're like you've got to kind of go with your gut on it and you also have to be of the mindset, all right, if we need to give them something to hang their hat on in order to get them off the other shit, then you know, you go to Karen and you leave it to Karen. I guarantee you Karen's who made the choice, not them. You know, I mean, they all talked about it ad
I know.
nauseam. Yeah. So I don't know. We'll see how it plays out. You know, I guess the bigger question then becomes, I mean, so if it plays out like this, if they come back and they find her not guilty on all counts, that's obvious. She just walks out of court. Free woman, never has to deal with any of this shit again. If they find her guilty on the OUI, she's still going to walk out of court. They're not going to take her into custody. She'll set a sentencing date, and then
You'd like to think so.
That's, I mean, that's
You'd
what
like
you
to
would
think so.
I wouldn't. I like. I mean, that's. I'm assuming it's a misdemeanor charge, right? So
It is.
I would
but you can
think
do.
that,
But it's a misdemeanor charge, but it's a misdemeanor charge. But the issue is, and this is something throughout the mid-Atlantic states up into New England, misdemeanors can be multi-year sentences. So
yeah, I mean, I mean, the max in Mass is 2.5 years. I mean, it's, but like, I can't see her taking her into custody pending, unless she's going to go right into sentencing. I mean, she could go, she theoretically could sentence right then and there.
she served she served about a couple of days in custody.
Yeah,
at the beginning.
Give her time served.
Yeah.
And probation.
I mean, because
the lawyer's daughter says, please, someone give Hank has a ham sandwich someone see if Hank had a ham sandwich for lunch. Thanks for all your time. Jury understands Bev's word salad verdict slip instruction. We did have Dino Tank's unpopular opinion. It's not that confusing. I don't think the new instruction is that confusing. I just wish she would have answered the fucking question that jurors asked. Answer the question. No. Do you guys, if you don't want a hung jury, give them what they need so they can come to a verdict. Make those jurors who are fearful that somehow, if I select a lesser included, she's getting sentenced on the bigger one. Like that this is what they're worried about, that somehow this means more than what I think it means. It says OUI, but is this a normal OUI? Like, they're not sure. Just answer the question.
Yeah, they're worried about the trick.
Right.
And as far as I'll say, jury instructions don't sound confusing. It's very much like when we watch this, why aren't they objecting? Why aren't they doing this? When you're sitting there when you're playing under the lights, it's a whole different vibe. You see it differently. These jurors that, you're sitting there reading it. Remember, you guys know all the lore. They have a curated story that's been given to them, a heavily curated story. They're trying to be very deliberate because they understand if we say murder, she's going away forever. If we say manslaughter, she's going away for a long time. They might not know for how long, but they understand it's no joke. So they're being very deliberate and they're very cautious.
Yeah. I mean, you err on the side of caution. It's just the
Yeah,
prudent thing to
they
do.
could also be blithering idiots too. We don't know.
Right. I mean, you really just don't know. And, I think we're all kind of just assuming the worst in terms of sentencing, that if she's convicted on the OUI, that judge is going to throw the book at her. I mean, we don't know that that's true. I tend to think, in light of the amount of money spent on an OUI conviction,
Yes.
she would probably, which is total bullshit. But I feel like she would apply some trial tax to her.
I think she shouldn't. She shouldn't.
She shouldn't, because she had. What did she expect her to do? She had to go to trial.
Yeah.
Had to.
I'll be back.
Well, and I explain to people too, though, it's not always you call it the trial tax, but it's the judge finds out how much of an asshole you were tax. So, watching those video clips of Karen, don't paint her in the most flattering light, and some of that. So I can see, at the end of the day, Bev giving her a little bit of time there. But I do think it's hilarious if it's just those clips alone and Hank comes in like, this is my secret weapon. Ha, ha, ha. And all he gets is a misdemeanor and like 2 weeks out of it.
Yeah. I mean.
Oh, I drove Allie off.
No, she had to do something.
Yeah.
He had to try a different case. He elected to try a completely different case. I mean, ultimately,
he tried a smarter case.
Yeah, I mean, you could argue that Lally tried a smarter case if we're to believe that initially they came back 8-3-9-4 on the guilty side of it. You know what I mean? It's like,
yeah. I guess though. I don't know. I just there's just so much here, and I guess I told and it's funny because I told my chat at the beginning, and I didn't watch your guys' day-to-day coverage, but I said at the beginning, guys, this is an OVI trial with a little bit more like complexity thrown into it. I mean, really, that's where we are, and if it does turn out this way, I'm going to clip that. And
I mean,
it really is it's an OVI trial where we threw a little more into it.
Yep. I mean, that's gospel. That's absolute gospel.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. So I think my gut's telling me that right after lunch we're going to get a verdict.
Oh yeah, I'm sure they're ready to go. They want to go. I'm sure they probably came in this morning. I have a feeling they're going to tell that whoever gets interviewed is going to say by Friday we were like, look, we're not doing murder, and I think they probably even said we're not doing manslaughter, and they said not even leaving the scene of the accident. I'm sure that they agree no collision right off the bat.
Yeah,
and it's been this.
Yeah, it's probably been the OUI the whole time. I mean, you figure yesterday was a full day. Like it seems like an inordinate amount of time to be just talking. Like they did the work. They probably went through the motions, talked about it, made sure that they were all good on all the other charges, and then they landed on this thing, and then that's it. So I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
My condolences go out to the anti-Kieran Reed people and Hank's Hose and whatever they have to call themselves. I hope people check up on them because this is.
They're unhinged, man. They are unhinged.
Yeah, they are.
And with like all the victim petting, like acting as if they're actually representatives of the O'Keefe family.
Oh yeah.
And
it's not even that, but they are so like it's one thing to be very you can argue to be very adamant for a person to be acquitted, but to cheerlead someone getting locked in a box forever and like, okay, you want somebody to get justice, fine, but like the Hank Brennan emojis and all that, and it's just like
it's like pro-government shit. That's what I'm always saying.
Some of you people need Jesus, and it's I've never understood it, but to quote the great Ethan Ralph, suffer. That's all I can tell them.
Yeah.
And I feel bad because at the end of the day, if I'm I think Paul O'Keefe's a Neanderthal. But like Peggy, the mom, like you're never gonna get justice for your son because even if it turns out tomorrow Jim McCabe, short of admitting to here's what happened, nobody's gonna ever be able to prosecute because you're like, wait, you went through all this nonsense with the car hitting them for how many years?
Right.
I mean, you've destroyed the case.
Yeah, you made your bed. You made your bed, and beyond that, it's like Canton PD, MSP, they're not in a to turn around and start investigating that thing because of all the stink all over it.
Yeah.
It's like short of the feds, which I think they've done their due diligence, and short of them finding something new, short of somebody flipping, I don't see them being able to bring anything forward because the federal government does not lose cases. They're not like, because there was always this, people that don't understand how the process works. I'm like, people like, oh, they didn't find anything. I'm like, that doesn't mean shit. That doesn't mean they didn't find any evidence. They could have found plenty of evidence. What it meant that a U.S. attorney or an AUSA didn't find that they found enough evidence to move forward on it because they're not in the business of losing cases.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, the feds, and I only know this because I've tagged along with, I'm not in Fed court yet doing stuff. I will be this summer though. But I've gone along with a couple of attorneys, like just see how the Fed stuff goes. When you show up, they give you like, here's how we're going to kill your guy. Here's how dead he is. And they give you the stack. And like, that's it. There is no, it's pretty straightforward when the Feds go after somebody.
Yeah.
There is no, oh, we think we might lose. No, they go for the wins.
Yeah. And they get them. They get them.
Yeah. And this idea of no, like, and this is something I keep asking these people. If you were standing trial for any type of offense, would you be satisfied if the people investigating you did it like this? And nobody ever would. This is not acceptable conduct. This is not an acceptable investigation. And this is something I'm actually very upset at Yannetti and Alan Jackson for. They never asked Buchanan and those guys, did you do this? Like, you were trained by the MSP. You were trained. Did you go to detective school? Yep. You did all that stuff. Is this how you do any of that? And they never went down that road of saying,
I know.
Do you put stuff in a paper bag?
Right. Yeah, especially in light of the fact that they got barred from putting Michael Easter on, who would have pointed all that shit out.
Well, and I think ultimately, had Yuri Buchanan said, yes, this is exactly how we're trained, that's when I'd say, okay, well, now we can, even Bev's going to be like, okay, well, that's not it. But that was really probably the biggest misstep I think they made during this trial, is they didn't hammer on that. But otherwise, I started, when I got done with it, I told people, because I never give better than a 50-50 shot to people, because I don't think at the end of the day you can't when a jury's got it.
Right.
And I said, like, I thought hung jury was number one, but based on the way Lopasato and Rentschler went, my second place vote was going to be either an acquittal or a lesser and included. And they brought Lopasato and Rentschler brought those two options like all the way up to the top.
Right.
I think the last two witnesses saved Karen's life probably at this point.
So do I 100%. Like, no question. As much as I, think that Dr. Russell's a very learned woman in terms of like excellent witnesses, Lopasato and Rentschler were it for me. I mean, and it was really, not only were they educated and informed and credible, but they were able to parry everything that Hank was throwing at him in a way that he was getting bitch slapped. I mean, they just bitch slapped the shit out of Hank. Both of them did. Like Hank could make no headway with either one of those witnesses. And, and when you couple that with the fact that they were just bringing the heat, and then when Hank fucked up, when he had the ruling that he needed regarding, what Lopasato not being able to inquire into or opine on whether or not those injuries on the arm were as a result of an animal or a dog, and he got that ruling, and then he fucked it up, and it made it where Jackson asked that question. He's like, oh, well, can we at least say that they were made by an animal? And she's like, yeah, you could do that. Yeah, like that was it. That was it right there. And then, Rentschler just owned him. Just absolutely owned him. So I thought it was fait accompli, and then like that's where I was at. If they're gonna and at that point, the standalone OUI wasn't a thing. So like I'm thinking right there, okay, well they're gonna go NG on all of them, but you still you just don't know. You know what I mean? It's like that thing.
It's a big gamble.
It's a huge gamble. It's a huge gamble.
Because count 3 is how much time in prison is count 3?
I don't even know offhand.
Couple years probably.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean that's still, and where I know everybody's saying like, oh, I wouldn't have made that deal. I'm like, when you're gambling with your own chips, man, it's everybody thinks they're about it until it's their turn to get called.
That's right. Yeah, it's easy
mean-
to sit behind your screen and talk about what they should or shouldn't have done.
Yeah.
And that's why ultimately, I mean, one of the first, if she's found guilty on the OUI, the first question they're going to ask her is going to be, was that your decision? Was that your choice to ask, to tell your lawyers to tell that to be added? And I'm sure she's going to say, yeah, because if she had to elect between going through a third trial and or potentially just taking the risk of Bev maybe hammering her on sentencing on that OUI, I guarantee she's going to say, yeah, I was willing to take that risk. I mean, we've heard her already say, whatever the jury comes back with, I'm ready for it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Whether that's one way or another. So, I mean, and I've been telling folks, I'm like, look, the process in and of itself for a defendant is fucking torture.
It's a grind.
Oh man, dude, it's like it's worse than a grind. I mean, it's all consuming.
Lance is calling.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm a lawyer. I want to come on.
So yeah, I don't know.
And I said it. I think I super chatted you guys yesterday. Like you wake up in the morning. Oh, it's morning. You might go to prison forever. Is in the back of your head a half a second after you realize it's nice outside.
Immediately.
Like the moment you're done talking about something, the moment you have a free second of thought, you might go to prison.
Yeah.
You might go to prison. You might go to prison.
I just went to a great concert. Oh my God, I might be going to prison. It's like anything. It's always, it's omnipresent. It's always there.
Your niece and nephew make you laugh.
Yeah.
Oh, that was so fun. Oh God, I might go to prison right after. Like,
right. It's so true. It's so true. It is.
It takes years off your life.
It does. Like absolutely. Like I was talking about like when most people do a lot of critical thinking in the shower, it's one of the quiet times that you have.
Yeah.
Nobody's bugging you. You do a lot of thinking in the shower, and like you're just sitting there for 3 years, like deep in thought about, oh my God, I might be going to prison. My life as I know it is going to be over.
And then for her, no matter where you go and what you do, people will observe it, people will know about it, people will report on it. It's not like, you're Bob Boberson out here in Ohio on a case that's been dragging on for a while. Nobody knows about it, nobody cares. Except maybe the families involved. Literally, like anything you do is reported on. And
All right, babe. We got to answer people questions because I want to get behind on the super.
All right, wait,
when
did you skip or did you pick up where we left off?
I think I picked up where we left off.
Okay. What time is that?
Sean Bloom, I thought I put that up before and you answered it. Like, could she appeal? I mean,
no.
Right. She wouldn't. I mean,
she could. She's not going to be. I mean, she could appeal, but it's not like she's not going to.
So, yeah, guys, here's the thing. When you, short of Bev saying, I'm doing this because it's you.
Right.
If the sentence is within the statutory guidelines,
exactly,
it's fine. Part of sentencing is to make an example out of people. And look, we have a high-profile case. This woman admitted to drinking and driving. We don't tolerate that in this community.
Yeah, but
enjoy your 2 years.
Jurors asking, could this be based on 5 a.m.? So it's got nothing to do with the condition of John O'Keefe. So, but Sean is absolutely right. If it's within the statute.
What time is Sean's thing so I can get to where you're at? What time was that? Because we're way behind.
What are you talking about? Who's
what
way behind?
time?
I think she meant when I came on.
No. Sean Bloor. Like, what time is the?
Yeah, 11:24.
Oh, you're way. No, we're way.
Run.
Yeah, I mean, she's way
All right,
ahead.
so you go to where we were.
I want to say we were way back.
I thought we were at right here. Please
I remember being all salty about Contrary Mary saying Bob let Allie do the singing.
Hey, you're way okay. I'm way past that, babe.
No, you weren't.
I was.
I think.
That was
no, because I remember David saying any data was one of the last ones.
All
we
right,
read.
I'm gonna do it because I know exactly where we were. And
William
well,
Defoe is Spanky. I remember that one. Bonnie Hunt. I don't remember Bonnie Hunt for
I know I did
anti-Bev.
skip to the current time and figured we'd go back to the old ones.
See, well, you just up
So,
and lied. Like
but
you
yeah, I
just
forgot.
gaslit the fuck out of me. Like
I
that was a
did.
total Hank Brennan
Gotcha.
move.
Gotcha.
Yeah, except you didn't. Except you didn't.
Exactly. Almost
Duncan,
gotcha.
Idaho.
Tried.
A family hug out to Duncan, Idaho. Bonnie Hunt for anti-Bev.
Not a bad choice.
They should
Bonnie
just get that girl from Twitter.
didn't
who's a
Bonnie?
cancer
Yeah, that's
candidate.
who they should
She's an
get.
anti-cancer
Bonnie
candidate.
Hunt got all that plastic surgery done, and she looks so bizarre now. She looks like a lion. It's weird.
Oh, she did? Ooh.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh.
Like Bonnie, if that's who I'm thinking of. Bonnie Hunt was on
Yeah, that's the one.
Mad About You.
Yeah.
Is that her?
Yeah, with the gap in her teeth.
No, what? Wrong person.
Yeah. What?
No. Wait,
Yeah.
hold on. Let me see if I'm thinking. Oh, no. I'm thinking of the wrong person too.
Oh, okay. Then we're both thinking of the wrong person.
Yeah, I'm thinking of whoever the
Girl
other
on Mad
one
About
on-
You.
Yeah,
Who
Mad
did
About-
have a gap in her teeth. I thought that was like her thing.
I don't know. I don't think so.
All right. But that Bonnie Hunt was actually a good call. I just looked her up.
Yeah, that's pretty spot on. Allie B, and thank you so much for that, by the way, Laura. Allie B, do we really know that Karen said she left him at the waterfall, or is that solely based on Jen McCabe's testimony?
I can't remember if she said something in the recordings about not remembering where
Yeah.
she left him. I can't recall, so you might be correct.
There's so many times she's popped off when she should have just not popped off, and I'm talking about
All
Karen.
right, so I've got to leave for
Publicly.
court in about 20 minutes. So I think I've got to go get dressed and head out. And you guys
Do
have
real-
to, yeah,
Do real work.
yeah. I might be able to hop on. I'll keep an eye on what you're doing, and maybe I'll
You'll
hop
be
on
like
from
you'll
the
be
car.
like Sean in the whip.
but
Coming in from the whip.
but I think you might owe some more audience people. I'm not sure. if
Yeah, I
people-
know. The girls are yelling at me backstage, like, "Where are all these people lined up? What are you doing?"
Yeah, we'll bring them on with Sean while I'm getting ready. You and Sean can talk to them.
All right,
Mhm.
yeah.
Yeah.
Ladies, who do you have lined up? I know Kraken was back here. I know Cody's been popping in and out.
Sorry, Cody. I took up a lot of hog time with my girl Cammie because I love her.
Yeah. So Lucky had said Gilbert Godfrey is Hank, free Karen Reed. Not bad.
Wasn't Gilbert Godfrey dead?
He might be. I think he
I think
did
he
die
is.
recently. I think he
Yeah.
died in like the last year.
Well, you know what else died in Hank's case?
Hey ho.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tammy Martin, and thank you very much, Lucky. Tammy, Hot Mike, Billy Bush, had on retired sergeant from Canton, Peter Murphy, Swingers Club on Fairview. Woof. I mean, people have talked about that concept. I don't know. Like,
Won't surprise me.
Yeah, I don't know. Wouldn't surprise me either. But thank you so much, T. Shaw, Casey Affleck for Hank.
That could work.
I mean, it could. Casey's got that curly hair, though. He'd really have to shorten it up. Plus, I love Casey Affleck. I love him very much. And thank you so much for that, Kraken. Jessica Biel for Karen in the movie. Do I get 15 minutes too? You do indeed. You do indeed. And thank you. So we're waiting for you, Kraken. You definitely get your 15 minutes. Haley, so what you do is super. Hear me out. Higgins, Mark Boone, Jr., B. Albert, or Jr., Mark Boone, Jr., B. Albert, Dean Norris, Karen, Rose Byrne, Bev, Charlize Theron. Think monster. Yeah, that was for as beautiful a woman as Charlize Theron. She was, whew, they did her up right playing in Monster, man. That was something else.
Yes, it was.
Who's Mark Boone? Who is that? You
Mark
know who that
Boone.
is?
I don't remember.
I don't know who
I
that is.
probably recognize him if I saw him.
Yeah, probably. I've had to pull up some people. I'm an old head, so it's like, if it's anybody in the last 15 years, I have no idea who they are. Like any of my kids' generation of actors and actresses, I have no clue who any of them are. I'll pop them up though, Haley. I'll take a peek. I love Charlize. The monster version of Charlize Theron is Bev. Is Bev. Karen Rose Byrne. Now I do know Rose Byrne. I don't know. Let's see. That could work.
That would work.
That would like Karen's tough. She's got a unique look, you know. Yeah, Rose Byrne though. Yeah, I could see Rose working. What about when I see this picture of Rose Byrne? What about who's the chick who was in all the God, dude, I'm so old. All the like 80s movies she was in. She got picked up on the shoplifting charges. She's in Stranger Things. She was in tons of shit. You know who I'm talking about? She had the little klepto thing going. Somebody will know in chat who I'm talking about. She resembles Rose Byrne. What the hell's, God damn it, dude. My memory is for shit. Thanks, Boston Colleen. We appreciate you. Aspiring, whoever said Bruce Valanche for Bev. That's classic. You know who that is, right?
I do.
Yeah, that's spot on. That is spot on. That's great. Thanks, Sarah. Miss Garbage Brain, Andrew Scott is AJ. All right. See, y'all are making me have to pull all this shit up because I don't know who any of these people are. Y'all, what y'all are doing is aging me badly. Andrew Scott. Yeah, never seen this guy before in my entire life. Irish actor. I don't even know what the hell he's been in. Wait, what's that guy in? Oh yeah, I've seen this guy before.
Mm-hmm.
I like him. I forget what I saw him in, but he was in a pretty good role. Let's see, what the hell was that? Oh, Sherlock. He played Moriarty. That's right. That's what I remember him from. The BBC version. All right. He could pull that off. Thanks, Miss Garbage. And then we got Pam, Amazing Pete, or Amanda Pete for Karen Reed. She's so underrated, but did an amazing job as Betty Broderick. She was great. Wasn't Amanda Pete just in that? She's in that new Your Friends and Neighbors, the new John Hamm joint on Apple. She's
Haven't
good.
seen that yet.
It's pretty good, man. It's pretty good. Yeah, Amanda can act. I can see that. She can pull that off. Thank you, Pam. Tina, hello from Dubai. While everyone interviewed Karen Reed and her team, I just want to have a cup of coffee with Dr. L, Dr. R, and enough to track a cat guy. I found them fascinating. Me too. They were great. Like that, enough to track a cat was like my favorite.
That's total weatherman right there.
Oh, dude, and it's so
Weatherman.
spot on. Like, what a perfect way to describe like a quarter inch of snow. You know, it's good. It's good. Thanks, Tina. Jade, $6.99 Canadian. Thank you very much. Trust Jen about what Karen Reed said on the phone. Big mistake. Don't believe a word she says. Karen Reed didn't say it on video. Don't believe it. Don't believe the hype. Agreed. Jen McCabe is definitely full of shit. Ducky. NGOUI for me because no BAC at the time of accident or scene. Now, Ducky, you sent that at 9:22 a.m. and you did a nice job. You sniffed out that was a potential issue in terms of the time. So good job. I couldn't say by law guilty. Agreed. It's that's what I'm saying. If you don't know, because like the extrapolation does nothing for me, and there's no specificity as to when they're saying she's drunk. She could have gone home and pounded, like pissed at John.
Yeah.
You know, hammering drinks down, like screaming and yelling at him, like, where the fuck are you, you asshole? And, you know, all that shit.
Oh, yeah.
And, you know, having beverages. I mean, that's definitely not beyond the scope of reason. In which case,
no, not at all.
Yeah. Knox Jules, I'm behind, just got home from a small surgical procedure. Well, I hope that went okay, Knox. Thanks for helping me cover. Yeah, Dever did say FBI on redirect. I think regarding speaking to their legal. I hear Allie like yelling from the bathroom.
I still love her argument of, well, the FBI people told me it was okay. It's like, that's not how that works.
Yeah. Yeah,
But she got
exactly.
a signed letter from the DOJ. That's not how that works.
Oh, good. Kraken's here. So, Sean, we've been doing this thing where if people kick in fitty, they get come hang with us for 15 minutes. So
nice.
Like at noon, high noon, Kraken rolls in. What's up?
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me okay?
Hello.
You sound great.
Hi.
Perfectly.
Well, I'm in a hotel. Thanks. I'm in a hotel room and the Wi-Fi went, so I had to get on my phone.
Hey, it works great. You're coming in, you're loud and clear and your picture's clear. So that's all you can ask for.
So hi, everybody.
Hey, what are your thoughts? What are you thinking? We've got some serious action happening now. So obviously seems like we're imminent as to a verdict.
Well,
what are your thoughts? Anybody
in the comment section already knows all my thoughts, and a lot of them start with the letter F. So I guessed last week that if Karen was guilty of anything, it was going to be the driving under the influence, or OUI, whatever the East Coast calls it. Mostly because I'm afraid that the majority of we the people go in assuming that they wouldn't be there if they weren't guilty of something. And then in this case, they got bitch slapped with, all 8 tentacles, pun intended, with like, this literally didn't happen. I will not be surprised if she gets convicted. I will not be surprised if she gets the cuffs put on her today. And I will not be surprised if she gets the max sentence of all max sentences that Massachusetts has ever seen, just like red Solo cups and bags and leaf blowers, because Karen Reed.
So, eternal pessimist.
I'm actually, an optimistic person, but I'm very realistic and I'm very cynical when it comes to the justice system. Like I've shared with you before, if you'd asked me 5 years ago, I'd been like, well, they got arrested. Of course they're guilty. Fuck defense attorneys. They're all liars, blah, blah, blah.
Right.
And then, like it is in life, it takes one thing to happen to you for you to see the world a completely different way, and you can't unsee it. And I kind of live in the world right now of the audacity, and you have to prove to me that you're not a complete asshat in order for me to really see who you are. I'll be 50 in 10 days? Yay me. And thank you. And I'm literally, and I mean this with all of my heart, I am quite literally in my I really don't give a fuck phase, because I almost just can't deal with humanity in the sense of there is no humaneness anymore. So I try to lead by example, with empathy. And we've talked, Bob, before about storytelling and stuff. And all my storytelling is human-centered from an empathetic lens. But that doesn't mean I'm not on the side going, because in reality, humans are unpredictable wild animals. And it is scary, absolutely terrifying to know I could run up to Fred Myers right now and potentially spend the rest of my life in jail over something I didn't do. I would almost rather spend my life in jail for something I did and still claim I'm innocent than spend time in jail, especially something so egregious. And I really think I challenge Massachusetts residents, but I challenge all state in the United States. I'm obviously a citizen. We really have to have some more accountability on the bad actors or good actors, whether they're prosecutors, sheriffs, Washington, or I live in Washington, I'm in California right now, but state troopers, whatever it may be, there has to be something other than harmless error. There is no doubt in my mind that there is provable in a court of law malicious intent by more than one person in this case. And also, we need to get to a point in consensus reality that if the lead detective on a case gets fired for that case, there's no court case. It's done. out the window. Things have been thrown out on lesser issues. So I just can't wrap my mind around what we're dealing with. And then you add the Richard Allens on top of it all. And Spitfire and I have actually become friends in real life. Even though we don't live in the same state, we've Zoomed and shared some several storytellers. So we both agreed that I'm on the spectrum of ADHD with autism, cherry on top. And we have such a hyper-focused, I guess, not vengeance, that's not the right word, but injustice quite literally radiates through our body. And to see that the majority of the world is not seeing the world through that lens, that is also terrifying, that we walk among them.
Yeah. I mean, that's
very true. Well,
yeah, I mean, Sean and I see it firsthand and have been through our entire careers. So it's like you're seeing what we've seen from the inside, looking out, and it's disheartening. I mean, and Sean, I can't, I don't know what the impetus for you starting your channel was, but I mean, I came in like really wanting to educate people on what criminal defense attorneys really do, because we've been misconstrued. We've been, like shaded for so long. And you watch anything in terms of true crime content and, it's the cops and the prosecutors are the heroes. And there are certainly hero cops and phenomenal prosecutors out there. We need them because there are some awful fucking people out there. However, that being said, that's not some kind of mutually exclusive thing wherein they don't fuck up. And, the innocent people aren't prosecuted and convicted and spending their lives or any portion of their life in prison, so, and there are dirty cops and there are shitty prosecutors and there, so it's like kind of trying to get people over the hump to really understand that the basic concept of the defense attorney is that we are the last line of defense. And I say this constantly, to protect our rights in this country under the Constitution. It's not the government. They don't do that.
Right.
The Constitution
And I think that's,
hey, you can't do that shit to us.
Yeah. And I think that's the one thing that people almost live in a molehill about, whether you're a weasel like Hank or not, where they just can't accept that they aren't in a world they've been groomed to believe in our education system that is factual. We barely get this much, not even like we get a freckle, pun intended, of government and civics in high school. And for me, it was senior year. I checked out in sophomore year. Do you really think I was paying attention to that? And
Hank is different because he knows the struggle.
Right.
Because before this, he was doing our gig. So it's even more inexcusable for Hank, in my opinion.
I agree. Well, I've been calling him a turncoat for months. I mean, the guy, it's like the fucking worst of the worst. He's going in everything that we detest about prosecutors. He's going in and pulling the same shit that we all hate and that he hates from the defense bar side of it. It's like,
Hank is why people hate defense attorneys. He is the epitome of why people think they hate defense attorneys. And what's sad is he then stood in for the prosecution in such an egregious way that he quite, I guess theoretically, kind of put a knife through all of our hearts, that he is not fighting for justice. He's fighting for whatever underlying Scientology-like cult tactics in the city of Canton have given him. And I have always questioned his motives, particularly because of Morrissey and the unethical things he's done in pressers, particularly related to Colin Albert, who is not his client, who he does not represent, yet he did a presser about. And you have to start like peeling back the layers. And as a screenwriter, I wouldn't even believe this was something that really happened, because I would never get a script option. They're like, this would never happen. That's where I'm at with this.
So what about this concept? What if Hank actually his entire motive was to come out and shine a light on how shitbaggy prosecutors can be?
I've thought about that. I thought about the plot twist of all plot twists. I even thought at some point, what if Hank really is trying not to get her convicted? Or kind of the storyteller. What if Bev knew all along she had to do certain things to say, see, we all knew Karen wasn't guilty. But then part of me is like, if there is somebody that is that calculated, brought on in the, quite literally on the 2-yard line with 2 seconds left, then I would have to question even more how malicious of a system that they're in, that they seem to have a backup for the backup for the backup. If Hank came into this going, you know what, I'm going to take $250K and charge for a bunch of overtime, and I'm going to make sure we just kind of make this go away, I'd call bullshit. He's got to be right. That's all this is about. This is ego. It's all ego, and it's gross.
And as far as Bev Bev is the banality of evil. She is a bureaucrat, and for her, this is whatever. Every day on her docket, something is an obstacle in the way of her margaritas. But no, for Hank, a lot of people. Yeah, well, a lot of people. I've heard that people said that. Well, maybe Hank's like throwing it secretly. No, he's not doing the jokes on you. He's only pretending to be a scumbag. No, this is Hank, and I had a phone call I got to make real quick, but I do want to say I can't imagine what Hank's I get it. I live in Ohio, and I'm probably a hayseed lawyer to, Hank Brennan and Yannetti and those guys. But I can't imagine even in Boston he's got a reputation worth a damn anymore after this trial.
Well, no, he defended Whitey Bodger, who's the rat of all rats.
Yeah, but that kind of goes with the territory. But I just mean,
all right, take all those out of the
I'm
house.
thinking more of. So, like, for example, if I was doing a divorce case and Hank walked in as opposing counsel and we were just having like our sit down in like one of the conference rooms, I wouldn't trust a goddamn word the guy's saying to me. Like, that's how bad his word is, in my opinion.
Well,
I agree.
And beyond that, he couldn't have helped his profile as a criminal defense attorney. It's like in terms of him repping mob guys, they're going to be like, dude, you're a fucking G guy now. Like, you're the G, bro. I'm not touching you with a 100-foot pole, bro. It's like, I mean, he's going to pay ultimately for what he's going to reap what he sowed here. All right, honey, I got it.
Anyways, I got to step out real quick. Kraken, nice to meet you. I'll see you guys in a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm wonderful. I hope verdict on 1:30. Fingers crossed on that one. So
yeah, I think
after lunch.
Right after lunch. All right, Kraken. And Sean, if you want to jump back on, you got the invite, dude. So Kraken, last thoughts, final thoughts.
My final thoughts are I'm going to plug myself.
Do it.
Okay, so some of you heard on a members only recently. I have a channel coming out called Join the Thunder, all one word, YouTube, every social media. And essentially, in my own life and my own traumas, it isn't about like the true crime and when the court cases are going on and the salacious headlines. It's about the perseverance and really about the aftermath and the ripple effects and how things in the future end up being altered that you never could have imagined. And I use my, basically, long story short, my sister's family was annihilated by my brother-in-law in 2006. And watch, Mandy probably missed this one too. Every time I end up talking about it, she's not on. But that is kind of my catalyst and my own healing process. And I want more victim focus, and it isn't even the victim maybe that died in the altercation or the victim like Karen Reed, in my opinion, and all of this. It's the ripple effects. It's how this is going to affect her father or her sister that's in our chat a lot. And there isn't a day that goes by that I don't think about the Allen family and know that they are walking around with invisible scars. So the whole point of the channel is to transform invisible scars into badges of honor. So once we get over the really tough life shit, then the members only is quite literally fun and games. It's only dance parties, literal games, interactive, like let's hit the pause button, let's have some cathartic escapism, let's throw some middle fingers up, and we can get through humanity's Hunger Games together.
I love it. So I love that concept. And I know, I'm assuming you've listened to Mike Garcia. I talk about that a lot. Like people
Yep, you do.
People don't think about the ripple effect of the victims beyond the actual victim who suffered either death or injury, whatever the case may be.
And I don't think there's anything like this, honestly. And I don't do that to toot my own horn, but it's always like the, well, what happened? What happened then kind of thing. And, you know, using Kathy Allen as an example, when Rick gets out, because he will, when they go through the civil suit, when they can hold each other again 5 years from now.
Yeah.
Now what is life like? Because we never get that. We never find out about the child who was, you know, left alone and in the system now because mom and dad were taken by, you know, something crazy. And that's really what it'll be about. And then, you know,
it really is. It's an untouched niche that I think is very important. And I think it's going to open a lot of people's eyes as to just the depth of it. So I'm rooting for you. You know, you can always promote over here. We love you.
Yes. It's after school. I was going to say it's after school specials for adults. Dateline NBC meets Saturday morning cartoons that raise Gen X.
Oh, now you're speaking my generation.
All right. Bye, everybody.
Thanks.
Bye.
Bye. It's our one and only Kraken. Make sure you sub over her channel because she's awesome in so many different ways. Like she's been behind the scenes trying to help the channel. She's been giving me so many hints on tips on like especially tech shit, which as you all know I struggle with. So thanks, Kraken. All right, let's keep plowing through here because I'm way behind. So Callum had said she drove at 6 a.m. though, undisputed. True. We see it on video. And that's the other thing about this. Like they're not going to necessarily know. In terms of sentencing, so say in a world that she's convicted on the OUI and Bev goes to sentencing, because there's no time associated with it, you would think that if it's Karen went home and drank and then went out in a panic looking for John, and she was intoxicated at that point, that would deserve a different punishment in terms of a sentence than if Karen were driving at 12:30 intoxicated, because if she's found not guilty on everything else, Canoni in reality legally should not be considering, oh well, whatever happened to John O'Keefe might have been Karen. She can't consider that. She can only say, okay. I mean, like her sentencing her to 2.5 years is going to be problematic in a lot of different ways. She's going to take all kinds of shit, and she should if she does, for a lot of different reasons. It's like I'll get into that when and if she's convicted of the OUI, because it's gonna require a lot of discussion for sure. But thank you so much, Callum C. Malo Famke Janssen is Karen. Okay, let me see what Famke looks like these days. It's been a hot minute since I've seen Famke. She's 60 years old now. I mean, she could pull it off. She could definitely pull it off. Straighten her hair. It's not a bad call. Not a bad call, Malo. Thank you. Ernie, what if you guys did a kind of a 101 course on what's actually required of citizens when interacting with cops, other than getting an attorney, of course, Smiley? There's so many misconceptions. Yeah. I mean, I talk about it here and there, but in kind of like putting together just an entire live about it, it's a damn good idea. Thanks, Ernie. There is no R in lore. Leslie Jordan is Hanky. Yeah, that's a pretty good call. You guys remember Leslie? Like he's really funny though. He's Leslie Jordan's more of a comedian guy. Yeah, that's interesting. Like, yeah, he does certainly have a resemblance. Got the same shaped head. So I was peeking at Leslie because I hadn't seen him in a hot minute. He was old the last time I saw him, though. He might have aged out on it. I don't know. Thanks. There is no R. And then we got new fan member. Ella McCallie girl. Family hugs to you. Member for 7 months. We love you. Thank you so much. Tina Lewis, Sarah Paulson. Gotta look her up. Gotta look her up. You guys are giving me names. I'm going to have to look them all up. If they don't pop directly into my head, then I've got nothing. Sarah Paulson. Okay. All right. Oh yeah. Yeah, she's in play too. She's in play too. Yeah. Yeah, I remember her from American Horror Story for sure. Yeah, she's not a bad call. Not a bad call, Tina. And thank you, Marge. Family hug. Family hug to you. We love new family members. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Christy Silo, Deaver Trial Channel. So that was, you watch it at the trial channel. 3746 says FBI. I will take that as in stone. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Christy Silo, for doing the work. Thank you for doing the work. She found the exact minute during the testimony when she said it. We appreciate that. So that ends that. She said it. She up and said it. So Heather Erickson, Grok, Uber influence on DUI, 25% reduction to no reduction study dependent. Interesting. 25% reduction to no reduction. Interesting. All right. So wait, I don't understand the reduction to no reduction. Did it give a range? There's either no reduction or up to 25%. Is that what you're saying, Heather? Or is that what Grok is saying? I'm going to lean towards the 25. It had to have an impact. It had to. I mean, you're always going to get those stubborn fucks who just like think they can drive when they're drunk. You know, there's just those people. Like when you try to take their keys away, they're like, I can drive. I'm like, no, dude, you can't drive. There's just those people that exist in this world, and Uber be damned, Lyft be damned. Thanks for checking that out, Heather. Appreciate it. Chiefs, I forgot to ask your thoughts on this yesterday. Not one BDP attended the trial. That blows my mind. It's weird. I mean, Boston PD has been eerily silent, haven't they, through this entire dilemma? The entire 2.5 going on 3 years. I haven't heard jack shit from Boston PD at all. It is mind-blowing. I agree. Thanks, Chiefs. Melissa Garcia, why don't people trust science anymore? It scares me. I don't know. It scares me too. It scares me too. And thank you, Melissa. Jess, hey, Cammie Brown. Should have read this when Cammie was on. Jess DiNasico here. Nice to see you on one of my favorite YouTube channels. How cool. I love that. So I take it, Jess, that you know Cammie in real life, and she just happened to pop on. Yeah, we're homies, longtime homies with Cammie. She's one of our music homies. We have a lot of music homies, and Cammie's definitely one of those. Well, thank you so much for your generosity, Jess. And I'm glad that I was able to reconnect y'all through the tubes. Hope, jury question. What the fuck is this verdict form? Yeah, it was just about exactly that. And thank you so much, Hope. Idiot win, failure to introduce text to Proctor's sisters hoping Carradine kills herself is extremely regrettable to me. If anyone is still wondering about the taillight pieces, I feel that pretty much closes it. Not just bias, but active, truly scary malice. A lot of truths in that one, Idiot Wind. Thank you so much. Jay Tanner, so much RD, new member. Family hug. I give hugs to all people. So welcome. We're happy you're here. Sophia, I guess I know. I know it's, I guess, but do you think the jury caught on to how Hank was ridiculously grilling the witnesses? Yeah. I mean, you get a vibe when you're sitting in a room with lawyers for that long. I mean, you start to think you're knowing them, And you do in terms of their courtroom persona. There's no question about that. So, yeah, and I think they probably caught on to the fact that he was more cordial with certain witnesses and harsher with others. And, I think that leads to the question to the jurors, well, why? Like if he's going hard at somebody and he doesn't go hard at everybody, why is he going hard at that person? That person must be saying something damaging because he's going so hard at them. So yeah, I like to think that jurors catch on to shit like that. But I'm an optimist. I'm an optimist. And clearly we've gotten verdicts where I'm like, wow, they didn't get shit that we were saying. That's look, it's my boy and his gal. I'm gonna bring him on. Lance and Kat. Wait, I gotta make y'all smaller. Wait, you guys scoot in. Scoot in.
Sorry. Hey, Bob.
Hey, what's up, Kat? All right, yeah, make sure you have Kat, Lance, because we want the better looking of the two. Agreed. Welcome. So Kat and Lance. Lance is a New Orleans attorney who, by the way, we are working on his father, who's a legendary Louisiana attorney and has got amazing stories of the law. And just, I'm really looking forward to it. We're going to be committing that to a podcast. It's going to be coming out to you guys soon. I'm going to be taking a trip down there. We're going to be recording. So what's up, guys? You guys just had a beautiful baby, Olive. How's Olive doing, first and foremost?
She's here at the house sleeping right now.
Yeah, so that's why you're whispering. That's good. Smart.
8 months, 2 days ago.
Awesome.
Like she's at least a 12-month.
My God, we're the shittiest friends. Not only have we not seen Olive, we haven't even sent the gift yet. Like, we're just awful people. But just know that we love you and we love her. And so
one of our best wedding guests, so it's fine.
So what is going on with y'all? Have you guys been watching this trial at all?
Yeah, we've been keeping up with it quite a bit. And you see a lot of these people who would like to see Karen get convicted. And I think that they're short-sighted in the sense of it's not, the reality is this investigation was botched. And I just don't think that, our Constitution allows us to have any wiggle room on what reasonable doubt really means.
Yeah.
And, this case is full of reasonable doubt. And if you believe in the Constitution, then you've got to believe that the right just verdict will be acquittal on all the, on the OUI, maybe not, but the rest need to be straight acquittals.
Yeah, agreed. So have you been keeping up with the Cat?
I have.
So give it to us from the layperson's perspective.
I mean, I feel the same way. I feel sad that, John may never get justice. I think we'll probably never know what happened that night. But I think that, from a botched investigation from day one, I mean, I just think there's so many things in question. But at the end of the day, I just couldn't imagine anyone convicting Karen Reed, especially of second-degree murder, or really of any of the charges other than the OUI or DUI, with certainty or beyond a reasonable doubt.
Yeah, I mean,
reaction to the amount of money they paid that expert.
Oh, the aperture. I mean,
I
called Lance and I was like, "Is this normal? Taxpayer dollars are paying this motherfucker." I'm sorry. And also, how is it possible that the Commonwealth did not know this? How did they not have that knowledge? For his credibility's sake.
I think they owed it to the people to actually maybe stand up and say that there's reasonable doubt, and we don't believe we should prosecute Miss Reed. I mean, I feel like this has been somewhat politically driven, with blinders on by the government.
And
yeah. By 100%. I mean, it's the only explanation, especially coming out of the mistrial where they were hung, exactly. and especially what happened with the murder 2 count where, after the fact, granted it's after the fact, but you come to find out that all the jurors agreed that she was not guilty on the murder 2, but because it wasn't read in open court, they didn't consider it to be a verdict. And, instead of doing the right thing, they decide to retry her on the murder 2 again. It's just, it's not how we need our government operating, and it's scary in a lot of different ways. And ultimately, I could not agree more. Just the state of the investigation in and of itself, we cannot have that become the norm. You can't have an investigation that was done in a fashion such as this being allowed to be the backbone of a case where we're trying to put people in prison for the better part of their lives. It's terrifying to me, man, and it's like, it's one of those things. And when we started the channel, Lance, I've been preaching for 2 years on what we do as defense attorneys and what our real place in the justice system is. And it's we protect the citizens' rights. We are the last line of defense for the citizens of this country. And, as much as it pains me that John O'Keefe is not going to get justice probably ever, just like you said, Kat, it pains me just as much to see that Karen Reed has been put through this for 3 years. Because Lance, you'll attest, I mean, our clients feel every single minute of every part of the process once they're arrested leading up to trial, and it can take years. That is just something that's constantly hanging over your head. You're constantly thinking about it. It impacts your life in a way that's so profound that you never forget about it. It's whether, even if you're acquitted, it's like that, it's that scarring. And, and she's had to fight through it now twice, and to sit and stand trial 2 times is unbelievable. Like the amount of stress that just is placed upon the defendant and the attorneys as well, because we feel it. Like we just like Lance, I've talked to you so many times when you're in the middle of trials, man, and you're stressed the fuck out, and and it's like it's all consuming. Like it's always like, even during like Jazz Fest, you're like, oh man, I have a trial and like Jazz Fest is coming up, and it's like I got to try to get this thing done ahead of time because I won't be able to think of it. It's just like, it is just something that consumes you like entirely, whether you're the defendant in a different way than your attorney, but the attorneys as well, because it's that kind of life event, because it's that profound in terms of what happens as a result of when that jury walks back in that room. And it's just a lot. It's just a lot. So what do you,
Bob, I've got I put this up yesterday. That's a church right there.
Yeah.
That is where I plan on doing, if I ever am lucky enough to be on your podcast. But the point I want to make is that, the courthouse is the people's church. The courthouse is where people are, we should expect that they will not be treated with passion or prejudice, but will actually get treated fairly. And Karen Reed's a great example of what the masses of the people have caused the Commonwealth to do, which is treat her with passion and prejudice.
Yeah.
And I think that this is a great example for those of us who believe in reasonable doubt. And
The judge is
God
coming
willing,
back.
that's what we're about to see.
all right, let's pop it up. Let's get it up. Let's see what they're doing. You know what? I'm actually gonna switch it over to me because that's Allie's control. No, I'm keeping you guys on. You're staying. Cat's trying to get off. What? Get out of here.
This is such an incredibly nerve-wracking experience for the lawyers and obviously the defendant.
Oh shit! Another question.
This is not what you want if you're
We received a question from the jurors. If we find not guilty on 2 charges but can't agree on 1 charge, is it a hung jury on all 3 charges or just 1 charge?
Wow. So they
I got
asked
some input from the defense at sidebar, essentially saying if we could just ignore it. We can't ignore it. To me, it's a theoretical question, and we don't answer theoretical questions. I tell the jurors that they're not to be concerned with the consequences of their verdict, and that's exactly what they're doing here. So I would propose just writing simply, this is not a question I can answer on this, and sending it back.
Wow.
The defense position is not certainly not for it. I can't ignore your question. However, I think that it is apropos, given the timing of when that question came in, literally before the court had answer the other 3 note card questions, I think that it would be appropriate to send a quick note just asking them, given the fact that there's some clarity in your other questions, does this answer your question? In other words, can you proceed without any further input by the court regarding that second question?
So that made sense initially, but why ask them, do I really need to answer it, to then tell them I'm not answering it?
Because I think at some point, they need to know what the law is. It's a reporting question. In other words, I don't see it as theoretical, as the court indicated. I see it a little bit differently, which is what are our options? And the options are built in the law, not in theory. If they come back with a verdict on more than one count, but they're hung on a separate count, they are to report those 2 counts, whatever counts they came to a verdict on.
So that's for a later time, right? So this is at this point.
Right.
It's premature, it's hypothetical, it's theoretical. I understand your point. I think I disagree with you at this point. It may be something later. The way the question's worded, if I find this, if we do this, I'll hear from the Commonwealth.
We agree it's consequence related. Your first suggestion, I think, is most appropriate, and we would endorse that.
Yeah, I'm going to do that at this time, Mr. Jackson. I'm not going to have a back and forth with them. I'm simply going to say, because it's true, it's the law, that this is not a question I can answer.
I would strongly suggest that we find some other way. If that question continues to remain, then they're not going to ask that question. I don't think the court can say, or should say, I can't answer the question, because the court can answer that question. The court absolutely can answer it. I would say this question is not before the court without further information, or something like that. Not the court can't answer that question, because if that question remains in their minds, we're going to end up in the exact same position that we were in last year.
There are other steps that can be taken to perhaps.
Why don't he doesn't she say, and they vote?
First step down the wrong path is to say, throw our hands up and say, well, we can't answer that question. Well, we know we can answer it.
So I don't know if I want to put you in an uncomfortable position, Ms. Giannetti. I'm inclined to answer the question the way I stated.
Could we have 2 minutes to confer with counsel as well?
How about 1 minute? You guys are 10 minutes late.
We just need 1 minute.
Thank you.
Jesus. So you guys know what happened the first time, right?
Oh yeah, yeah, Bob. I don't know why can't she tell the jury, reach a verdict? If you have consensus on count 1, so vote. If you have consensus on count 2, vote.
Right.
After you've reached consensus on count 2, go to count 3. Why don't you just get back to instructing them the way she did originally, and let them come back? The appellate court has to see unanimity, so we don't have the same issue that we had before. We've got to make it official this time, so that there's no more of this technical double jeopardy nonsense.
Lance, is that your phone dinging?
It's mine. I'm so sorry. It's the computer.
Sorry.
I didn't know if you could hear that.
Oh, we can hear it loud and clear. The chat always lets me know.
Let me see if I can.
I'm really nervous about this now because
Slight tweak with the court's language. I don't have a principled objection to the court's language that we not answer the question at this time. I would simply ask that the court answer the question as you suggested just now in open court. It's premature to address this question at this time.
No.
What
do you say, Mr. Brennan? My response was, this is not a question I can answer for the reasons I stated. It's theoretical, and we tell jurors that they cannot be concerned with the consequences of their verdict, and that's exactly what you would be asking me to endorse. What's the Commonwealth's position on the proposed?
I agree with your first suggestion.
Yeah, I'm going to send it in like this. Your objections noted.
Oh my God.
Make my record a little bit clearer. The court's indicating that it doesn't answer questions about the consequences of the juror's verdict. That would be punishment. Of course, you can't answer a question like that. This is not the consequences of the verdict. It's how do they report a verdict. So I think saying I can't answer this is sending a false message to the jury. If the court would simply indicate this is not appropriate for me to address at this time, that assuages all concerns. Certainly assuages our concerns and it protects Ms. Reed's rights. I think that.
Well, I think what I could add is this is a theoretical question, not a question I can answer. That does the same thing. Is there an objection? I understand, Mr.
If the court
Jackson.
could add the clause at this time.
Is there an objection to me putting, this is a theoretical question, not a question I can answer?
No objection.
Man, she really pisses me off. Like I don't get what she's doing. Like why? This is not an issue.
Right, but at this point, that is over our objection. I don't.
I understand.
I just want to make sure the record is absolutely clear. That's over our objection. I don't think that's an appropriate answer to a very, very clear question that could be answered in an innocuous way that does not affect Ms. Reed's rights.
Okay.
This way it does.
Okay, it was a clear question that the defense first told me to ignore. So
I didn't
it's
tell
that.
you to ignore anything, Your Honor.
All right, we are all set. So let's send this in, please.
All right.
Wow.
Lady.
She is such a shithead.
All right, Bob,
Do not
why
like
are
that.
you, why is this causing you so much concern?
So, because ultimately what can happen here, and my thought is based on the earlier questions, is that they're coming back NG on manslaughter and murder too. I think, and the concern is because what they did is they made the OUI, they added the OUI at the request of the defense as a standalone OUI, but it falls under the count 2 manslaughter charge. It's the fifth lesser included. If they end up hung on the lesser included OUI, that means that they can try Karen, and they render verdicts on 1 and 3, which is the OUI, leaving a scene, and murder 2. So they can't come back on those, but they could if they're only hung on the OUI because it's a lesser included of the manslaughter. That means that they can literally come back and try her again on manslaughter, even though that's not what they're hung on. So, and it sounds like that's exactly where they might be at right now, that they might be hung on the OUI.
Yeah, I do like though that whomever is thinking about voting guilty on the OUI, they're the ones that want that question answered. They're not going to give up. They're not guilty. They don't know what the consequence of it is. Somebody on her team who's being pushed on the OUI wanted that question answered because they weren't going to give up their vote if it meant she could be, if it meant hung on the first 2 counts. That's my theory.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Babe, switch us to the other screen. Here's my thing. I went back and listened to it. They specifically said, they used the word charges, but they said on 2 of the 3 were hung on all 3. So I think what they're talking about are counts, and that they're not even possibly discussing the question we're asking, which is, what if we agree on count 2 as to the charged offense 1, the first 3 lesser offenses, but we're stuck on 5? I don't think that's what they're asking.
What do you think they're asking?
That they could be asking, which I hope they're not, because she sure as shit should answer that. What if we're hung on count 2? Can we hand you our signed verdict sheet on count 1 and on count 1 and 3? Because why would they use the example on 2 of the 3 counts? Or they said charges, but they said 2 of the 3. Does that mean we're hung on the 3rd? So unless, which would be horrifying, that they've agreed to, at first I thought, okay, they're considering option 4 and 5 on count 2, but that doesn't make any sense because they said 2 of the 3, not 3 of the 5.
Yeah, I don't. I have to look at it in conjunction with the first. Huh?
Where's OnlyFans? You got rid of it?
No, if I move to OnlyFans, Cat and Lance are squeezed too tight.
All
They
right,
can't both fit in. Here's what I want to do. I want to listen to it again, though. I want to listen to it again.
So switch us back to the other screen, then Cat and Lance are cut off.
Jim, can I have that question, please? Thank you. All right. So as counsel knows, we received a question from the jurors If we find not guilty on 2 charges but can't agree on 1 charge, is it a hung jury on all 3 charges or just 1 charge? I got some input from the defense at sidebar, essentially saying if we could just ignore it. We can't ignore it.
Why would they have said that?
To me, it's a theoretical question, and we don't answer theoretical questions. I tell the jurors that they're not to be concerned with the consequences of their verdict, and that's exactly what they're doing here. So I would propose just writing simply, this is not a question I can answer on this, and sending it back.
So is that what they said? They said on 2.
Wait, do you want me to play it again? We don't have to guess. I could just.
Yeah.
Okay. Listen carefully.
I agree. We can't ignore your question. However,
I don't know why they ever would have been saying.
Put it on mute.
Yeah, just mute it, Kat. If you can't, like, if sometimes focus doesn't work for me on my Mac either to like silence incoming messages. She's not doing it on purpose, everybody. So just calm down.
It's a theoretical question, and we don't answer theoretical questions.
I know, honey.
Please be seated. Court is in session.
All right, so I'll see you at sidebar so we don't do this part in open court.
Oh, geez.
Jim, can I have that question, please? Thank you. All right, so as counsel knows, we received a question from the jurors. If we find not guilty on 2 charges but can't agree on 1 charge, is it a hung jury on all 3 charges or just 1 charge? I got some input from the defense at sidebar, essentially saying if we could just ignore it. We can't ignore.
That is not a theoretical question. Just because the word "if" it is in there doesn't make it theoretical. Like if the jury would have just written, "We are clear on we are finding her not guilty on 2." So if they just remove the word "if," like she's calling it a theoretical question, it's clearly they found her not guilty on 2 of the charges.
Right.
As to the 3rd count, if we're
But don't
hung
say
up on
count
it,
because that's right. Yeah, the 3rd count, they're going to charge. I think what they're saying is we're fucking hung on the OUI, so that makes us hung on. Because at first when I heard it, I was hoping, oh my God, they're asking the question we wanted them to ask. They're asking if we can't agree on the lessers and we're hung on the lessers, does that make us hung on the original charge? But then when I re-listened to it, I'm like, no, it sounds like saying we've come to a not guilty verdict on counts 1 and 3. We're hung on the OUI, and they might stay that way.
that's exactly what I just said. That's like literally the exact words that I just said 5 minutes ago.
Well, right.
Bob, they don't go to count 2 unless they've reached not guilty on count 1.
Right.
No, not here. Don't forget, we're talking about charges and counts. So count 2 is the only one with lessers. So they can go, I think she told them they could take the counts in whatever order they want. Count 1, count 2, count 3. The only place they have to follow, start at the top, go to the bottom, are the
I thought they had to find her not guilty on murder 2 to move to manslaughter.
Maybe you're right.
Yeah. I mean, how could they get her on both, honey?
Right.
Well, they can. Yeah. So my phone that my computer does that too, and what I had to do, Kat, was like I had to set a special setting to turn off all sounds. Or something.
Someone just sent it to me.
Let's pull up the verdict form if we can. Is that doable?
Yeah, I can get it.
Well,
Yeah,
I don't know, we don't have the new one though.
Tracy, did you send me the new verdict form? The one that is that been made available? It might not be out because they after the last question they created a new one, and I don't know if that.
So I'm gonna go and just restate what Bob and I, and I'm sure Lance, you agree, are saying at this point. We've got 2 problems. One, it appears as though the jury might be resound to be hung on count 2 because of the OUI, which leaves manslaughter on the table for the second go around. What it seems like also asking right now is, can we give you our verdicts on the other 2 counts that we've come to a unanimous decision on? And that she needs to tell yes, unless I'm like missing something here.
Well, you surely wouldn't want these jurors to reconsider the 2 that are not guilty simply to get out the door.
Right.
The fear I have right now in the way that the judge handled that. I mean, she probably could have given a stronger instruction, but these jurors are tired. They've been in part of this case a long time, and you'd hate to see one of them, reconsider. So I would
Right,
like
just to get it done with. That's always the fear. Yeah, I'm
Horrified.
I'm pretty horrified. And it's all because of the concept that if they're hung on count 5 or on the lesser
Charge 5, right?
Yeah, charge 5 of count 2, that they can try her again for the manslaughter.
Right.
That proposition is horrifying. Because that's exactly like, this thing should have been carved out, or it should have been made a part of the lesser included of count 3 is what should have happened. Like, they should have gone to the least hefty charge, which is count 3 in this situation, and made that a lesser included there, since they couldn't go out and indict her on it and then add it. It was too late to do any of that. So when the defense, because Lance, I don't know if you're aware, the defense asked for this OUI lesser to be included in there at the end of the summations, like right after the jury instructions were read, so, or right before it. And she agreed to do it. So they added it, the thought being that I think they wanted to give the jury something to hang their hat on if they were kind of like, well, we're not feeling good about walking her entirely.
Right.
So let's give them an OUI, just standalone OUI, to at least give them something if that's what they're feeling. We'd rather have them do that than either be hung or come back guilty on manslaughter because they're just refusing to allow her to walk. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree. Look, I think these lawyers are doing a great job, and a lot of what we do is instinct. So they had an instinct as to why they do that. And it may turn out to be right. I'm optimistic that the way they're asking that question is it's coming from a not guilty. And this person is not committed to maybe moving off of that not guilty to a guilty of the lesser, unless he or she knows the answer to the other question, which is, I don't want to see her retried for these other counts.
Right. Well, they're not going to, I don't know that they're going to have the wherewithal to ask the question, if we can't reach a verdict on the lesser included charge of OUI, if we're hung on it, if we just can't reach, does that mean that she can be tried for count 2 in its entirety again? Like, I don't know that a juror's going to know to ask that question. You know what I mean? And that's the fact of it, is that if they're hung on, if they end up being hung, then they, like, 1 and 3 are off the table because theoretically they found her not guilty on those 2, but manslaughter's still there. And then you're looking at a third trial for the same shit, and it'll be the exact same trial. Oh man, this is a fucking mess. Like, she created it by her just not being clear, by her trying to be, she's so obtuse with this shit. Like, that's not a theoretical question. Like her being so caught up on the word if and thinking that's theoretical. They're clearly saying we've reached a verdict on 2 of the counts, and it's the third one that we're having a problem with.
What I don't understand is, why does she think, I think she thinks this deals with the consequences,
Which it doesn't at all.
No, I think she's thinking that this is going to count 2, because all they're asking is, how literally do I give you my verdict on count? Do I have to wait until we, make a decision on count?
I'm not getting that. I hear what you're saying. I like, do we need to wait? Can we just give you our verdicts on the first 2 and then we'll hash this other one out if we can? I'm not getting that from this. I want to listen to it one more time.
All right. So as council knows, we received a question from the jurors. If we find not guilty on 2 charges but can't agree on 1 charge, is it a hung jury on all 3 charges or just 1 charge? I got some input from the defense at sidebar, essentially saying if we could just ignore it. We can't ignore it.
All right. So you're talking about taking the next step, right? So Allie, you're saying that they've taken the next step in their minds, that we found her not guilty on these things. Can we just give these 2 verdicts to you? And then, because we want to make sure that you're clear, because it sounds like to me that at least one of these jurors is aware of what happened during the first trial in terms of how this shit.
Yeah, but I wish they would have asked that question the other way then, as to count 2, saying if we come to a decision on the first 4.
We received till knows.
Sorry, babe. I want to listen to it again. Somebody's saying they're saying counts and charges. I think I saw it.
Charges.
Right. So, but like, I think that's just a juror.
Right.
Interchanging counts and charges.
I looked back at I don't know, I have a bad signal. I might have to hop off and let you guys do this, but I went back and looked at, I wrote it out word for word what they asked last time, and they used the word charges when they were referring to
counts.
Count 2, yeah.
Which is a problem because they're different. I mean,
well, actually, they said subcharges, so that's
they called them subcharges.
Hold on, I think it said. Well, that would be right. Oh yeah, does convicting guilty on the subcharge convict on the overall charge? So yeah, we don't know if they're interposing charges and counts, but why would they have used the examples of 2 and leaving 1 out there if they're dealing with 5?
Yeah, I don't know. It's
all right, I'm
it's
bailing because I
unnerving.
have that signal. I think I'm fucking up your feed here. I'm gonna go because I think I'm screwing you up. My signal sucks, and I'm love you guys. I'll be listening.
Love you, Allie.
I'm gonna be.
Hey, Bob, what about
Hi.
I kind of wish that they would have requested that they have to reach beyond a reasonable doubt on each charge and or count. I kind of almost wish maybe to remind them that, because it sounds like, why is that question being asked? Are they trying to bully a juror into moving off of a not guilty? And that juror's like, well, I'm concerned of, if that juror believes there's a doubt, it's irrelevant what will happen. So I would love to know where is this right now? Where is this on the side of not guilty, or is this on the side of guilty? I would like to hope to think that it's close to not guilty, but I'm a little worried that there's a juror willing to potentially cave despite having doubt. And that's and now that juror may have done is said, well, look, this is my concern, which is quite frankly not a good answer. But yeah, I'm just maybe reminding the jury how important it is that the beyond a reasonable doubt applies across the board. Would have been this judge never would have done that.
Never. She never would have done that. I mean, it was like between trials 1 and 2, I don't know how many hours I spent on lives hoping that the attorneys caught one of our lives, because all of us were saying, like, you just have to pound the jurors over the head with what reasonable doubt is and what the examples of it, the just legion of examples of reasonable doubt in this case were, which they did. They did an excellent job in this closing as opposed to the last closing. in terms of getting that through to the jurors. So I hope that has really like taken hold. Yeah, it's like the clarification on this verdict slip, man. It's shit. That thing's a mess. No matter which way they put it together, even with the defense, with her capitulating and giving in on some of the defense's wording, it's still messy. It's still sloppy. It's like, because these are lay people back there.
And you know what happens is the less sophisticated jurors, the ones who really need to get home, who need to get back to work, need to get back, they're the ones who begin to feel overwhelmed. They feel confused, and the smarter ones in the room take over. And that's my fear right now, is that those good jurors who do feel reasonable doubt are being picked on. That's why I would have loved to have reheard the reasonable doubt instruction. This sounds like reasonable doubt. It sounds like doubt back there on this out there hung on, and it's going to be a compromised verdict if it's anything but not guilty across the board.
Yeah, which is I mean,
those jurors need to stay strong, and even if they can't reach a verdict, if it's a hung, so be it. But I'd love to see them not relent. They have.
I know. I mean, like Lance during voir dire. I mean, we always ask it. We always bring it up to jurors. We always ask them point blank, like, if you're the lone voice, no matter which way it is, are you going to be able to hold firm? Are you going to be able to maintain your position? And even in the face of 11 other jurors coming at you, trying to get you to change, which fundamentally is something that you believe. You know what I mean? Like, that's the thing. Like, and they were very clear that there was a divide last time where, you know, they articulated it in a way in their jury notes that, like, look, like, no one's willing to bend on their morals and their principles on this thing. This is where we're at. And that's why it ended up being hung. Like, they were definitive about it. Like, no, like the people that were dug in and nothing was changing that. And that's what you're talking about here. We hope that if it is only one, but it could, I mean, we don't know what the count is, right? I mean, it could be more, you know, because you're only sending one note out that's supposed to be the voice for all 12 jurors. But your point's so well taken. It does seem like it would be somebody that's on the side, or multiple people that are on the side of NG that are saying, we need you to send this out because we need this answer, you know, because it doesn't make as much sense if it's a guilty, because they're not concerned with that concept.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. So Bob, you know, you did death penalty case at work, and you think about how you voir dire on that, and what, I mean, and you kind of, you know, to your point, this is when you really hope that the Karen Reed's counsel did a good job from voir dire on educating on what is reasonable doubt and how do you communicate it to your fellow jurors.
Right.
You know, it is just based on reason and common sense. It could be as simple as, you know, I just am very uncomfortable with the fact that there's not any evidence that her car made contact. I mean, whatever it is, you could just stay with it, and they have to respect that.
Yeah. I mean, what the hope is always is that you, as an attorney, depending on which side you're on, that you have advocates back there that are making the arguments, continuing to make the arguments, and explaining to people what reasonable doubt is. You hope that you have advocates in that jury room that are fighting that point, you know, that are like, they're like, look, what you're talking about is reasonable doubt. Because when we heard from the juror, one of the jurors from the first trial, man, it was mortifying. It was abundantly clear that they had no idea what reasonable doubt meant and how it applied. And, you know, like during that interview, I'm like, dude, what you just said is reasonable doubt, like 50 times. They really go over and over and over again. It's like the what ifs, but you know, probably, maybe, like, yeah. It's a scary proposition, man.
And the other thing, Bob, to think about is, as we get in now to almost 2 full days and we may get through, I mean, it's on the East Coast, so it's 2:00, but the longer they're back there, the less impact the lawyers have on the case, right? They've got their own lawyers back there now. And so that closing becomes more distant in their minds. So it's just something to think about. I would have liked to have seen a quicker verdict here. I think
Yeah.
screams reasonable doubt.
Me too. I was thinking lunch today, you know, because it was a month-long trial. You figure they're doing the work, you know, they're just going through what they should go through as good jurors, that it would probably take around until lunch today. And then they say, all right, you know, we've done all the work. We've talked it all out. This is where we're at, verdict, you know, but now we know there's at least a dispute as to something. And I hope it's the OUI. I
Hey,
hope it's not manslaughter.
get the courtroom live.
What do you mean? There's nothing going on, is there?
Not yet.
All right, we're live. We're live. Yeah, we'll keep it on here. All right, look, y'all. I'm gonna let you both go. If you guys want to come back, if we get a verdict, hit me up. Just let me know. You'll have the invite. You could drop back in. We got some viewers that we want to pull on because they've earned their 15 minutes. But if you guys want to jump back on later, just jump back on.
All right.
Awesome.
Thank y'all.
Thanks, Bob.
Thank you
All
so
right, we
much.
love you guys.
Love
We
you.
love you.
Love you guys.
Love you,
Love
Allie.
you all so much.
All right, bye. All right, so I mean, Lance is my boy, and Kat's my girl, so we love them. Lance is a phenomenal attorney down in New Orleans, and he handles criminal, and he
Be a
handles
lawyer in
some.
Louisiana.
Yeah, he handles some mass tort cases that are just massive. Dude, salt of the earth first and foremost, and he's a hell of an attorney. So, and I love him like a brother. So it was great to have him on. All right, let me throw Shay on. Shay, what is up? I'm gonna make this smaller. What is up, Shay? Welcome to
Hi.
Defense Diaries. Let me make OnlyFans
Can you guys hear me,
smaller.
or am I cutting out still?
No.
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear
Am I-
you.
So I want to know from Shay, if
Yes.
you're a juror right now, are you, I mean, from the juror perspective, what are you thinking? What is happening? What is going on?
There's too much doubt for me. There's too many what ifs. How many times did this happen, this happen, this happen, this happen? And there's no solid. It's not black or white. It's all gray. There's way too much open space.
Which is scary.
So
like you don't want grays. You want definitives
So
when it comes to this kind of thing. Go ahead, babe.
So then do you think that they're back there only struggling with hung on just the OUI? Is that what you're convinced still, that they've got to be the only thing back there that their issue is? Or are you questioning that now?
The wording on a lot of these jury forms seem to be very confusing for lay people. I've been through court systems since I was a very small child, so I understand probably a little bit differently than most people, but they are very confusing, because if it doesn't say if guilty, it just says guilty, and it doesn't say not guilty. It's just like, okay, just do this. And it's like, do we have any other options? And they're not really giving them the opportunity to say, yes, there are other options.
Now they did. Because now
Kind
it
of.
does say, it like spells it out. If
Yeah,
not
on a lot of them it
guilty,
did.
Right, move on now. And
I'm
it doesn't give you
very
place to
glad
sign.
Jackson fighting for that was a big deal, and I'm glad that she was like, okay, we've got to fix all these. But the fact that the judge is saying, no, I'm not going to answer that question. Like, they want to know, what does this mean? We're not asking about punishment. We're just asking about, how does this move forward if we can't figure it out?
I'm trying to see if like Christina Rex or somebody on Twitter got their hands on one of the what the new verdict slip looks like, so we could see it. Because it's super irritating to not know what it looks like.
Well, you keep digging in, and I'm going to throw this out there. I am feeling like they, meaning all the lawyers and the judge, everybody in the courtroom, is thinking of this as though the juror's issue is on count 2, because the judge, the judge's answer makes no sense. There was a jury instruction that said, you know, when you finish on one, you know, one count, one indictment, you sign it. And, you know, so I don't think that she's realizing they're just literally asking her, how do we give you our verdicts? Can we give you our verdicts on the counts we come to an agreement on, even if we don't come to an agreement on count 2? So she's saying it's a hypothetical, or it's what was she calling it? Not hypothetical.
Theoretical.
Theoretical. That it's theoretical, but it might only be theoretical as to count 2 because they haven't decided they're hung on it yet. But it's still sure as shit sounds like they're flat out asking, how do we report our verdicts to you on count 1 and 3?
And that's a big one, is that I think they're confused about, okay, we agree on these other ones. If we don't agree on this particular one, does that mean everything else goes? That's how I'm seeing it as somebody who's not a lawyer. Like,
And when
they're
you're saying that,
clearly
my
confused
question,
about that.
what my question to you is, are you saying that as to the 3 counts, 1, 2, and 3, or are you talking about the charges within count 2? In your mind, when you're saying the words you're saying, are you thinking of count the multiple?
Yeah, because Shay, you're the juror in this situation because you've got
Right.
the non-lawyer brain. So, like, what
Right.
you're saying
Well,
is
and that's
probably closer to what the jury's thinking than what we are.
Well, and that's what I was thinking was, first, if we've decided on, you know, these 2 counts and we're stuck on this one, does that mean if we're stuck on one, all the other counts are now a mistrial? Or does it count individually? Because she's not explaining, is it all of it? But I'm also, like I said, I'm not a lawyer. I'm not an attorney. I don't practice
and
law,
that's why
so
that's why we want to hear your opinion. So again, it brings me back to my question. When you're saying those words, all of the counts or all of the charges, are you thinking of 1, murder, 2, manslaughter, 3, you know, like which ones are you talking
What
about?
she's asking, Shay, is are you interchanging the word count and charge?
Yes.
Okay. So,
Yeah,
and that's
as somebody
what
who's
what my fear is, that they're interchanging the words counts and charges, because there are only 3 counts. You got the murder, the manslaughter, and the OUI with leaving the scene. Those are the counts. The charges, there's only 1 count that has multiple potential charges, which is 2. So
And
that's 1 through 5.
And that can be confusing as somebody who doesn't know the difference between the counts and the
100%.
charges. So
100%.
if there explains that, then I understand that. The counts would be like, okay, we have decided on 1 and 3. Now count 2, if it goes up in flames and it's a mistrial, like we can't figure this out on count 2, does every part of count 2 now become a mistrial? And does that also include the other 2 counts and make it so that everything is now considered a mistrial and there's no verdict on anything?
And that's what Allie was saying. Allie was hoping that what they were asking is, can we just give you the verdict slips on 1 and 3, because we've up and decided that shit, and then we'll wrestle with whatever's going on with count 2, because then at least they feel secure. Because Allie's thinking, they're thinking exactly what you just said. Is it possible that if we're hung on this thing on a charge in count 2, that's going to result in all 3 being kicked back like it just did, like this entire trial is as a result of the last fuck up? So yeah, I mean, it's a scary proposition. It is.
Is the judge and the lawyers, are the judge and the lawyers thinking of it from all those angles? Or are they, because I don't understand the judge's answer.
Fucking the judge won't listen to anybody. She's got to be right about everything, you know?
When you're smart enough and you have enough of that knowledge, you're going to overthink things. 2 + 2 is 4, but if you've been doing physics and chemistry for your, you know, like you're an astrophysicist, you're like 2 + 2 equals, you know, the sun going over this and that. So it's you're just taking it. Yeah, you're taking it way too far because you've got all this knowledge and all this experience, whereas somebody who doesn't have any of that, we just walk in blindly like, we know what we're doing. No, we don't. None of us do if we're not lawyers.
Yeah.
You know, and that's why they choose these kinds of juries. You know, I know that's why they choose them. And as somebody who doesn't know what those things are, it makes it really, really hard to understand the lawyers and what they're saying all the time. And it's hard for lawyers to understand a layperson because they don't think like lay people anymore. They think like lawyers.
Right.
So
And there's no undoing it. It's like I
No.
talk about that all the time. It's like my lawyer brain is my lawyer brain, and it'll always think like that. You know, you can't unlearn it.
And I'm from Nevada. I'm from northern Nevada originally. I live in Wyoming now. But I'm from northern Nevada. And when I was just barely turned 18, I got convicted of domestic violence. I spent 12 years by myself, no counsel, and I got an unconditional pardons. Unconditional.
Wow.
By myself. So you go through this stuff, you're like, okay, we know we speak lawese now, so we're going to end up, you know, I understand a lot more of this stuff because I had to. There's
Right.
no way I could have afforded an attorney for that. But you know, the stuff that's going on with all this stuff, I was convicted by a judge because I had gotten into a fight with my husband, who was not a nice person. He had a warrant out for his arrest for assault. And I called and said, hey, he's hitting me. And they arrested me. And I'm like, what? The judge actually was doing that to his wife and sexually assaulting his staff at the courthouse with 6 other cops that knew about it. He got disbarred about 3 years after, and there was this whole conspiracy thing. Nothing happened to the people who were convicted by him.
God,
we
that's
had to fight.
scary. It's so
Isn't
scary.
it? It's terrifying. And then you're like, what about these people that are in jail for domestic violence or for something that he was doing behind closed doors?
Wow.
So
was this in Nevada or Wyoming?
It was in Nevada.
Wow.
Yeah. So it's terrifying to see some of the things that are happening in justice systems. And then when you get into it and have to get into it, I mean, 12 years, that's over a decade. And I'm not an attorney. I still don't understand everything. I don't practice law, but I had to. I had to be my own attorney.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Work,
So
dig into the books. It's like, you know, you hear about jailhouse lawyers, and it's those guys that you know are in there that decide, you know what, I'm gonna figure out what the fuck just happened to me, and I'm gonna try to help other inmates, and they learn the law, you know, and a lot of these guys that we've dealt with over the years are learned, you know, they like all they have is time, so they spend a lot of time, and they're doing it old school. They're like literally digging into the books, you know, they're not on LexisNexis.
I had to.
They're not in Westlaw.
Well, this was in the early 2000s.
Yeah.
And I went to law libraries. I went to the big I don't know, Senate libraries or whatever they are, the big giant ones for, like, you know, the Senate and all that. And I had to look everything up, and I had to do everything, and it took a long time. And then the parole board, you know, the parole and probation and everything took forever too. And then at the last second, they're like, oh yeah, you're supposed to be in court in like a week. I'm like, oh, thanks for letting me know. So
yeah,
it's unfortunate to see the amount of corruption there is, and it's not just in Canton. It's not just there.
It's definitely not just in Canton. Like I say it all. This is every courthouse in every state in the country. This shit goes on. It's like this is just one of those cases that, you know, like got the light shown on it, and I'm, you know, it's like, as much as I hate the case, I'm thankful for it in a lot of different reasons, because I think it really shines a light on just how important defense attorneys are, and I think that a lot of people have, you know, like if I didn't change their minds, it sure helped watching this trial and just how critical
the media.
Yeah,
the media has made a huge difference, and as much as people hate him, Turtle Boy's BS with all this has made it even more popular.
Oh, 100%.
So
Like
trying to hide
dude,
it, bring everything out. I mean, the Streisand effect has been unreal with this trial.
100%. All right, final thoughts.
I think that if they didn't have their head so far up their ass, they wouldn't have brought this on. They fucked up, but I really, really hope, and I am praying that the jury is stuck because they don't understand how the counts versus charges work like I did, and are able to come up with something and just, you know, give them the big middle finger. But I'm going to keep everything crossed and hold my breath and everything, hoping it's not a mistrial. And I want to say thanks, mods and everybody. And thank you for having me on. I really appreciate it. And I love you guys' coverage.
We love you, Shay. Thanks a lot. Thanks
Thank
for your
you.
donation, and thanks for spending the time. It was awesome.
Absolutely.
All right, thanks.
Bye.
Bye. All right, we got another
Bye.
one lined up. So Shay's
Dave,
amazing. Honey, you're so far behind on the phone. It's like it's not synced up with the YouTube. So like when you're saying something and it like ends up.
I'm gonna
it's
get
like,
off, but just that I don't have to work.
like how long is this gonna take you?
I'm on my way back.
You're on your way home? Are you on your way home? I guess I scared her off completely. All right, let me pull her off. I don't know. All right, Cody, you here?
I am.
Show yourself, man. Show yourself. There's my guy. What's up, dude? Welcome.
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. It looks like are you at work?
I am. Middle of the floor.
Are you on a break? Hopefully, you're not going to get in trouble.
That's why the camera's off.
Yeah, I decided my nickname for you is Virginia Slim because you've come a long way, baby. I remember your first message. You're like, "Hey, man, I don't usually chat," and then now you're on with us, so you've come a long way. So, what are your thoughts, man? What are your thoughts on what's going on?
Well, not guilty for sure. OUI with everybody else. Guilty, not guilty. Only the jury can tell that. With this last jury question, I think they're just getting the two counts and the other word confused. 100%.
Yeah, which is a scary proposition. You know?
Oh yeah, like if they come back non guilty or hung on count 2, if it comes back, okay, you're hung, attempted murder or whatever is back on the table. No, that's not right.
I know.
Manslaughter.
Yeah, I mean it's terrifying, really. You know, it's terrifying if they've reached a decision on the manslaughter aspect of it, and that if it's not clear to them how they're supposed, or if it's, I mean, the concept of it being hung on the 5th charge and them being able to come back on the whole manslaughter charge is horrifying to me, man. Horrifying.
Well, I didn't watch trial 1, so this is all new to me, and I haven't watched trial 1 just to see what I can see what the jury might see, and I don't see it.
Me either. I mean, I don't think anybody does, you know, but it's hard to know. So, did you go back and watch trial 1?
I have not. Just to have the clean eyes like the jury.
No, I love that. I love that. So, you've heard enough about the Higgins and the Alberts, right? To know and the Proctors. Having just watched this trial, and I asked this question of everybody, lawyers and subs alike, do you think that they dirtied up Proctor enough? Because like there has to be an element of him planting the evidence. It's like in order for them to get where they got, if they did in fact get to not guilty on the murder and the manslaughter, you know?
Yeah. So I don't think they did dirty him up enough. Like the text messages the defense brought up, and then Brennan read them and crossed or recrossed, one of the recrosses. I don't think it was strong enough and not complete enough from what I heard of the first trial through the chat and all that. Don't think it was complete enough.
Yeah,
and
man. It's
the Proctor glass. I don't know if that was even brought up in closing or anything. So
yeah, I feel like he brought it up towards like the 3rd quarter of it, but don't quote me on it. I thought he brought it up in terms of how that glass just kind of appeared like magic on the tail light or on the bumper, but I don't know.
Yeah, not in the air. So
yeah. So
what blows me away the most of everything so far is, and I get why they did it now after listening to you and Lori, and that Peter and all that, but dropping the missing witness as jury instructions.
yeah,
Like,
if I have like a short list of questions, if I can get any of these lawyers on, which I'm going to try, and I have a feeling I'll probably be able to get one or a few or all of them. Who knows? Is that question in terms of kind of what was the thinking behind just kind of on that entire instruction? Because I mean, I could see a world in which why they wanted to get rid of it, just because it like there's so many requirements of it.
Yeah.
That if you don't fulfill it, then they can't take it into consideration. Whereas if you just leave Proctor as kind of the specter, which is what Andrea was saying yesterday, it's pretty effective, you know. And I think there's some truth to that, because I always use the analogy of Jaws, which is, you know, I mean, you don't see that shark in the first half of the movie, but you're hyper aware that it's present, and it's almost scarier when you don't see it than when you do.
Yeah, even with Brennan not bringing up Proctor in his opening, there's that shark that nobody sees.
Yeah, I know. It's you know, I mean, what you hope is that ultimately jurors are going to be sitting back there, and it like if they have reached the decision on the manslaughter and the murder, and they're like, well, look, I don't know where this lead detective guy was, but the fact that he didn't even show up to court, there's no way I'm convicting her on manslaughter or murder, because of what my buddy Lance was saying. You know, it's because this investigation was a shit show, and it was so bad that this guy didn't even show up to court. That Commonwealth didn't even call him. You know, and you hope that there's some jurors back there. I mean, that might have been one of the tipping points for them. So,
that'd be probable cause.
yeah. All right, man. Final thought. What are your final thoughts?
Final thoughts. Let's see. Hopefully by the end of the day we get a verdict. My boss is tired of me looking at my phone all day at work. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if anybody can get lawyers on and ask questions, and hopefully get the chat to ask some questions for you.
Yeah, well, I think it depends on what happens. If they come back and she walks NGs on everything, I have a feeling they'll be making the rounds. If God forbid there's something crazy that goes on, then they probably won't. You know, but we'll see. And I've got some pipelines, so I'll do the work over here to get them on. But hey, man, dude, we appreciate you being a member of the community. We always love when people discover us and become active. So thank you for that, and thank you for your generosity, man.
Thank you, sir.
All right, brother.
Yeah,
see you. All right. Yeah, Cody's he was coming in from work, so it was pretty rough with the sound, but I mean, I heard him. It certainly wasn't optimal, but I think we heard his major points, right? I mean, that's what matters. You can't have everything perfect all the time. We have to have tolerance. We have to have grace. You know, it's like we can't nitpick everything, because, you know, we're all human, and you know, the dude has to work. So I'm thrilled he came on, and you know, we struggled through. As long as I could hear him, I didn't mind the sound. It's like, you know, it's real life. It's real life. All right, let's get back to some of these supers, which have built up. I'm only at like 10 o'clock. See, this is the problem yesterday with Allie and Ian and Andrea. We fell so far behind that it was overwhelming. All right. So Brad Canfield, what's going on? Who just switched that out on me? Mandy, did you switch that out? Can the jury find her just guilty of driving after having a drink and nothing else. I mean, no, there's a threshold. It's got to be 0.08. Lance Ken are still in studio if you want to bring them up. All right, hold on. I'm going to go through some supers first, and then I'll bring them up. They're not on camera, so I'll text Lance to see if he wants to come back on right now, or if they're just lurking. Okay, so Brad said, I think they're going guilty on OUI only. So that was early. Brad said that at around 10, 11. I hope you're right. I hope you're right. That last question scares me a little bit because it was more general. Like I would like to have seen an even tighter question instead of like expanding kind of the concepts or the thoughts that we could be having. I would have liked to have seen them shrink those thoughts in terms of a window, and it seems like they opened it a little wider and made it a little more scary. It's like this is what it's like to be in a trial. You know, it's the roller coaster of emotions. We're all feeling very confident on top of the world 45 minutes ago, and then we get a gut punch and you're right back down. So it's welcome to the world of lawyering. That is where we live every single day in court. Thank you so much for that, Brad. We appreciate it. Johnny Miller, why is OUI under count 2? $1 million question, man. Makes no sense to me. If Karen didn't put OUI on the slip, would we be done here? Maybe not. Like, that's the $1 million question. That's the second $1 million question. Has OUI made it to where we're at the point where we are now because they've given them an out, like a compromise verdict, wherein Karen's like, I can deal with that. Like if you know, and you guaranteed every one of her lawyers is saying, well, you know, I just need you to be prepared that Judge, you know, Cannoni's going to hammer you on sentencing. And, you know, do you want us to throw it on there? Do you want us to ask him to put it on? And I'm sure that Karen's the one who made the final decision on that. And she probably said, yeah. You know, I mean, Karen's OG, man. She's a baller. You know, she knows what's going on. She's hyper aware of everything. And I'm sure that those discussions were had. So, but in terms of why it was under count 2, man, it's the same question I'm asking. It should have been under count 3, the OUI and leaving the scene. The least major of the 3 charges, or counts rather. So I don't know. I mean, and that's one thing that could be, you know, because if it's there, then I'm not nearly as worried about that count, them coming back. Because at that point, are they coming back for that bullshit? You know what I mean? Like a manslaughter, they're going to come back because there's serious time that's associated with that. Whereas with count 3, it's nowhere near. And I don't even know what the time is on it, but I could just tell you from experience, if it's akin to Illinois, it's not going to be anywhere near the time that you can get on manslaughter. So that begs the question, would they even fuck with it? You know, you would think that they wouldn't. But like Lance said, there's a heavy duty political slant on this thing. Politics are all up in this shit. There's no question about that. And thank you, John. Always. Booty Girl. We need a super stream with all our favorite law tubers ASAP. Yeah, we'll make it happen. I think everybody's kind of streaming now. People are bouncing. We lost like 2,500 people. So people are probably going to check out Andrea and Pete. We'll fluctuate. We'll go up and down. I ain't sweating it, but I'm sure when we get a verdict, we will all collaborate. We'll have another super stream because that was a blast. And thank you so much, Buddha. We always appreciate you. TD89, would Bev hand out trial tax sentence if OUI is the only conviction? I mean, that's what we're talking about. I mean, that's what we're like. I am of the mindset that OUI is really the only thing on the table. And my mindset is yes, she will. You know, and again, it's slipping into that political part of this. And I don't think it's going to be taken for granted that they have spent millions of dollars trying this case. And if it turns out that they have spent millions and millions of dollars on an OUI conviction, I feel like it's going to be taken out on Karen Reed, which is fucking bullshit. But I think it's exactly what'll happen. You know, maybe she splits the baby so as not to be so transparently disgusting. Maybe she says, okay, I'm giving you a year on it, in which case, assuming that it's time, you get a good time, day for day. She does 6 months on it. But yeah, I fully anticipate that she will. I have no reason to think that she wouldn't. She's done nothing in the last 2.5 years that would make me think that she wouldn't imply a oh wait, yeah, all right, hold on, I want to pull Lance on. Get back on camera, dude, if you can hear me. I'm going to add y'all. All right, Lance is back and Kat is back. What's up? Here, unmute.
The way I'm reading this slip is that count 3 is the guilty of leaving the scene of an accident resulting in death.
Yes.
All right. Well, that would require some type of mens rea, right? So then if they're telling this judge they're not guilty on 2, they've got to be not guilty on 1 and 3.
Right.
You can't be hung up on 3 and not, if you're hung up on 3, then you're still playing around manslaughter. There's no other, when you say not guilty on 2, it's got to be 1 and 3.
It has to be, because those are the only 2 that have the mens rea. Yeah. So that's like, because and mens rea is just your mental state. Like there has to, and with manslaughter, you don't have to. Mens rea is not a prerequisite. So yeah, no, I agree, man. I agree. I think, and ultimately, it sounded like 2 was the one. The manslaughter charge is the one that they were hung up on the last trial. Ultimately, and I cannot remember, and help me in chat, whether or not they had all the less. I can't remember what the slip looked like for count 2 or for the manslaughter charge in trial 1. I can't remember. They definitely had some lesser included. It was even clunkier, if you can believe that, the slip from in trial 1, and there was the whole thing where, they were saying that they were hung and they thought it was an all or nothing proposition, that you had to find her not guilty on all 3 in order to be able to render any verdicts. So it seems like at least now that's not going to happen, because that is the only thing that allowed them to come back and try her again on murder 2, wherein, in my estimation, double jeopardy had attached, because we found out after the fact that they had all found her not guilty on the murder 2. But because they didn't read the verdict out and it didn't get recorded in open court, they ended up saying it wasn't a verdict. So, yeah.
So look, it looks like you can be found guilty in Massachusetts for operating a motor vehicle while under the influence of liquor.
That's it.
That's it.
That's the standalone OUI. The problem is they didn't indict her on that alone. So that was they asked for it. So Karen and the lawyers, through her lawyers, asked for them to add that lesser included. I think that their mistake was they should have thrown it on count 3, not count 2. I think it fits better there. And from a strictly strategic perspective, the hit on a count 3 conviction's way less than manslaughter. You know what I'm saying? You're just not getting the potential sentence max is not nearly as high on count 3 as it is on manslaughter in Massachusetts. So what they should have done is had them requested that it be put under the OUI leaving a scene. Yeah. That's where it fits better. It just fits better instead.
And that's where you want the jury. You want them off those, the fact that they're on count 2 still, just right below the manslaughter. It's not a good. It's just not. So what if they then relent and then somebody says, well, let's go back now. that we've all agreed that she was drunk and relook at manslaughter. I don't know, but
Right.
I don't like the placement either. It's an interesting charge though. So that's simply based off of what she has admitted to. We don't have,
Essentially, yeah.
driving while under the influence.
And the interesting part of it is that they didn't get a BAC on her early, like at 12:30. It when she gets to the hospital, they do a blood draw and then they extrapolate it back. So they used extrapolation to try to come up with a range of where they thought her BAC would be at 12:30 a.m. So the first question, I don't know if you heard it, the jury interestingly and wisely asked the question, well, what time are you talking about? Are you talking about at 5:07 when she's driving around? Or are you talking about the two times that we know that she was driving around? Or are you talking about at 12:30? And because it wasn't in the indictment, because they didn't, the Commonwealth didn't put it in the indictment in terms of when, she said, I'm not giving them a time. That's up to y'all. Y'all are the finders of fact. And she left it to them. So, because if that thing works out wherein, like I was trying to think of it from the defense side of it, I think you'd rather have, just to move them away from that time frame mentally, that I'd rather have the 5:07. Yeah. I don't want their brains being in her driving around drunk at 12:30 because of what you just talked about. Like, oh, well, now that we have her drunk and we've decided it's at 12:30, let's revisit manslaughter. You know what I mean? Let's check that out again. So the further in time I can get from that, if I'm the defense, I would have said, I like, ultimately she wouldn't have done either because of the indictment and because they didn't indicate a time in the indictment itself when there were two times that it could have happened. Additionally, on top of that, you have a stronger argument, and Jackson argued it very briefly in closing, wherein the possibility exists that Karen went home after she got back from dropping John off and drank, which is an entirely separate situation. So, I mean, and again, in terms of sentencing, if she were to get convicted on the OUI, the way I'm thinking of it is that Cannoni, if they found her guilty at 5:07 a.m., Cannoni's mind isn't closer in time to 12:30 either in terms of sentencing. But the reality is that I think that Cannoni's ultimately going to look at the amount of money that was spent on this case, which should never come into play. But like you said, man, like this is a political beast. There's no question about that. And that trial tax that I think she's going to have to pay if she's found guilty, but like if it's at 5:07, I think it's lesser because they didn't find her guilty closer in time to when whatever may have happened with John in her mind may have gone down. You know what I'm saying?
Well, there's I guess two options, right? Either the other law enforcement officers really don't care whether or not they drink and drive,
right?
Or they didn't have any reason to believe she was intoxicated.
Right.
But I mean, come on, she's hanging out with police officers. So she's hanging out with law enforcement.
Boston cops, no less.
Yeah, I mean, they're letting her drive. So it's a little ironic, right? Like,
yeah, it is. It's very, very ironic. Like that was, somebody said that in the chat, like the same people that she's hanging around with, the Higgins and the Alberts, and like all these cops are driving around shit-faced. Yet none of them have been charged, So it's like, yeah, it's definitely ironic. That's a kind way of putting it, man, for sure.
So Bob, what are you thinking right now? You put your criminal defense hat on. You feel like you've got a great, a question by the jury, 2 not guilties. You're hoping that it's 1 and 3. Now it's taking a little longer than maybe necessary on something as innocuous as a OUI. I mean, I'm surprised they're still back there. I would have liked to have seen them come back quicker.
Me too. I'm nervous. That's what I am. When they come back with that fourth question, I become nervous. Because coming out of the first 3 questions, I'm thinking, man, we got it. Like we beat the 2 big ones. We got rid of the like their NG on manslaughter and they're NG on murder too. And by way of just common sense, if they're NG on murder 1, they're NG on count 3 because of the mens rea aspect. So I've whittled it down to the only thing that they're possibly thinking about is the OUI. And then what I voiced my concern on question 3 was exactly what I'm terrified of right now, is that they end up hung on the OUI, this innocuous, shitty little charge, which then could turn around and cause her to be tried again on the manslaughter charge, the entire count 2 again. Like that's where my head's at. I'm like, I'm shitting my pants, you know, and that's when you gave them something to hang their hat on for a compromised, you know, verdict with that OUI by just throwing it in the last second. And now you've created this monster where the worst case scenario has happened and they got hung on that thing. And now the entire manslaughter charge is alive and well. You know what I mean? Because it's like, if they, and I think the mistake was not in asking for the OUI to be included as a lesser included. The mistake is where they placed it.
Yeah.
It should have been on count 3, because if they end up getting NGs on 1 and 3 and the nightmare happens and manslaughter's alive and well, you're going to be just killing yourself over that, because you're going to be like, man, why didn't we put it on 3? Because I don't even think they would have come at her again if they were NG on 1 and 2 and they were hung on the OUI that was now a charge, a lesser included on the OUI leaving the scene, which I don't see why it couldn't be a lesser included of that. It has to be able to be included. I mean, that's that charge. It's an OUI. So if you don't have OUI leaving the scene, well, the lesser included of that would just be straight OUI.
Yeah, I don't know why.
We didn't think you left the scene. That just means that when you were driving around at 5:07 in the morning, we think you were shit-faced still.
You can't get to not guilty on question 1 for offense 2 if you're hung on the OUI, and that's why this is not worded correctly.
Correct.
They're not even connected. It needs to be not guilty of the offense charged, and then it needs to be a standalone. And you know,
wait here. They're saying so. Wait, Lori said, I think Bob is blind. Can't read. No, when I was just, sometimes I don't even see the supers when Mandy puts them up. So they're saying that first, what I'm calling question 4 was actually the first question, which helps actually in terms of order. So the last question that we heard her bring up was actually the first question they asked, and then the 3 followed. Why did they do that? That's fucking weird to me.
Wow.
Like, why would she have done that in terms of how she addressed it with the lawyers or with the jurors? Why wouldn't she have taken the questions and the answer that they were like, or in the order that they were asked? I don't understand that. I don't understand it. Does that make any sense to you? So what they're saying, somebody that's in the courtroom is reporting that last question that we heard them addressing was actually the first question they asked. And then they asked the question. So that makes me feel a lot better, actually, because then now I'm back to they've opened the window with that first question, but then they closed it. They shrunk the window in terms of thought process into, wait, what? Brian, are you saying is it's different? Which one? Which one? You guys clarify it in chat what the hell you're talking about. What are you guys saying? Are you saying somebody give me an actual? All right, so the 4th question came before the answers to the 3 questions. Okay, so what you're saying is before they figured out what they were going to answer, how they were going to answer the 3 questions in the interim, while they were doing that 4th question came through. All right, so now I'm back to big open window and I'm scared again. So thank you for that.
Do you know if in Massachusetts you can poll the jury? Is that the practice, because I would, this time around, you're the defense. And if this is hung on the OUI, you've got to get those 12 jurors to say not guilty on the man.
Yeah.
You cannot walk out of the door.
Well, so
until
here
they do
that dude, that's what happened in the first trial.
Yeah.
So she didn't, and technically it wouldn't have been a poll because they didn't render a verdict on paper. So typically, because when you're polling a jury, you're asking them, each and every individual juror, is this your verdict? And were you under any kind of duress or anything like that? So because there was no verdict on paper she didn't ask it. Now, Rule 27B in Massachusetts says that the judge had the ability to be able to ask on her own motion, sua sponte, if they were hung on all 3 counts, which she didn't do. Because that was where the whole issue arose, with them being able to come back on the murder 2, even though after the trial's over, multiple jurors came out and said, yeah, we were all not guilty on murder 2, but we thought it was an all or nothing proposition.
Yeah. I mean, I know you've had plenty of shows talking about that. I mean, this is a very, very sad example of what can happen. And I blame the Commonwealth for it. I mean, this is clear double jeopardy. When 12 jurors unanimously come out and say we voted not guilty, but we had this technicality, you don't retry that person.
They took it all the way up to the Supreme Court of Massachusetts, Supreme Judicial Court, and they lost on it. So it's
some of the worst law comes from bad facts, or sadly, facts that involve law enforcement. I mean, there's just a real hard time here. There's a lot of emotional baggage that comes along with a case like this from judges, from people who live amongst law enforcement. I mean, this is an emotional, that's why reasonable doubt is so important. But for this to be upheld all the way to the highest court, I mean, that's surprising. That's some bad law.
I was shocked. I mean, I was shocked because I just thought it was a clear-cut double jeopardy. And why err, in that situation, you err on the side of caution. You can't, I mean, it's not optimal. It's not optimal that they didn't, that they didn't get the verdict out there to be recorded. But it doesn't change the fact that they reached a verdict. You know what I mean?
But if the judge had the discretion and failed to exercise it, then the judge has left us with having to find out through the media or interviews. That's not the defendant's fault.
That's not the defense.
That's not the defense's fault. That is the judge who had the discretion and failed to protect the record. So therefore, unless we can guarantee that it wasn't unanimous, I think the right law would have been
100%. 100%. And then you had the hope that the Commonwealth would have said, you know what, we're going to do the right thing here. And it's a shit charge anyway, because we're never going to be able to ever prove intent. It's like, and Hank was trying to argue, we're not arguing intention. It's like we're going other portions of the statute, but still, it's like it was a shit charge that they never were going to be able to prove. And you would have hoped that they would have done the right thing. Going back to our earlier discussion, I mean, they're supposed to be wearing the white hats, the prosecutors, and they're supposed to be doing the right thing. What's in the interest of justice, not in the interest of getting wins, not in the interest of politics.
And they're supposed to believe in the jury system. And if you believe in the jury system, when there are 12 jurors, I believe they get it right most of the time. I'm counting on this jury to get it right. That's what I want to see, because I believe in the jury system. I live and die by it. That's how I make my living. And I really love believing in it. And when I've had trials where I got a hung jury for my client, and it was in Louisiana, it used to be non-unanimous. It had to be 10-2, but let's say I hung it at 8-4. Well, the odds of me coming back and getting a not guilty, they really were not. I mean, that's just not realistic. I mean, you're not going to, that's why I just don't see here a manslaughter or murder, because we've already had 12 jurors say not guilty. So usually jurors get it right. Doesn't matter which panel of 12. It's the same.
Exactly.
It'd be a huge leap to go from 12 not guilty last trial to 12 guilty this trial. And the
Yeah.
Commonwealth knew that, and that's why they should be ashamed for retrying her.
I agree, man. You know,
Putting
hey, I
everybody
wanted to
through it.
ask you, there's a trial going on in your neck of the woods right now. It's this guy. Hold on, let me pull the name. It's a murder trial happening right now. I don't know if it's gotten any publicity. Dude's name is Raymond Coates. He's on trial for murder right now. Apparently shot and killed a guy at a gas station, like in a robbery. But so happens that it's one of Scarlett's friends, one of her little friends. It was her friend's dad that was the victim. Like he had moved down to Louisiana. So I was trying to find it on Zoom because apparently y'all still Zoom shit out there for the public to watch. So have you heard of that one? Is that
I
one?
haven't.
No.
I'll
All
look
right.
it up. Yeah, I mean, Bob, wouldn't you agree most of all your trials, even when you got a hung jury? But hopefully what happens after a hung jury is when two sides get together and they come up with a compromise based off what the jury did.
See, I just don't think that's a possibility in this case
No.
because of it's so much water under the bridge that it's been rocky, turbulent water. You know, like I don't know that they're going to be able to play nice in this. And you've got, Morrissey, who's the elected DA out there. Like Hank Brennan is a defense. The guy who's prosecuting the case is a special prosecutor. He's a defense attorney by trade. He came in, hired gun to come in and burn it down. And you've got Alan and Bob, who are both, out of state lawyers, California and New York. And you got Dave Yannetti and Eliza Little. She's with Alan out in LA. So, it's like, and I don't like, this isn't Yannetti's home court. You know what I mean? I'm sure he's tried cases. He's like we are, bounce around, try shit in a bunch of different counties, but it's not his spot. I mean, he's like, I don't think he has the relationships with anybody in that office to where they're going to be able to say, all right, fuck this, man. Like, we can't do this a third time. Like, are you willing to go out and look the taxpayers in the eyes for a third time on this bullshit? Like, let's plead it out to the OUI. Let's call it a day. You're never getting you know what I mean? It's like, this just
think about it. Like every dollar they're spending on this case and all these resources is a dollar they can't spend on other victims' cases.
Exactly.
Let's be realistic. The DAs,
Exactly.
these offices only have so much of a budget, and this is clearly going to become it should already be a political issue, because if I'm a victim in that jurisdiction and my case is not moving fast enough, and it doesn't appear there are enough prosecutors on my case, I'm gonna at some point get pretty pissed off.
Yeah. Well, and like how much money they're allocating to one case, like on some bullshit. Like, you know what I mean? Like there's no rationale as to it's not that case to where I just feel, and I felt coming into the second trial, this just may be one of those cases that can never get a verdict rendered because it's just impossible to know what happened.
You're just going to undermine people's confidence in the justice system. And if really what you're doing is just reminding people every time you try this case how deplorable the law enforcement was and what can result of this. I mean, this is a gut. Like I have never seen some of this behavior of law enforcement down here in New Orleans that I'm seeing up there. I mean, it's shocking.
Which is saying something.
Yeah, it is. Because we've had some very sketchy police officers, but this one takes the cake.
Yeah, it's a lot, man. I mean, it's a lot. All right, let's go through some of these subs. You can help me answer some of these questions. If you guys don't know, this is my brother from another mother, Lance Unglesby. He is an attorney down in New Orleans. So I mean, but you practice everywhere in Louisiana, right? So you're not just NOLA.
No, I've been all over Louisiana. And, I used to be a public defender and I did death penalty work. So when I was a public defender, the New Orleans Police Department was very corrupt. It was right after Katrina. they would eventually get under a consent decree. And that was a lot of fun because you felt like you were representing a lot of innocent young men and you never could trust the process. It was before they had a lot of body cam. So it was always the word of the cops.
Yeah.
And there was no doubt they were lying. And I think that culture of lying, it doesn't happen overnight. It's a culture. And I see it in this case, the way that these guys operated. It's like a lot of people go, there's no way they would have staged this. There's no way they would have done this. Well, are they lying? Are they sending inappropriate text messages? Are they breaking other rules? And it just kind of gets to a point where what used to seem, crazy is normal. And that's
Right.
what I see right in this case. I see a behavior where it's almost like they weren't even afraid of like getting caught. I mean,
Yeah, it's like they were beyond reproach, that they were untouchable. And I think that that's a kind of like a standing rule with cops in general. I think that they probably, much like most doctors have a God complex. I think that most cops think that to a certain extent they're above the law, and that they're not going to get looked at like the normal person would get looked at. And, we saw evidence of that. We saw evidence of that from Proctor in his text messages, whereas, he's a Boston cop, he's going to be fine, and that they, immediately he's pointing the finger at Karen and, saying she's fucked, like before they had done any investigation. So it's like, you see those kind of things because it's like, you were talking about New Orleans after Katrina, and it was kind of the same thing that went on in Baltimore when that gun trace task force got exposed, that they were literally just out there, rogue cops, robbing drug dealers, stealing all their money, taking their dope and reselling it, all that shit. And it all got exposed. And it was like, there were so many cops that were toxic that they couldn't call them at trial. They were on the do not call list because they were untouchable, because they were impossible to put on the stand because they were fucking lying, stealing, cheating, murdering sons of bitches. So it's like you have this thing where, and to us as defense attorneys, it makes me, it gives me some joy to know, like, kind of what we've always known. And there's bad cops out there. That's just fact. There's great cops out there and there's bad cops. And the problem with bad cops is they have so much power to change people's lives that there's no room in that profession for there to be the volume of bad cops that there are. Like
one thing analogy I used to give in my trials is like down here, we make gumbo, and gumbo, everybody loves gumbo, and gumbo takes, a full day to make. You've got to have the right roux. You got to have fresh shrimp. You got to have, really perfectly cooked rice. You got to really know what you're doing. But if one of those ingredients is sour, let's say, no matter how hard you worked, when you threw it all in there, your shrimp, they just weren't fresh enough. You're not going to have you're going to have bad gumbo.
Bad gumbo.
And that's reasonable doubt to me. Is how do you, when you put somebody in prison and take away their freedom, that it's got to be pristine. It's got to be clean. You can't have a proctor.
Yeah.
He taints everything. Everything after that is tainted. You've got the bad shrimp, you got bad gumbo. And that's what the Commonwealth should have come out and said. They should have said, look, this is immoral for us to continue to fight when our law enforcement acted this way. And look, Proctor didn't on his own start talking about potential defendants that way. He learned from other officers. That's a culture.
Yep. It's 100% a culture, no question about it. And that's what you get and he was Massachusetts State Police. He's in a much bigger, scarier agency than like Canton. Like, it's like you come to kind of expect these smaller departments where, you get a culture in there and, it's going to infest everybody in there. But for, maybe the guy who's got scruples is like, I'm going to dip. I don't want to be a part of this shit. But when you're talking about like a state police agency wherein, he's texting his boss and his boss is giving thumbs up on that shit, it tells you that is part of the culture. Because like there's this thing where, I like inside, I kind of laugh because if people don't think that the kind of text messages that Proctor was sending to his buddies and his boss happen all the fucking time, you're delusional.
Yeah.
That's just like, I know a lot of cops, and I know some cops that shouldn't be cops. And it's how some of these guys think and how they operate, and it's just, like Proctor had zero idea that shit was ever going to see the light of day ever. I mean, if we were able to kind of go through every cop's text messages, I think the world would be set on fire, because everyone would be horrified, because I don't know if I want to go to so far as to say that Proctor is not the exception, but he might be the rule, but it's damn close. It's damn close. All right. So here, let's see. Oh, what did you throw up there, Manny? I didn't see it. Proctor brewed up some bad chowder. Yeah,
That's right.
Yeah, that's regionally speaking, that would have been your analogy.
What Alan Jackson could have called it. But it's true. It has tentacles, and these tentacles they go everywhere.
They do. So Diana Rose, maybe because they had people saying that she was fine at 12 a.m., so they will convict at 5 a.m. Yeah, that's kind of what we were talking about, Diana. It's like, and to me, if I'm the defense, she was never assigning the time because there was no time indicated in the indictment. But like, if they would have had their druthers, I would have preferred to have it be the early morning hours as opposed to closer in time to whatever happened to John, for sure. Thanks, Diana. T-Dub, how is OUI even on the table? She didn't hit him. Well, OUI is just drunk driving while under the influence, operating under the influence. That's all it is. So does that make sense? Like, you don't need to have any kind of collision take place for just a straight up OUI. That's like if you go to a bar, you drink, they're sitting on the bar, you leave, they follow you for a half a mile and then pull you over as soon as your tire touches the double yellow. And they've been, sitting on the bar for 2 hours and your car's been there. Oh, there's my
God. So our
it looked like you were eating. Did you have food of some kind?
What do you mean?
I'm starving, and
I'm starving too. I haven't eaten shit.
I saw you clear your mouth as if you had a little food in there.
I had like a chip on my way down, a Cheez-It.
See, I know my wife. All right, talk to Lance. I'll be right back. Keep going through the supers.
Well, I don't know where you're at.
I'm only at 10:16.
I did so many of these.
No,
there's something
you
wrong
haven't
with
done.
you.
You didn't do any of these. Go to Sydney. Sydney Collin at 10:18. That's
but people want to talk about what's going on now.
We have plenty we have plenty of time to kill. Maybe just. Do you want to err on the side of caution, or do you want to do what you did yesterday and skip a whole bunch of supers?
No, I'm gonna.
I'll leave it up to you.
All right. So before I continue on with this, I'm just. I don't know. I'm looking at Vicky's comment. This is fucking insane. What's happening? We've been saying, everyone's been saying it. All the lawyers, everyone who mouth has been saying since this happened. Actually, it was probably since Joe Flippenhead, I'm sorry, Joe, if I'm butchering that, but sent Bob this message about, hey, there's no way for them to indicate that they've got that they reached a verdict on that they're only hung on the OUI. And I was like, holy shit, if they get hung on the OUI, the whole manslaughter's back on. Now that's happening. But not only that, the judge refuses to tell the fucking jury how to report their verdict on counts 1 and 3. Like, just tell them they can report their verdict on count 1 and 3 whenever they're ready. It would not affect count 1 and 3. When she says it's asking for the consequences, that would only come into play if they were asking about, if we're hung on count 5, does that make a mistrial for manslaughter? Then she'd say, all right, now you're worried about the consequences of being hung on that one count. They're just asking how to report their verdict on counts 1 and 3. And she just refuses to answer them. She has straight out refused to answer 2 questions today. 2. 1, if we are hung, if we find guilty on one of the lessers, is that the same as convicting on the overall charge on count 2? No. That's the answer, Bev. Fucking no. Why does she? It's literally like she wants a mistrial at this point. And I honestly, like, I can see why Hank Brennan wants a mistrial. He doesn't want to be the guy that lost the whole thing. And getting an OUI conviction alone is losing the whole thing, as far as I'm concerned. But why the judge would want to do this to her county again? And Mandy just sent me a message about with an X. Per FYI, per Karen, the fourth question came in before they answered the. Oh, I know that. So the fourth question came in after the first 3, but before they answered the first 3. I don't believe, unless someone has gotten something very specific, that it came in first. I think it was the fourth question, but that it came in long before they answered it, because they got to go to lunch. They can't think or work on lunch. We can't answer a juror's question on lunch. Nothing. But now Mandy sent me a post that says question 4 is hypothetical because it starts with if. And this is a Sue O'Connell tweet. In Massachusetts, judges generally cannot answer hypothetical questions from the jurors that begin with if during deliberations. This follows well-established principles in jury instruction law. I'm just not sure what she's quoting right here. Maybe it's somewhere else. Maybe it's comments on a rule, or maybe it's above here. I don't know. But here's the thing about it being theoretical. There needs to be an if, right? Because they haven't decided what they're doing on count 2 yet. So I guess that she's saying it remains theoretical because until they decide what they want to do with count 2. But if their answer on what they do on count 2, their decision on what they do on count 2 depends on the answer, then maybe is it worrying about the consequences? And I don't think she's looking at it like that. I don't think she's looking at that. Allie Law, read my super chat. It explains everything about Bev. Good. Stick it up, Mandy, if you know where it is. Or Tracy.
Allie, can you hear me?
I can.
Wouldn't it have made more sense to have offense 3 before offense 2? Like offense 3, at least the one I looked up. I hope I'm operating on the right one. In the above entitled defense, in case we, the jury, say that the defendant is not guilty of the offense as charged, leaving the scene of an accident resulting in death.
So you're saying if that charge should have been count,
that should have been above, obviously, the OUI stuff, but like in the above titled case, we, the jury, say that the defendant is not guilty of offense charged, murder in the second degree. That she should have, like you said, answer the question. When you reach a unanimous verdict, check, we've reached a verdict on each count.
Right. Or on the counts that you've reached them on.
Yes, that's what she should have said.
It's just like fucking crazy.
Yeah.
It's like, why does she want a mistrial? Why in the fuck? Or does she just want to be right, or does she really want a mistrial?
But there's the problem with the verdict form is there's no ifs. It should say, in the above entitled case, we find that we, the jury, say the defendant is not guilty of the offense of manslaughter. If the jury has voted not guilty, go to offense 2. If the jury has voted guilty, sign the verdict form and come out.
Right.
So they've reached the verdict on 1, and we can assume they've reached on 3.
Right.
So
she's just. So Reality Check says, if you go to AJ's response, he said we don't want the same situation as last time. He knows exactly what the question is. Yeah, I revisited it. I do think that he knows what the question is, that he's saying we don't want the same result as last time. I just don't know why Judge Canoni is acting like she doesn't get it. And then EJ says in the video from court, AJ says to the judge, the fourth question came in before the first 3. All right. It's in the clip when he stands. All right. He said before the first 3, not before we answered the first. if everybody's sure here. I know we said this is like Cassie at bat. 50 Defense Diary memberships. Very generous. Thank you. That is very generous. And she could come on if she wants. Fourth question was sent before first three answered. See, that's what I'm saying. Which is it, guys? Because that's what I thought it was, is what Kasha just said. That the fourth question was sent before the first three were answered, but not before, meaning that it's the very first question of the four questions. But either way, it was asked so long ago, like, who even knows anymore?
Yeah, and that is the point, is that, I don't like how long this is taking. Are they really, after being there for how many days, back and forth on an OUI?
Yeah, and it's like you and Bob were talking about how we're always saying don't compromise. And now this one time, it's like, wait a minute, hey, oops, we want you to compromise. Just on that OUI. We really need you to compromise.
What a mess. Oh, what a mess. 3:15. What time does she send them home?
Well, she'll send a note in at 4 Eastern time. All right, so let's see. I'm not sure where we left off. So T-Dub says, how's OUI even on the table? She didn't hit him. I know. Well, OUI is on the table because that has nothing to do with hitting him. That's just driving drunk. That's it. That's all it is. Sydney Collins says, if Karen is found guilty of the OUI, could Bev sentence her to jail? Yes, 2.5 years. But that would be very unusual. But that is the sentence that is available. Fire Dancer, thanks for your generosity. Buttercup, I'm guessing the last question is not convict of OUI if it mean conviction on the full count. Yes, I agreed with that, Buttercup. That's exactly what I still think they were asking. I still think that's what this is all, that the people who want not guilty are refusing to compromise on a misdemeanor OUI, which is a shame. I mean, but I understand that's what we asked them to do, but it's like, not this time. Hey, Mandy, coming in? She's frozen there. I'm taking you off because you got frozen, Mandy. Maybe she was coming to yell at me. She's probably like, you have to do something. Mickey says, I think the jury is just being careful to make sure not to mark something making her guilty across the board. Confusing form. Serious charges already decided as not guilty. I still want to believe that that's exactly where we stand, Mickey. Sandy B says the OUI charge says and or. Right. So for OUI, the and or is driving over 0.08. Oh my God. What do you mean a verdict? Why is it question marks? Bab, come back. Verdict, but then it has question marks, not explanation points. I mean, I got OnlyFan up. We're looking at it, I guess. We're all seeing it. So the or is it's the end or, meaning driving under the influence, impaired by the influence of alcohol, or driving over 0.08. That's what the end or is there. Brad says, if you keep rolling, he said he can't do it again. I can't argue. All right. So Brad is convinced that earlier when when Jackson said, Bob, I can't do this again, that his next word says, I can't argue. All right. And see, I thought pretty sure we got that one. Potentially criminal said Bev refuses to admit she fucked up the instructions.
I don't know. Are we hearing that? Is she calling anybody in? Does anybody know?
Well,
I don't know. I guess we'll find out.
Yeah. Everybody's saying there's a verdict. Oh no. In the chat, people seem to be saying, and then Tay says that Melanie and Mark are saying the jury is not coming back in yet. Okay. Mods, text Allie and Bob. All right. What am I doing? What am I doing? What am I missing? All right. I don't. Mandy's trying to come on to tell us something now. Bob's coming back. I don't know. Verdict clock is still running. All right. The defense might be headed back into the courtroom. We'll see. We've got the OnlyFan. So, but not a Karn or Cairn, or I'm butchering it, whatever. Rumors are that they're going back to court. Nothing confirmed. Thank you. Thank you. All right. A to Z says the defense returned to the courtroom.
It's early to be sending them home for the day. So
She says she sends a note at 4 and it's only 3:20 there. So, okay. Now Jacqueline says that people are messing, and all right, we got the fan. We won't miss it. Don't worry. Got a lot of people on it. All right. So Christine Rulanger said, I've rewatched the charge conference numerous times, and it looks like Yannetti asks for the OUI instruction. Is that the same as making the charge? Well, asking for the OUI instruction would go hand in hand with requesting the lesser charge. I thought I heard them say it on, our sound's pretty good when we're doing the lives, and I swore I heard the defense say they were asking for the lessers, but not specific. So it makes sense logically that if Yannetti's asking for the OUI charge, that goes hand in hand with them asking for the OUI charge. I'm confident that the defense requested the OUI lesser charge. Andrea S. says, my heart is with Karen and her team. That made my heart hurt hearing Alan say that. And we're not sure what he meant, because there might have been other words after that. It might have just been an argument. Itch says, did you say earlier they could find all not guilty but hung on the OUI? And if hung on the OUI, they could, yes. No, not on all counts, on manslaughter. That's what I said earlier. That if they find not guilty but hung on OUI, and they stay hung on OUI, she can be retried on manslaughter, on count 2 only, as long as they come back and sign the verdict sheets of not guilty on the other 2 counts. All right, this is what I remember. Zencat, we did. There was no witness from either side that can confirm that Karen Reed drank when she got home. All right, no, I didn't do this one yet. All right, Mickey says, Allie, can you come home? Bob is the one with a guest to first arrive. Oh, if you come home, Bob is the one with a guest to first arrive. Who takes the dog out, Allie or Bob? You come home, Bob is the one with a guest to first arrive. I mean, if Bob's going to get the door, then I'm letting the dog out. If Bob's greeting the person at the door, I'm letting the dog out. Nicole, in my opinion, let Chloe out, and she stumbled upon the severely injured John being pulled through the gate to the backyard driveway. Incident near the Jeep in the driveway, in my opinion. All right, there's another. Can you refresh the fan? Okay. I'm going to refresh the fan just so everyone is with us. All right. Done. It doesn't look like that when I'm looking at it, though.
Allie, I'm going to step away. Kat's going to jump in real quick. I'm going to go.
All right, because I was saying, how'd I get stuck with? I need your better looking half.
We need help with the baby. I'm going to go help. I'll be back.
Okay. So yeah, Mickey, that's a theory. It's a theory. Josh says, I think the most important question was, is convicting on OUI a conviction on manslaughter? Agreed. That was a baby. They have an 8-month-old. Her name is Olive. Hey, I'm like, wait, how'd I get stuck with Lance? I mean, I love you, Lance, but I need me some cat.
Our nanny had a little emergency at home, and so she popped up and said she needed to run him for a moment. So that's when I left the chat.
And you've been following the case.
I have. we were gone for a few days on vacation. So I kind of did some recaps. I didn't watch it start to finish, I'll be
Right.
honest. But, daily. But I think I'm pretty up to speed.
Yeah. Look at that. Mandy says, I love her.
I love her. I get that. I love that. She's precious.
But Josh says he thinks the most important question coming out of the jury is convicting on an OUI, conviction on manslaughter. They don't want to convict on manslaughter, in my opinion. And I agree.
Agreed.
Yeah.
We pray.
Idiot Prey says, don't think they'd ask for time clarification if they think an OUI guilty jurors can't be moved based on legal correctness of time, and they don't seem like they just really want to punish her. So that's what I was thinking at first, like that they're asking for this time clarification because don't think they'd ask if they think an OUI guilty juror can't be moved based on time. Right. Like that they did think that was going to help close the gap and let them come to a verdict. And that's why they asked. So if those questions came out, that fourth question came out before the jurors even got the answers to the first three, it might be irrelevant just because the jurors are like, oh, okay, it can be either time. And now that's got us, closer. Kat's first baby
Sorry.
was that little guy.
Huey.
Hi.
Firstborn, and he cannot be without me. And I don't want any more interruptions like last time. I apologize for the phone, and he was.
Nah, you're fine. You're fine. So, I don't think they really just want to punish her. I think they just want to, come to a verdict, and people are taking it seriously. And some of them think she was drunk. Priscilla, thank you. Thanks for your coverage throughout. David James, when Bob tweets, it's set in stone. Yep. That's true, but we might be wrong. So Greg said, at this point, if I'm a juror, I'm going back in and hammering that the extrapolation is way too reliant on the assumption of when her last drink was. I hear you, Greg, but at this point, we're just begging them to compromise on this OUI. Just give her the misdemeanor OUI at this point. But I could be jumping the gun, but I'd just be getting nervous now. Getting nervous with that last question. But the fact that it came first, maybe it's not as significant, but it's horrifying. Nancy Joe says, I think Bob wants to fight in the instruction. Now he's talking about Bob Alessi, given to the jury. And I think AJ wants to pave the way for the OUI. I think Bob wants to fight in the instruction. Oh, she just repeated it. Court TV chat say, mods, something is happening. All right. Well, we're keeping an eye out. We're definitely keeping an eye out. Thanks, Shaboogs. I mean, it's that might have very well been it. That might have very well been it. That Bob wanted to fight on an issue. Y'all, I'm dying. Olive, cutest name ever.
Thank you.
Yes. That might have just very well been it. And we're all looking into it, and they're just so exacerbated and tired and exhausted that it came off heavy sounding. Like, I can't do this again. And maybe it was just, what you guys are suggesting, that it was like a battle that Alan Jackson didn't want to make. It's like, Bob, you fight it. You fight it. David James says, indictments for 12/5 or a week prior. What the fuck? I mean, yeah, I mean, it's kind of crazy. And Sasha says, AJ sounds like his heart is in his mouth. Brennan sounds angry. Love you both. CB Kell, shut the fuck up, Hank. Go home to rescue Randy and consider yourself lucky you found him. I love that. That is great. Larisha, Bev, what are you looking for? It says innocent. Yeah, I mean, she just fights on everything. And then she seemed like she wanted to this is from when she was reading the instruction, like she got it all wrong and she said it wrong. Yeah.
Oh, I had a question earlier, Allie, that I asked Lance. I basically said exactly what you did, how you phrase it, saying, how could it not have been a hypothetical when they're asking, they have not rendered anything yet. if this then, and wanting clarification, if they had posed it as when blank
Right.
does, or I mean, could that have gotten a more direct response?
I think she would have answered. If they would have said, we have come to a verdict on the first 2 counts, or on 2 of the counts, and we are wondering if we're hung, right? Because they don't know yet. If we're hung on count 2, are we hung on them all? And hopefully her answer would have been, well, if you've rendered that verdict, you can hand those out. The ones you're unanimous on, hand out. And that's why I think that the if was a qualifier for if we're hung, because they haven't made a decision yet on their hung. I sure shit think they made the decision that they're not guilty on the others.
Thus potentially just confusing them more and sending them back to, like, I just hate the way she handled that.
Yeah.
Because of the one word if. Right. Making that hypothetical.
Right. What's your opinion? Oh, so bless your whole heart. That gives the humor to the South because they know what you're saying there. What's your opinion on how Brennan will be viewed after this, especially after he tried to get Yanetti's phone? I mean, I think he's going to have issues beyond the phone now with just you've got like the phone that's going to piss off the whole defense bar. Like, what the fuck were you doing? It's not even right. Like there was not even a basis for that. But then you've got the whole rest of the world who's like, you put a witness on to say there's no x-rays. What was that bullshit with the holes in the sweater? I mean, he's got credibility issues at this point. Lion says at crack in the real booty. Agree. I'm happy with thoroughness of this jury and wanting to understand. They are dispatching more police to the area.
Oh, wow.
Well, we may very well have a verdict. I don't know where Bob is, but I mean, let me try. My jury question is, why is Brennan such an asshole and Lally such a tool? Good one.
We'd all love to know.
Yep. Thanks, Boris. Gifted more Defense Diaries podcasts. Oh, I saw Camilla's comment. I can't even remember if I put it up when Cammie Brown was here. Nice to meet another Cammie. All right. I think we're getting to the ones that we might have done. So I remember seeing this. Do your worst, Mr. Morrissey. We'll see you in court. AJ said that when Hank Brennan was hired. Thank you, Idiot Wind. Yep. Do your worst, Mr. Morrissey, because he sucked. At least that's how it seems. And I hope we're all right and we're about to get not guilties. Darlene D, Devil's Advocate. Okay. Definitely got this one before. What were the chances they're guilty on all counts? And I said, not a chance in hell. So now let me go down to where we were after that. I guess I didn't get much further than that. Katie Cat says medically, our legal standard is the same BAC. The standard is the time BAC was drawn. Right. So I guess that could support the 5 a.m. thing. Not that Mickey, there was no collision. I have faith in this jury. We all do. It seems that's where this thing went. Gee, if only we had a clear verdict form from the start. What a concept. Now it's her idea, so she'll do it. Thanks, Peace Geek. Stacy Labruno. Bev getting a blowout and lipstick while Jim types fast. Thanks, Luby. Dr. J says, can Karen... All right, we answered that one. Thank you. All right, we got some of these. Good. We explained... Okay, let me find where we ended. Okay, so we had Megan Scafati. Doesn't it matter that the clips weren't under oath? You would think so, and it's something that I think the jurors would be able to take into consideration, but it's that's why they let the statements of the defendant in without it being hearsay, because they're her own statements against her own interests, or statement of a party opponent. But it's something that they could take into account, but it's kind of less important when it's your own statements. I mean, the issue I wish they would have argued in closing was to remind them that these were all taken out of context, that they're hearing these blips without any context. And that would be important. All right. Got a lot of these. And then Angie, your comments doesn't matter, but you were right. They could not come back at 2:27, and then they were 10 minutes late. So, I wonder if they sent him to lunch at 1:30. Oh, but they ended up actually sending him at, I thought, was it 1:30? No, it was 12. And she said, come back at 1. I can't remember, but we got no 2:27. Got no 2:27. Grin for me. If she's found not guilty, does the DOJ fire its case back up and start going after Higgins and the Alberts? #feed Bob. Grin for me. Your guess is as good as mine. I honestly just think that that's not going to make any shit bit of difference whether she's found guilty or not as to what the DOJ does or doesn't do, because they were looking into a different angle of this. I put up Michelle's. Thank you for that. Earlier. All right. Okay, so Jay-Z said, oh my God, yeah, she just confused me more. Oh, I did read this earlier. So thank you, Jay-Z. Appreciate it. And Bethany asks, what happens if the jury is confused and by mistake they check something they didn't mean to? Can they say, oh no, that's not what we meant? Yes, they can, because they get the poll at the end. Now, this is not a poll like, did you mean to vote this way? Did you check off this? It's just, is this now and is this then and is this now your verdict? And then they could be like, wait, no, that wasn't my verdict. So they can do that up to the time that they are polled. Glock Party gifted 1 membership. Thank you. Boris says, Bev is in the bag. I'm losing my mind.
D-bag.
Oh, is a D-bag. I was thinking like in the bag. I'm calling gull shit on Bev. Objection, fuckface. So that's Fire Dancers combining Judge Gull from the Richard Allen trial and calling gull shit on Bev, on Judge Bev. Objection, fuckface. Thank you. I think we did this. Yes, I did. Unpopular opinion. I thought it was less confusing if they read through it. I just, again, didn't like that she didn't answer the damn question. Meaning, if we convict on a lesser, is it convicting on the full? People are saying there's movement, there's stuff going on. Check the Twitterverse, babe.
What?
People are saying
Twitterverse. All right, let me see what's up.
defense has arrived.
Oh, what?
That's what people are saying. Karen's
Oh,
walking in.
Karen's walking in.
Oh boy.
What Sarah B said.
Let me make sure that my camera, I keep forgetting Bob's screen is the one you switched out, and that's your. Oh no, that's still my stream. Oh no, it's Bob's stream. Okay, mine's live, guys. I'm sure Bob's was too. But now that's why people were saying the fan looked funny. It was Bob's. I'm looking at it on my computer, but Bob's computer was shared. His screen was shared. So, all right, stuff's happening, people.
Nervous.
Yeah.
All right, it's getting closer to 4. It's
Yeah.
they might just be walking in for end of day. She wants them there at 4.
It could be. Duncan Idaho said, please say Sean to Sean. Thanks. And I'm assuming that is our Sean Bloor there. Sonia Wood said, I watched the entire first trial with you guys and Jay. So glad to be watching to come to a happy ending with you guys too. Hopefully, can you bring Jay on to have the team back together? We definitely want to.
I don't even know if he texts us back. I think it was like crickets.
No, Shannon at least did. They're dispatching more police. Somebody put that up earlier, Bob. They're dispatching more police to the area. See if you're seeing reports of that in your Xverse.
Lance sent me a screenshot of you and Kat on the TV.
He's like, "Aw, our girls." He's showing the baby. There's mommy. Amy says, I wonder if the jurors are just struggling to trust the judge with the guilty for even the OUI. They've seen how Dodge Beverage Bev is. I do think they're not trusting the process. That's why they're asking these questions. They want to make sure if I convict on the OUI, is that somehow like y'all gonna say I just convicted her of manslaughter? Is that because it's on the same sheet, it's on the same piece of paper. I want to be sure, but guess what? The judge won't answer your question. She won't let you know that no. Simple, easy. Nope. Anything above is not guilty. Either you select not guilty. If you choose a lesser included, all the above offenses are considered not guilty. She said it like she was going to do it, just like she did for the fucking sweatshirt. She said it like, oh, I should say, give this curative instruction. Then she went on and gave some bullshit curative instruction. Then she says that she should answer the question. She suggests it anyway. And she suggests changing it from what Alan Jackson suggested, that it's an implicit acquittal. And she says, well, I think I should just say not guilty. And then she does nothing. She does nothing. I heard a bloop. I didn't know if somebody came in, but
I think it was Mandela.
Cody says Bev did say they can, if they want, to continue through lunch, and she'll consider it. Oh. Sandy B said last time she told them not to fill out the slips until they had agreement on all. That is true. But this time the jury instructions do allow for them to, like, if you're done with one, fill it out. And I suspect we'll eventually get there. And that's why the judge is saying things like, all right, well, this is theoretical. Let's wait till they say something more. There's other things we can do. So let's just hope that when it comes down to it, the right thing is done. And I really hope it's just not them going home today, but it could be. Grip Van Wrinkled, thanks for your generosity. YouTube from Denmark. If Karen Reed goes free, does the John O'Keefe case, is the John O'Keefe case closed? Or do they go after the others? Does Karen Reed sue? What is the justifiable end for John O'Keefe and family? So nothing happens after this, because you've got a government that is convinced, in air quotes, because I don't think they really are, that Karen Reed did it. So they're not looking elsewhere. They will never look elsewhere. So unless somebody is hiring private investigators and trying to, pull up more than, as years go by, people start talking more, nothing happens. And, Karen Reed may sue. She may decide it's just not worth it. And I just don't think that there's any good end in this scenario for the O'Keefe family, because they didn't do what they should have done. They didn't.
Lance said, should we throw Olive on to help people relax?
I saw his text. Abby Exing.
Babies do help.
I know.
Well,
notable to me that they called her Karen in the note.
Huh.
Did they say that? I didn't even remember that. Was there a note that said the word Karen?
I don't know.
Versus Miss Reed or the defendant. Love y'all. Free Karen Reed.
That's wild. I didn't hear that. I don't even remember.
I took the first three word for word, but the last one I was in the car. If they did use the name Karen, that would be saying a lot. I'm not sure. Abby Exing. April Michelle says, if only guilty on OUI, can Karen still appeal the trial due to biased judge? Yes. Or does that risk a retrial? No. Once they come back with a verdict, those things are gone. Well, wait a minute. If she appeals from a lesser included, no, No, still no. Okay. I was like, would that bring up the original charge, like the
Oh, you just saw
manslaughter?
Allie's brain at work in real time. That's what that shit looks like.
So that would not risk a retrial, but it would just be not worth it because a biased judge doesn't change what happened on the OUI. I don't think. Sage says, I don't know if my super chat was read yesterday. I did them today if I didn't get to them yesterday. So I'm sorry. And that's okay. There were so many. And thank you for understanding. So I got to say it again as a Wisconsinite. Bob, you guys don't suck, but the Bears still do. Go Pack, go. Sorry, Karen Reed.
What?
Zing.
What?
I actually don't remember that one from yesterday. So
I do. It's ingrained in my mind. It burned. It's seared in. Yeah. Look, Sage. We're gonna find out this year, aren't we? I think the chickens have come home to roost, my dear friend Sage, and I think
Brand Winkle says
the Bears' time has come.
The Bears' time has come. All right, give Hank buck teeth, and he's Jerry Lewis. Jennifer L says Gilbert Gottfried, principal and problem child. It's Hank. That's not bad.
Okay, we've just like Gilbert Godfrey's dead. You guys have
I
to
know these
quit
are fictional
naming actors that are dead.
That's okay. I like it.
I actually
Thanks,
with
Jennifer.
AI and deep fakes, they could probably pull it off.
You'd have to pay his estate. PB and Shelley, Anna Kendrick for Karen.
Anna Kendrick. Maybe.
Look, you got a whole bunch here.
She's way shorter than
Jennifer Love Hewitt for Karen.
All right. I don't hate that one.
No. Does anyone see any moving, Bob? Are you keeping abreast?
I don't see shit. I think it's a bunch of people speculating, popping off. I think the lawyers are just coming to court to call it a day.
Joanna Fraggett. Karen from Mobland in Downton Abbey. As Karen. Joanna Fraggett, babe, from Mobland.
Joanna I gotta look that up.
I don't
Which
know.
one Fraggett? I'm trying to think.
Hillary Swank for Karen. Catherine
That
Hicks-
Yeah, Swank's pretty good.
She's a little more like edgy and rough than
Yeah.
um
She's got some sharp features. Hillary Swank does.
the voice is a little more similar, I think.
Oh, Joanna Fraggett. All right.
More smarter ass.
You know who Fraggett is? Fraggett is Tom Hardy's wife in Mobland. The blonde.
I didn't watch that. You watched it and I didn't.
You watched like 8 out of the 10 episodes with Tom Hardy with the British mobster.
Oh, yeah, I watched that.
One. Yeah.
So wait, which one is she?
She's the blonde. She's the main character's wife.
Okay. All right.
Pretty good call.
Carrie Russell from The American as Karen Reed. Who's Carrie Russell, babe?
Like the main spy, huh?
Yeah.
Spy show?
Yeah. So Carrie, what was that called? The Russians or
She said The American.
the Americans? Yeah.
Aspiring court reporter says Bob Winona Ryder. Also,
Thank you.
Dre De Matteo for Karen.
I wasn't saying
Wait.
Winona Ryder was the right fit. I was saying whoever that picture of that actress was reminded me of Winona Ryder.
Oh.
Same kind of look. So
I was
because
like,
Winona Ryder's like 4'3", she's like a little Laputian.
Jenna Brain.
Tobias Menzies as Yannetti.
Tobias.
And Thomas as Alessi.
I gotta see who Tobias Menzies is.
Kurt says Karen as Natasha Leone. Perfect. That's our thought.
Menzies.
Do you know who that is? Anyone? Do you?
Who?
Natasha.
Yeah,
Leone.
Natasha Leone is Poker Face.
Oh, I mean,
Yeah.
I love her.
I do love her.
Great.
I'm
She's
not sure
great.
about as a Karen though.
How you'd handle that hair.
As this Karen.
Yeah, there's
right?
no straightening that hair, I don't think.
Yeah.
Wig time, maybe.
Amara Deshane. Justice sensitivity dysphoria. I have that too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Lucky Lochran is my hero. Hank Brennan was hired to try a case, not win it. Well,
Oh, man.
that could be true.
I'm going to ask the writing writing the checks and see if that's true.
Yeah.
Frankie's mom says Winona Ryder is Karen.
Wow. No, I don't think so. Like Winona's like too short. Like Karen's like tall. Oh shit. There's action.
shit.
All right.
There's action. I think they're just calling it a day.
Possibly.
We'll find out.
Seems like they're already standing for the jury to come in. And they're going to the fan so the jury can come in. Yep, she's relieving them.
Damn it.
Crazy. I mean, if they're spending all this time on an OUI, come on.
Shame on you, Bev.
Shame on you.
Thank you, George. Your sound's off, Bev. Oh, my sound's off.
Wow, nice.
Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Do not do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. Be careful with your social media use. We know you've all been working really hard and we appreciate it. So please just clear your heads. Don't think about this case at all as best you can. And we'll see you tomorrow morning when everybody's fresh to start again.
Oh, my God. Oh, Lord.
Cardi B knows. She knows. Wow.
And she just left, right?
Who?
Oh,
No. Man. That's whack, dude.
I thought they were going to potentially stay late.
Yeah, like I thought they were at least stay till 4:30. That was like the end time. Now all of a sudden it's like the same time as she was calling court every day.
Jury's exited the courtroom.
It's White Claw time for Bev. You know, she's thirsty.
All right, we'll see everybody tomorrow.
Thank you.
Wow.
What is adjourned?
Wow.
Wait, I think we're getting a hot mic moment.
Oh, really?
Unless that was
my guy saying she.
Yeah, no hot mic.
Wow. All right. So now we've got a huge dilemma for tomorrow. Since we didn't get a verdict. Oh, wait. So did you go? You went Rooney Mara?
No, I'm at like 12:19, babe.
Yeah, I was just there. Right.
Oh.
You just had Anna Kendrick and then Rooney Mara. Let me pull her up. I forget what she looks like.
I still liked the Hillary Swank.
Well, we were at, how do we know what her BAC was at 5 a.m. though? Was she over the legal limit at 6:30 a.m. when they did the blood test? I mean, that's agreed. And, you know, Lance, I was pointing out, I mean, not that it really matters in this case, but don't you think it's strange that they would have two separate events that a jury can pick from? I'm like, in a regular world, we, the defense attorney, would be like, wait, no unanimous verdict there. You can't have some jurors saying she wasn't drunk at midnight and some saying she wasn't drunk at 5 and then combine them together for a guilty verdict.
Yeah, that'd be ridiculous.
Ridiculous, but it's what we're begging to happen here right now so that there's not a hung jury on count 2.
So I'm looking forward to seeing what they file tonight or in the morning, but you can bet on some serious, or not, it's all serious, but you can bet on
Drea De Matteo. Look at that right there. I can see she could pull Karen off right there.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Oh yes.
She could definitely like right now. I've got Drea as the leader. So Betty Spaghetti, you're winning my contest for Karen right now. I'll tell you that.
Someone else just said De Matteo too. So whoever else that was, you're winning the contest as
well. That's
So do y'all know, have they ever had in this trial? I don't think they do it. They don't really allow many interlocutory appeals, do they?
They allowed, so there were no interlocutory appeals. They had tried to do one to the federal court on the double jeopardy, because there is, I still think, a way, if the jury sends a note, for example, that says we all found her not guilty on count 1, 2, 3, and 4, but we're hung on 5. And then they go again and they say there is insufficient evidence for the manslaughter charge, and that double jeopardy should attach even though there was no verdict, because the rest of the verdicts show they did not think the car was hit. They said they did not think the car was hit, and the evidence prospers two, even if you want to say they are two reasonably possible alternatives, even though I think one of them's not possible, i.e. that he was freaking struck. Even if you want to say they're both possible, that should be enough for under their state statute for double jeopardy to attach.
Well,
But
come in tomorrow as the defense team and ask for an amended verdict form. I mean,
that's what I was wondering.
I mean, come in tomorrow with a solution to this. And if you can't get the result you want, are they allowed, like in Louisiana, we would take a quick writ to our appellate court and to the Supreme Court. A lot of states don't allow that. Highly unlikely you could get any relief, only because of the history and how this came up to the Supreme Court. But they don't need to screw this up.
I don't think they have it
Well,
on.
at the very least, they have to make a record.
But here's my question.
There
The
you go.
defense put the lesser included out there. Can
Right.
they withdraw it?
They can move it.
So listen, that whole OUI lesser included thing, we were just kidding.
Just kidding.
We don't want that thing anymore. Can get rid of that shit. Get rid of it. We don't like it. We decided it's a bad idea.
Well, what about Lance's other? Could they say they want to move it? Your
What,
Honor.
where it should have been on
Yeah.
account 3. I mean, that's the mistake that's going to haunt them, because that's where the mistake was made.
But it sounds.
They need to get both not guilties. They're not guilty on manslaughter. They need to have a space for them to say that, because the DUI has nothing to do with manslaughter. It's a mistake on the form. Go in there and fix it. Judge, these jurors, since that question, they deliberated for another 3 hours. This is nothing but causing confusion and chaos. We got to fix this verdict form.
I do think, could they come in and ask to move it to?
I would absolutely come in and ask to move it to count 3, because that's where it belongs. That's its rightful place. I mean, that's a straight up OUI charge. It's just OUI with leaving the scene.
Right.
Like, obviously the lesser included of that is just a straight OUI, right? I mean,
Right. We know that they originally wanted it there because they were worried about, God forbid, we end up hung again on manslaughter. We want to give them this out. Now
no,
they
you're
know.
still giving them the out when it's on count 3. Like, I reject that argument. Like, if I would have been in with them, I would have been like, no, this shit's got to be on 3. It still gives them an out. Like, what difference does it make what count it's on?
It seems possible that they could ask to move it. I'm trying to think, like, legally.
Well, I think you would say, look, it's come to our attentions based on these questions that this verdict form is missing a not guilty to manslaughter.
I'm messaging you, Nettie.
It has it on the first. It says not guilty to the charged offense or any lesser included. And then it says, and if you find her not guilty, stop and move and sign this. You're done. And it says, or move on to the lesser included one. You know, guilty of, I forget what it is, maybe vehicular manslaughter. If you find her guilty of this, stop and sign this slip. Otherwise, move on. And that's what it says. And then at the very end, after the OUI, it says, if you have not found her guilty on any of the lesser included, go back to the first page and check off not guilty and sign the form. So, but if they were to say, Your Honor, we have decided that it's too confusing this way, and we would like to move the lesser included OUI to count 3. I mean, I haven't fully, obviously, researched this issue, but it seems like a plausible thing that they could do.
I text or I messaged Yannetti
And said, can you request the change?
Move it over to 3. Do what you got to do. Do your work. Do your work. Do your work. Because I mean that I said that like hours ago. I'm like it always should have been there. Like it doesn't make any sense to me. And like your concept that they needed, they were worried about that gives them like, okay, not guilty on manslaughter, not guilty on murder. Okay, now that gives them an out, and it's a way easier. Like for the defense, it's a win either way, because even if they were hung on it on the third count, like I don't think they're coming back to try this case if manslaughter and murder are off the table.
There's no way they clearly are hung and are not going to reach a consensus on the OUI. I mean,
Which means that she gets tried for manslaughter again.
Yeah, but you're right. I mean, I think there's some people back there that are not going to give up. Probably the ones more on I think that they're probably only a couple for guilty, but I think more not guilty. But I think
do you know the sentence, Bob, on count 3, leaving the scene?
The what? No, I don't, but it's nowhere near what it's going to be for, just look it up.
Yeah.
But she's got to leave the scene knowing that there's been some type of bodily injury, right?
Right. No, I'm just wondering what she'd be exposed to. God forbid they stayed hung on that and they tried her again. You know, they went round 3. Because it would be leaving the scene causing death. I mean, maybe they think that one's even riskier. I don't know.
I'm curious. I want to read that jury instruction.
Leaving the scene of an accident that results in death while under the influence, 2 to 5 to 10 years.
See, it's way less than their manslaughter.
Yeah.
Well, I tell you what, I'm tomorrow morning. I can't wait to see what the defense comes in with, because I mean, as y'all know, Bob and Allie, these are the most critical moments of our trial skills.
They'll be brainstorming.
Yeah, I mean, it's never, the rules never seem to be bent towards the defendant, whether it's an Allen charge, but right now they need to come up with something. Like you said, Bob, even if you lose, you got to make a good record.
Yep. Got to do it.
Yeah.
Got to do it.
All right. We got to answer questions. You can stay or go for as long as you want, Lance, but
I love y'all. I've seen y'all's pretty faces long enough.
Thank you.
We love you.
Kiss that olive for us.
You got it.
Yeah, kiss olive, smooches. We love you, brother.
Love you.
Bye.
You guys,
Queen Amin, I checked it. Which email? I get a lot of emails. I'm not sure what you sent, Queen Amin.
I'm horrified right now. I'm horrified right now. They didn't come back with a verdict. They didn't give out the 2 they're done with. They didn't ask another question. They called it a day early. The judge left them with unanswered questions because she wants to fuck this up. Ugh, gosh. Michelle says, member for 3 months. Thanks, Michelle, because it never happens in mass ever. And unfortunately, that could be any number of things we were talking about 3 hours ago. So, but all of it fits for everything. You got another Anna Kendrick for Karen Reed from Glory B.
Oh, Shay made it on, so that's good.
All right, just somebody.
You missed Shay. Oh, you were on for a little of Shay. She was awesome.
Oh, I was like, oh, she needs it.
Did you do Boris? Gifted 5 DVD pockets.
I mean, where are you? Okay, you're there. All right, keep going.
Where are you at?
You're right.
Yep. Is that it?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you, Boris. We always love you. More smarter sass. I thought all the texts from Proctor were put into evidence. Not all of them.
Well, those ones that were read, yeah, the ones that matter.
That's not all of them.
Well, right. But the ones,
all the time, everything that was read in open court is in evidence in terms of his text messages. Things that were not are not, like the gift, not in. And thank you, More. Amber Hoey, can she plead guilty to OUI to fix this issue?
that would only be if the the Commonwealth wanted to, they could take a verdict.
They could. She could absolutely
plead
plead
out,
Yeah.
but
I
Brennan's not
mean,
gonna.
like Brennan's gonna roll the dice.
Yeah. Oh, he's like worse. He really wants a hung jury.
He does.
So,
April Nunya. I mean, if they end up hung on 2, he knows that, I mean, this thing's not dead in the water.
right.
April Nunya, jury is going to get fed up and say, F it, and go NG on all. Well, I hope so. Hope you're right,
I
April.
hope they did that now.
Right. Why haven't they done that? Let's just
Right.
go ahead and do that. We're fed up. Now they're coming back another day tomorrow. Oh, babe, you got to move some things around. You got to do things.
I gotta see it. Let me try.
Naomi, new member. Aw. Family hug. Welcome, Naomi. We love new family members. Robin Hall, per Andrea, mass courts must accept a split verdict if that's what the jury does, no matter how the form is written, but it's up to Bev's discretion whether she wants to advise them of that. Yeah, I mean, we knew that. I mean, it's almost.
I thought she did in the jury instruction. I thought she took, maybe she didn't.
Thank you, Robin. So Amber Bauer says, can Karen Reed plead guilty to the OUI and take it off the second charge? I mean, yeah, we just answered that. Theoretically, she could, but the state Commonwealth has to be agreeable to it, to taking a plea at this point, which I don't think under any circumstances Hank or Morrissey would be willing to do, sadly. Michelle, go back to Alan speaking. He says this question came in before they got the answers to the 3 questions they sent first. Okay. All right. That's where you guys are getting that. All right. It's weird. I don't know why she handled it like that. It's so irritating to me. I shouldn't have to be explained the order that questions are being handled, because it should be evident by the order that they're being handled. Like, it's just more of her bullshit. Idiot Win, and thank you so much, Michelle. Idiot Win, just saying, if they come to unanimity on an OUI, but at a different time, how is that valid? That would be 2 separate OUI offenses. So, idiot, there is no time assigned at all. Like, that's how Bev handled that. There's going to be no indication from the jurors if they find her guilty on the OUI as to whether it was at 12:32 or 5:07. There's going to be no delineation. None. I keep talking about in hypotheticals, had they been able to get a time assigned to it, the difference in sentencing potentially, but it's a mess. Grip Van Winkeld. Is it your guests or chat questions that donate money? Is it your guests or chat questions that donate money? The chat, I think, is it your guests or chat questions that donate money? I think it's both. Like, if you're seeing our subs and our members that are on screen, it's because they donated $50. And that gets you 15 minutes in the hot seat. If that's what your question is. If it isn't, you gotta flesh it out for me. But thank you so much, Grip. Mickey, I'm apologizing now. If anything I talk text comes out wrong, nobody, especially a guest, is doing a thing wrong. Like Bob, Allie, and Mandy Joe, guest equals fabulous. I'm the hot mess. I won't survive a 3rd round. I don't think any of us would. Cody went back and watched himself and heard it. He's like, holy noise, I'm sorry. Hey, man, it didn't bother me. We got some sensitive folks in chat. Don't like seeing Allie vape. They get all offended. My God, what is it doing? I mean, I see Will over on the Glurf, like, smoking cigs. He must get all kinds of shit about that. I mean, that's crazy. That's like 1974 type shit. Smoking in the house. I'm going to have a talk to him about that shit. Smoking in your house. Come on, man. And thank you, Cody. We loved having you on, brother. Brad Canfield, if a lesser included to manslaughter, the only time that should have mattered is the 12 a.m. since no BAC can prove OUI, so should not be hung. I mean, I agree. I agree. You know, I mean, in theory, the 5:07, because I don't know what time they did the blood draw. I feel like it was around late morning, early afternoon when they did the blood draw. What time did Karen get over there? But they did the draw at that point. But they didn't here's the problem for them with that. They didn't extrapolate it to 5 o'clock. They extrapolated it to whatever. So I don't know. I don't know. I mean, look, if we're being frank, it's their strongest case is the OUI case. It's frankly the only case they have. It's what this should have been charged as initially and only. Period. End of conversation. Thanks, Brad. Jen Goods. Oh, family hug, new member. We love you. Love new fam. Subpoena colada. It's a subpoena colada. And I'm caught in the rain, or whatever the lyrics are. Find out how if some juror is holding out on a fifth lesser included, they should compromise because they will F Karen over while trying to do the right thing. Yeah. I mean, but I think that the problem is that they consider the OUI to be the compromise. Like, that's what a compromise verdict is. It's like, you're like, all right, well, we'll meet in the middle. Like, I'm not doing that. And you're not doing that. So let's do this. It's a mess. It's a mess. But thank you so much, Subpoena Colada. And great screen name, by the way. Bat Mama. Can the jury at the top or bottom of every charge slip right not guilty to all charges and not use the form boxes at all? I mean, they can. The question is whether it's acceptable to the court. I think I read a rule when I was going through it that if they go off book, it's not valid, but don't quote me on that. Do not quote me on that. Because I can't remember. I'll have to look up the mass rules. And we will. I'm just not going to do it now. I got to get through these supers. But thank you so much, Bat Mama. I will figure out that answer, or if Allie gets back, I'll put her on it. Jay-Z, I forgot to say congrats on 50K before, so applause. And for the love of God, the jury is misunderstood. Can they be polled at the end? It would make a difference. I assume if they're coming back and there's any issue regarding it being a mistrial, and if they haven't come back with, I mean, like if they come back and they've filled out forms 1 and 3, as we're assuming those are the ones that they've found her not guilty on, then we know that they're good to go. She will poll them on those 2 counts that they found her not guilty. If the defense wants it, Hank might ask for a polling of the jury. If it's because like polling, like people will use that term loosely, but in my world, polling always means that you're asking the jurors if that's their true and correct verdict, if they came to that on their own, if they were under any kind of duress or anybody forced them to make that verdict. You're just making sure that there was no massive bullying going back in the deliberation room. So I would assume if that's an issue that she'll do the right thing this time, because that was a massive clusterfuck and she really fucked it up by not doing that. Subpoena Colada. Aw, now you're a family member. Family hug. Welcome. Love that. Life according to Martin. Why does Bev have to make things so complicated? $1 million question. It's $1 million question. And one that we'll probably never get the answer to. It's frustrating though, isn't it? Sub Rosa, thank you, life. So if equals when, yeah, I mean, sure seems like it, doesn't it?
Change my doctor's appointments, and now we just have to change the day we go to Great Neck.
Well, that's the bigger task. Well, actually, there's only 3 go, but like you've got to discuss it with Scout.
Well, I can't. All these other friends.
Wait, who else is here? Whit's gone.
Lauren's here.
Oh, and thank you for that. Yeah, that was a frustrating part of it. Sub, Malo. So they have OUI under manslaughter and a separate charge. As a layperson, if it's in both places, jury probably confused if guilty on the separated OUI, thinking they're wondering if it's an auto OUI in the manslaughter too.
But it's a different charge. OUI leaving the scene causing death.
Yeah, the OUI leaving the scene causing death. See, that's where I think the standalone OUI should be. That's where I think it fits, not in manslaughter. Because manslaughter you can have without having anything to do with a motor vehicle at all. Whereas an OUI, leaving the scene, causing death is clearly related to an OUI. It's just the right fit. It's where it belongs, not in the manslaughter. Thank you, Malo. So Abby Exing. Question was, are video clips of Karen's interviews evidence? How can we consider them? Free Karen Reed, this shit is nerve-wracking. Yep. Always is. It always is, Abby. Rick Moranis, Brennan. Pretty good. Pretty good. I don't know what Rick looks like these days. I haven't seen him in a hot minute, but like during the prime of his career, yeah, it's a pretty good fit. Thanks, Lady Liz.
Got my MRI today.
Amy's positive pathways. I agree with Bob. They don't want to be late for 4. Yeah, that was it. That's why they showed up for sure. Jennifer Hoff should have said her famous, words to jury. Ask it different.
All right, I'm getting back.
Ask it different. Yeah.
Wait, where's food? I'm hungry.
I'll allow it. I've got to drive to frickin' Huntley, like soon. A long drive.
MRI tonight.
What?
My MRI tonight.
Well, guess you're missing the game. Reality check. After Renee Zellweger's performance as Pam Hupp, I vote her for Judge Bev. She was great in that. Man, she was just awful. I mean, great in the role and just awful. It's a good call. Good call. Drinking those giant super gulps or whatever the hell they call them. It's crazy. Larisha, your friend is Jenna Dewan, Channing Tatum. Channing Tatum's ex. I think Jenna remarried, don't know her last name, and don't forget my $99 first class. LOL. Your friend is Jenna Dewan. Let me see. I assume you're talking about Cammie Brown. Let me see. Dewan. Oh, you're talking about Kat. Yeah. Yep. They had the most spectacular wedding of all time. Their wedding it's my favorite wedding ever. So they had all the surprises, all the magic and wonder that you wanted at a wedding. It was amazing. New Orleans wedding. Just fabulous. Just fabulous. And thank you for that, Marisha. Dame, Dystopia. Keira Knightley is Karen. Yeah. I don't think she beats Drea. Drea de Matteo is the winner as far as I'm concerned. Until somebody beats that, that's spot on. That is spot on. I'm looking at her now. I'm like, oh, hey, what's up, Karen? Thank you, Dame. Billy Juno, The Rock is lucky. Wow, rich. Thanks, Billy. Kraken Studio, The Real Booty for Karen. IMDb, Bonnie Root. I know her personally. Let me check. All right. Bonnie Root. I know Stephen Root. Bonnie Root. Not bad. Not bad. I'm trying to see what she was in. I'm in images. She's in Cold Case. It's on CBS. That's her role. Boy, she's been in a lot of CSI type shows. Without a Trace, CSI. Ooh, The Mentalist. Daddy Bob's watching The Mentalist for all these years. Yeah, Bonnie Root's good, but she ain't no Drea de Matteo. I'll tell you that. She's like, that's like it. That's spot on. She's got the nose. She's got all of it. She's got all of it going. She's got all of it. Like she just looks like her. Like literally looks like her. But thanks, Kraken. Mello, thoughts on why the defense didn't add full clips of her interviews for completeness? I don't know. Like honestly, I mean, we talked about this pretty much at length yesterday, and I'm like, man, it's either because they weren't allowed in, and I don't remember them making that argument. Do you remember them trying to get the rest of the clips in, or like context portions of the clips
No,
in?
what I do remember is that it came up and they made some sort of argument about it. Not necessarily about like them using clips, but something about the clips. And Judge Canoni said, well, on your case in chief, you'll put in, you'll be able to put in whatever you're doing. And Brennan's like, oh, they can't put in self-serving clips. Da, 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 da. And then I don't remember it ever coming up again. It seemed to me they should have been able to get in, not the whole thing, obviously, but like we've all been saying, the stuff that puts it into context under the completeness doctrine.
Woo! Easy for you to say.
Nothing's easy for me to say these days.
I've been stumbling on some words today too. Mickey, apologies for craziness for me today. Thanks, fam, for support and fab commentary as usual. Love the guest. I'm assuming that is both Kat and Lance. We love them. They're dear, dear, dear friends. Hugs and get some rest for another wild day.
Yes.
Yeah, we got a real sticky situation tomorrow. I don't know what we're gonna do. It's really my fault. I should have looked at it and been like, oh, Thursday, Juneteenth, no court. Perfect day for it. Didn't do that. Whoa, what happened? Oh, Allie's over there clicking.
I didn't do it.
Oh, Mello. But didn't the lab tech first trial state the extrapolated BAC shouldn't be used in court? I think ultimately they got him to say it, or they got her to say it on cross, because, or not that it shouldn't be, that it isn't used typically.
Yep. All right. So Chase Scoop says, do you think they're definitely stuck on only the DUI? I did. I really, really did.
But now, I mean, can they still be just stuck on that shit? Now they got me worried.
Getting
Now they
worried.
got me worried they're stuck on the manslaughter.
No, don't forget that third question was, if we find guilty on a lesser, such as count 2, part 5, is it the same as finding guilty on the charged offense? That was them wanting to make sure it was not. I mean, I don't know. We could be misreading everything.
I know, we could be fucking way off. Way off. I
Oy.
mean, this is just lawyer speculation.
Lord, this lot of speculation going on now, guys.
Speculating.
Speculation hour.
It's
It is
welcome to Speculation
time.
Hour with Bob and Allie. David James, have you seen the Bird Lawyer episode from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia? It reminds me of prosecution experts.
I don't remember. Now I want to go see that episode.
Now I want to go watch it because I'm
Right.
sure I've seen it. I've seen most of them.
Right.
I
If it was the late,
kind of dipped on the last couple seasons,
yeah.
but we love the show. Oh wow, we made it. Fabulous C, Jennifer Aniston for Karen Reed.
Jennifer
And-
doesn't. I feel like Jennifer Aniston might not have that edgy side to her, but it's not a bad call. I can see it, but I feel like Karen has this assertive side that doesn't come out in.
Yeah, Drea. Drea's the one, man.
She might be a little much.
Who? What? How dare you, madam? She was acting in The Sopranos. Acting. She
Well,
played a great like.
Debbie says I could see Olivia Wilde as Karen Reed.
Interesting. Yeah,
I don't know, guys. This
all
is
right. We've made it. We've finished all the supers. Woo! Betterell was gonna join, but I think he's over at Mel's, and he's like, "Oh, come on, Phil. Like I'm tired." But more importantly, I got to drive. I got to go. How are you getting to your thing?
I'm taking your dad's car, and I will not be at the game. So.
All right, y'all. Another crazy, frustrating day. We're all on pins and needles. It's all nerve-wracking. Oh, we did.
Got a
We let
Venmo.
go.
And she says, to show my appreciation for you guys, loved the alley rant today. Can't wait for tomorrow. And I'm just going to say Tony, because I don't know if she wants her full name.
You don't want to dox her? Smart.
Thanks, Tony. We appreciate it. Very generous. Anything you guys send is very generous.
Always. We always are grateful.
Got another one. Analytical Blarney AB. Kristen
Wig. That's a pretty good call. Kristen's close. Like, I'd put Kristen Wig as like a pretty close second to Drea. Let me see. You know Kristen Wig, babe. You've seen her many, many times and many.
Yeah. What is she? I just pulled her up and now I'm
I
looking.
mean, you know, like first and foremost, she was on Saturday Night Live for years, but like so movie wise,
she just did that Palm Royale that we watched.
Yeah, she was in Bridesmaids, Knocked Up, Secret Life of Walter Mitty, The Martian. You've seen her a million times.
Yeah.
It's a pretty good call. She's in the team photo for Karen Reed, definitely.
Meg says Marissa Tomei.
Ooh, I love me some.
That's a little spicy.
I love me some Marissa Tomei.
Yeah, Marissa Tomei is great. I don't know. This is all very, very frustrating. It's like Massachusetts they're going to be like, do we need to rethink our entire justice system because we saw how this case plays out?
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear you, babe. I pulled up some Marissa Tomei pictures.
Wow.
I don't want to hear your shit. You watch Bikini Island every night.
All right. We will, I think, see you guys tomorrow. We don't know what we're doing.
Oh, wait. Larisha sent a cash. Let me check the cash app. Let me see what's up. Oh, so Larisha sent a cash app Or please play Jen McCabe microdot video. Please, I'll beg.
All right, let's do it before we go.
Yeah, might as well.
Cameron is addicted. What's she addicted to?
I don't know.
Oh, Love Island. How does she know this? It's true.
I don't know. It's true.
Mandy, are you on? How'd you get in the house? What's happening? She's watching us through the computers.
Did she send us like a teddy cam bear that we have sitting around? So, hey, I wanted to send you this sweet stuffed animal. Put it right in the middle of your home.
Mandy, I thought you wanted to come on earlier because you got on, but then you were frozen.
Larisha, don't worry about it. We got your Cash App, girl. All right, so I'm gonna go to the microdots. I'm gonna find it.
Super
Microdots.
frozen all the time lately.
All right.
Milo says, final question. If jurors are hung up on her admitting to driving drunk, but don't think it's manslaughter, but that charges have that under it, is that where Bev was refusing to clarify? Well, that was one of the things, because that's what the first question that they asked was, if we select guilty of one of the lesser included, and they used the example, i.e. OUI under count 2, which is the manslaughter charge, is that the same as convicting her of the charge, which would be manslaughter?
I was reading Larisha's last message. She's like, I know, but I hate my phone. I need a man. I love it.
So
I need a new fucking phone too. My shit is like completely out of memory. I had to delete CapCut.
Put your microdots thing up while I finish
Okay,
talking to
mommy.
Milo.
Okay.
So she refused to answer no to the question. Is it the same as convicting? And the answer should have been no. But what she's also refusing to clarify was what happens if they say not guilty on count 2. I mean, they're hung on count 2, which includes from manslaughter to OUI, but they've got not guilty on second-degree murder and the OUI leaving the scene of an accident causing death. They were concerned with, if they stayed hung on count 2, would that also hang counts 1 and 3? And that's what she refused to clarify.
Yes.
All right, let's rock.
All right, you ready?
The microdots, it's like, yes, you're all allowed to use this. No problems. We're fine with it. That's the way it works.
Yeah, microdots is all good. We got mad love for microdots.
All right.
Mad love. All right, and this is short and sweet.
It's like when when the ice cream truck was at the street next door and I'm saying, did the ice cream truck come? It's really that simple.
Show me your hands now. Hands up.
So was that's what you wanted to play? I don't even remember what she used that example for anymore.
Let's get the story straight.
Let's get the story
It's
straight.
really that simple. It's like when the ice cream man comes. And
I was like this many years old when I learned that wasn't Microdot's actual voice, that it was an AI guy supposed to be like Ewan McGregor. I forget who told me. I was like, oh, thank God. I kind of knew in the back of my head it had to be AI, but I didn't want to assume. And then I was glad to find out. Yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah, I can't remember.
We used to just wait at the local bar.
For what? The ice cream man?
No, when we were waiting for the verdicts. Like a
Oh.
bar restaurant. We'd play some music on the jukebox,
Yep.
have one drink,
One
eat
beverage.
some food.
One
And even
delicious.
one sometimes is too much for me because I'm a lightweight.
She gets
Like,
a little
oh
flushy.
no, the
red
call right.
cheeks get all flush when she gets a little buzzed. So cute.
It's like
So
my
cute.
perimenopause heat flashes.
Yeah, same diff. Same thing. And chain smoke. Yeah, that was
Yes.
definitely Allie.
Yep.
It was like
Yep.
Chew.
Yep.
Man. We used to call her 4-pack a day Allie.
Never.
You're like Selma from The Simpsons. I done. Let's go. Is it verdict time?
Wow.
That's why she has that raspy, glorious voice from all our years of
Wow.
smoking 6 packs a day.
She says, "Oh God, there I go again, living in the Mata brains."
Living in the Mata brains. Yeah. Woo.
Well, we never did get Cammy to sing the
I know.
theme song.
She escaped.
She escaped. Do you know what airline Cammy flies? Tell people, keep an eye out for her. You'd be like, I saw you.
Hey, just remember when you're opening your store, use Spotify. Oh no, Shopify. Criminality.
Wow, you're fired.
Wow. What's up, T? Miss you too, girl. Miss you too.
Hi.
I think you should come over to our house and play during one of these days, T. I don't know. Like
We were supposed to have Sleuthy on today, and we never did.
No, she was on for a hot minute.
Today?
Yeah.
That was
Early.
like yesterday for 2 seconds, and then I was like, "Oh, we'll have to have you back."
Was that yesterday?
Yeah, and she
Oh my
didn't
God,
get
it's
like
all
any
blending
time.
together.
We didn't talk to her. Somebody else. I
Wait,
think
play
Andrea-
what? What's 4 minutes? Which one? What you got? T, you
I
can,
think they're
you
saying
can
we didn't
dual
play the
stream to
right-
your channel. You can come hang with us and just duel it to your channel, girl.
I don't think that.
Like every time I ask T to come over here, it's like fucking crickets. It's like, I text her. I'm like, T, you gonna come over? Like cricket time.
I
What's
think
up with
Sharon
that, T?
is
I'm putting
saying the
T on blast in
microdots.
chat.
That you might not have played the right microdots thing.
Wait, what?
I don't know. I think
Did I play the wrong one? Larisha, was that the one you were talking about? Sharon says play it. It's 4 minutes. Bob's sleeping on the couch again tonight. Never. That's like the Matas don't fuck around with that couch shit. Like if we
Gotta
got
hash that
an
shit
issue,
out.
we go at it. We put it to bed. It's
Put
to
it to
rest
rest.
completely, and then we good.
No,
Oh, yeah.
AI babies. There's an AI 4-minute AI baby we got to play now.
Wait, is it the one with like I don't even know how to find AI babies.
You got to get on that. Not Twitter, TikTok.
Bob loves the AI babies. Yeah. The AI baby, they
That's
made
all
me
right.
an
It's
AI
perfectly good AI babies. Very
Yeah.
cute. Very cute.
I mean, they are cute. The problem was that everyone started doing them. Like anything
No,
that
I
gets
think the same person
oversaturated.
was doing it.
Oh, thank you. No, there's all kinds of fucking people doing it. Trust me. There's like they do it with movie, like true crimers do it with the true crime shit. Like people doing it with like movie scene. Like everybody's doing it. It's like start doing it with pets. Like why haven't we gotten the talking dogs yet? Like talking puppies. Somebody has to be doing talking puppies. It's like let's move
sure.
from
It's
babies. They're
more adorable
adorable.
than
It's
that.
cute. It was novel at first, and now
April Nunya says, I've spent more time with you guys in the last 6 months than my own family. Love you. So what I don't know is AI has made people without
Yeah,
talent.
I saw the Bob one. He was pretty cute.
I'm sure any baby Bob would be cute.
You saw it. You seen it. Oh, there are tons of AI talking pets, but are they puppies?
Oh, well, Kristen says talking puppies are the best.
Oh, so there you go. So somebody did. All right, so I had to think of another one. Talking bobbleheads. Those will be hilarious. People love the talking bobbleheads.
I mean, they probably would.
Yeah, they'd love it. Be hilarious. Be hilarious.
So I'm not sure what the 4-minute thing that we wanted to play. Plus, I don't know that
Oh,
we have
Karen
permission.
Reed trial AI official.
No, I don't think we've got we can't just air other people's shit on our shit.
Yeah, we can't air other people's shit on our shit.
We get freaking struck.
All right, T. Assuming that we get I did see the baby Runkle. It was adorable. I mean, Runkle, every time I see Runkle, and I love Ian so much, he reminds me of like, what is it? Jesus Christ, my brain.
Perimenopause brain.
Yeah, Lord of the Rings. He looks like one of the elves
No, that
from
doesn't
Lord
seem
of the
right.
Ring.
That-
No, what?
That doesn't seem right. You're just
No,
saying that
these
because he's
are-
got long, light hair.
Yes, these are dashing, beautiful elves. Watch, I'm going to show you. But it's more the silver hair.
Yeah.
That's what makes me think of it. I assure you that Ian knows this. He's a pretty smart guy.
I mean, that's what I wasn't sure, Mandy. It didn't sound like a compliment, so
it was absolutely a compliment. They all have those like golden locks or gray locks. Look at that. What the fuck? Pretty sure that is Ian right here. I'm gonna show you.
Oh boy.
Has anybody ever seen this guy and Ian in the same room? Look, there's Ian. There he is. There he is. It's immediately what I think of every time I see Ian. I'm like, oh my God.
All right, that doesn't seem like not a compliment, but
it's definitely a compliment.
Still,
look at how handsome that guy is right there. In the long flowing locks. Oh, let's see now that guy would not be a compliment.
Why? Because he looks mean, or you don't think?
Yeah,
he's
he looks like an angry elf.
I mean, I think that they could just be not even an elf at that point. That's the part that seems, I don't know. All right. Well, I guess we've gotten through it all. We've talked it all out. Doesn't seem like there's much left to say until another day.
Yeah. I mean, we said it all. Go listen to other channels and they'll say the same shit that we've been saying all day. It's always good to hear it from other creators, though.
But let's hope they try to move that lesser included over. Hey, Judge.
Yeah, you just remember where you heard that first, and it was from this guy. That's where you heard that first. This guy, not that gal, not that gal over there, not him up there or over there. This guy. I'm the first one who said it. First one who saw it.
Wow.
It's the right move. It's the right move. I hope they try to do it. They have to try to do it to preserve the record. So.
They got to figure out if it's even something you can ask for.
All right, we got to move mountains. Otherwise, tomorrow could be sticky. It could be the splitting of the parental unit day tomorrow if we don't get some shit worked out. We'll have to Rochambeauing?
You're staying. I'm going.
Oh,
you're always doing the fun shit. You're coaching the softball.
That's work, girl.
Yeah, but that's like you're a part of something with our daughter. So no,
I am a part of something with my daughter. I love it. All right. Speaking of which, I got to get cracking. I got to get these girls.
All right, guys. We will see you tomorrow. Thanks, Mod. Thanks, subscribers.
Mods, we love
viewers, you. All of you.
We love you. Newbies, we love you. New family members, we love you. Tracy and Mandy, we love you. And all of you, we love you guys so much because without you, I am just an old sumbitch.